Twist of Luck by Jaclyn Weist, narrated by Amy Hilburn. Chapter 1. The knocking on the window pane was sharp and irritating. I blew the hair out of my face in aggravation and glanced at the clock. 3:46 a.m.? Who in their right mind would be up at this time, knocking on someone's window? I picked up my pillow, smashed it down on my face, and tried to muffle the sound. Ping! I squeezed my eyes shut and willed myself to go back to sleep. School started the next morning, and I didn't want bags under my eyes for the first day. I'd been so excited for my senior year. The pinging sound wouldn't stop. How many rocks could a person find to throw anyway? I finally gave up and stomped over to the window to find who could possibly be stupid enough to risk waking my parents. When I didn't see anyone, I unlatched my window and pulled it open. Wow, it took you long enough. I thought I'd have to stay out there all night. I looked down and found a small creature with wings on the ledge of my window. I yelped, flicked it with my fingers, and slammed my window shut. This was not happening again. I jumped back in my bed and threw the blankets over my head, curled up in a ball, and plugged my ears. Maybe if I concentrated hard enough, I could fall asleep and discover that this was all a dream. After a few minutes, I relaxed and pulled one finger from my ear to see if the creature had left. Suddenly, my blankets flew off, and I was left staring at a rather upset fairy with its hands on its hips. The delicate features and bright pink hair made me assume it was a girl. She had fragile wings like a dragonfly and wore a t-shirt and sweats. Kind of odd, but maybe she was in her pajamas. After all, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, that wasn't very nice of you. After everything I've done, this is how you repay me? She paced back and forth on my stomach. Her small steps tickled. Whoa, wait, I've never seen you before. What do you mean you've helped me? I was now wide awake. You didn't think your room cleaned itself, did you? I had to fix everything when that leprechaun messed it up and took your brother. She said leprechaun like it left a bad taste in her mouth. Well, that was 1 point for her. Anyone who wasn't a friend of Louie's was a friend of mine. Thanks for doing that. Never mind that I'd done most of it before I took off after Adam. Why haven't I seen you before? What's your name? She stopped her pacing and looked at me. Her face went red and she flitted toward the window. Wait, did I upset you? Great. I meet my first fairy and I tick her off within seconds. She stopped and turned. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have knocked. You're not supposed to see us. She paused, biting her lip before going on. We're everywhere. Our job is to make sure magic is under control. My job is to watch over you, and I didn't make it into the house before midnight. Now I'm in big trouble. She turned to fly away, and I reached out to stop her. Don't go. I won't tell. I'll go back to sleep and pretend I never saw you. I climbed in bed, closed my eyes, and pretended to sleep. I slowly opened one eye to see if she was still there. She sat perched on a shelf with her legs crossed, and her chin rested on her hand. What a boring life for fairies, I thought as I drifted off to sleep, praying it was all a dream. The alarm rang way too soon. I groaned and rolled over to smack the snooze button. 9 more minutes sounded really good. Unfortunately, I'd forgotten that Maddie and William liked to pound on my door as soon as my alarm went off. They'd done it all summer, and apparently today was no different. I grumbled and stopped the alarm before pulling myself out of bed. I caught sight of the fairy sprawled out on the shelf, snoring. So much for guarding me. I dressed, grabbed my backpack, and braced for the chaos I would meet when I opened the door. Megan, guess what? It's your first day of school. And guess what else? We have 1 more week until school starts for us. We're going to be in kindergarten. Maddie bounced around my room. Her cheerfulness was far beyond what my brain wanted to deal with, but I couldn't help laughing. Is that so? Are you sure you're old enough to go to kindergarten? Yes, I'm 5. She held up 5 fingers. And William's 5 too. She pointed over at him. My eyes widened in mock surprise. William, you're 5? No, I was sure you were 3. No, I'm not, he giggled. I'm 5. That's awesome. I ushered them out of my room and made sure the door was locked. Let's go get some breakfast. I smell something amazing, and I may just eat it all myself. The twins giggled and ran down the stairs. I followed the delicious smells into the kitchen, where Mom was making pancakes. She started out every school year by making breakfast for us each morning. 3 weeks in, she'd decide it was too much work and go back to letting us make our own breakfast. I didn't mind, though. She was busy, and toast or cereal worked just fine for me. Maddie and William hopped into their chairs, and I joined them at the table. Mom cleared her throat. Did you forget something? Oh, sorry. I stood back up and set the table. Where's Adam? I grabbed a pancake from the plate. He was usually the first one at the table when there were pancakes. I wanted to eat as much as I could before he came and stole the rest. I'm letting him sleep in. He doesn't have to work until 10 o'clock this morning, so I figured at least one of us should get some sleep. She finished making the pancakes and cleaned the table after the twins took off to wreak havoc. I watched her wash off the sticky, syrupy smears all over the table while my mind wandered back to the ferry. Mom, did you hear anything last night? I took a bite of my pancakes. No, I didn't. What happened? She set the last of the pancakes on the plate and turned off the stove. Nothing. I thought I heard something outside my window. I looked at my watch. Time to go. I don't want to be late. Thanks for breakfast, Mom. You're welcome. Good luck today, honey. Love you. She gave me a quick hug and kissed my forehead. Love you too, Mom. See you after volleyball. I grabbed my backpack and keys and ran out to the car. On the way to school, I was singing to a song on the radio when something flew past my windshield. I slammed on the brakes and jerked to a stop. The ferry I'd seen during the night landed on the hood of my car. Once the shock wore off, I rolled down the window. What are you doing? You could have been hit. I waited until she sat down on the dashboard, then drove towards school. Adrenaline pumping through me. I fell asleep. I'm still on duty, and you left me. She looked at me accusingly. Sorry, I'm not used to having a ferry guard, nor did I want one. The car was silent for the rest of the drive to school, since the ferry was too busy going through my glove box and playing with knobs to pay attention to me. As soon as I parked, I turned off the car and jumped out. This was not how I wanted to start the school year. Life was finally back to normal, and now I had a ferry trailing me? I decided to ignore her and prayed that no one else could see her. I took a deep breath and walked through the school doors. This year would go better than last year. Of course, it didn't take much to do that. I was determined to make sure things went well for me because I had scholarships to win if I wanted to make it into a good school. My run-in with a leprechaun last year had given me more confidence in my abilities, and I wanted to show it in both sports and academics. I participated in several sports camps during the summer, something I'd never done before. The skills had always come naturally to me. I wanted to stop relying on my luck and do things myself so that if I ever had another problem with Louie, I'd be prepared. Beth was down the hallway and waved when she saw me. She was dressed in her usual 80s clothes and with her hair pulled up into a bun. Jared was nowhere to be found, which meant he was probably with his football buddies. I pulled the combination card out of my pocket and went to find my locker. The ferry flew in as I opened it and inspected everything. What are you doing? I whispered. With the buzz of excited voices around me, I figured no one would notice me talking to my locker, but I was still worried. Making sure of... Never mind. She cleared her throat, sat on the edge of my locker shelf, and held out her hand. I'm April. You asked last night, but I never told you. Making sure of what? I could tell she was hiding something by the change of subject, but I brushed it off. Nice to meet you, April. Can you please get out of here? You won't even notice I'm around. Now, shut your locker before people start asking questions. She looked past me, and I turned around to find Jared behind me. I slammed the door so April couldn't escape. There you are. I reached up and gave him a hug. I needed to talk to my coach, Jared said, arms still around my waist. Do you often talk to your locker? Only on occasion. So, what's your first class? AP Calculus. This semester is going to kill me. He let go of my waist and took my bag from me. What do you have first? English. Mrs. Brooke. I've heard she's really tough. I heard a small thud in my locker, and I linked my arm through Jared's and pulled him away. He would get the full explanation from me later. How about you walk me to class? He looked back at the locker in confusion and then down at me. Is everything okay? You're a little more jumpy than I've seen you in months. I shook my head and kept walking to find a quiet spot. When I decided we were far enough away from listening ears, I stopped. It's starting again. I waited for Matt and Amber to walk past. There was no way I wanted them to hear this. Don't worry, it's not Louie. Or at least, not yet. This time, it's a fairy named April. She's followed me around since 3:30 this morning. She told me she's on guard duty, but I stopped as more students passed us to get to class. We'll talk later. Jared kissed me and left for math. I smiled at the girls who were glaring at me and rushed in to find a seat. Apparently their jealousy over me snagging Jared hadn't worn off yet. I slipped into the seat Beth had saved for me. She sat filing her nails and popping her gum. What took you so long? She whispered. Just a sec, I'll tell you. I pulled out a piece of paper and filled her in on what had happened and handed it to her just before Mrs. Brooks stood up to start class. Beth read it and popped a large bubble as she looked over at me, eyebrows raised. A fairy? She mouthed. Miss Martin, please throw that gum away, Mrs. Brooks said. Beth stood and wrapped the gum in my note, then threw it in the trash. She walked back to her desk and winked at the cute new guy in our class. He blushed and looked down at his paper. I shook my head, wondering if she cared about Adam anymore. But then, she'd always been one who loved to tease guys. Class went quickly, and before we knew it, the bell rang. Mrs. Brooke was actually a really cool teacher, and I couldn't wait for some of the projects she told us about. Anything but bad day papers. I'd had enough of that one the year before. Beth waved and left for our next class. I headed toward my locker to drop off my English books, and stopped suddenly when I noticed my locker rattling, and smoke spewed from it. I looked around, but no one else had seemed to notice. Magical smoke, then. That didn't make me feel any better. I crept to the locker and opened the door. It was a mess. My bag smoked, and the pencil box I'd set on the shelf that morning was a melted lump of plastic. But that wasn't what made me gasp. April was wrestling with what looked to be a miniature dragon. In my locker. I switched out my books, shut the door, and pretended I'd seen nothing. It was always safer that way, right? I pushed away the vision of Louie dumping water on Mr. Toddy last year. Okay, so maybe not. Is your locker smoking? A guy's voice said behind me. I whipped around to find the new guy from English leaning against the wall. He was pretty good looking, with his brown hair and blue eyes. I didn't know what else to do, so I walked away, but he caught up to me. Someone must have pulled a prank on me and filled it with something. I glanced at him and kept walking. Why would someone want to pull a prank on you? I'm Bryce, by the way. I stopped and looked at him. Last year was strange for me. People haven't forgotten. Excuse me, I need to get to class. Nice to meet you. I'm Megan. I smiled and walked away, hoping he wouldn't follow me. I barely paid attention in math as my mind wandered between what the teacher was saying and what was going on in my locker. And why had Bryce seen it? No one else seemed to see anything. I was brought back to reality when the teacher gave us a short assignment to work on in class. By the time the bell rang, I'd nearly forgotten about the mess that morning, until I returned to my locker. Bryce stood next to it, and this time there was a distinct sulfur smell in the air. Your locker is smoking again. I groaned inwardly and knew I wasn't going to get away with it. So much for a great first day of school. But wait, why was Bryce even here? He followed me to class, so he shouldn't have ended up at the locker before me. The way he kept looking at me was discomforting as well. I wanted him gone before Jared came by. Beth walked up, and I sighed in relief. Hey, Megan, what's up? Ew, what's that smell? She asked. Her nose wrinkled in disgust. That's your friend's locker. She insists nothing is wrong, though, Bryce said. But his eyes never left me. I looked over at Beth, pleading for help. She looked between Bryce and me before it clicked. She slid between us. Hey, what's your name again? Bryce? Could you help me with my books? They're so heavy. She smiled and dropped them into his arms. He glanced up at me. Sure. See you around, Megan. I was so intent on what was going on in my locker, I jumped about 3 feet when Jared put his arm on my shoulder. Whoa, calm down. Why'd you jump? He slipped his arm around my waist. Well, I was a little worried about what I'd find in here. But first, can you see anything coming from my locker? I opened the door slowly. I don't see anything, but I can smell rotten eggs. What did your mom make you for lunch? He laughed at his own joke. Nice. Seriously, though, you don't see anything? I coughed on the smoke, searching for April or the dragon, but they had disappeared. Nope. What should I be seeing? He leaned inside. Wait, are those scorch marks? He touched the sides. And what happened to your pencil box? I slipped my books in the locker and shut it. This morning, the fairy hung out here, and then between first and second period, my locker was smoking. I opened it, and I swear there was a mini dragon in there. A dragon? Seriously? Jared laughed. No, I'm making this up. I slugged his shoulder. You saw the scorch marks. Of course it's a dragon. He rubbed his shoulder, laughing. Hey, sorry. First it's a leprechaun, then a fairy, and now a dragon. You have to admit, this is all kinda crazy. I sighed. Yeah, I know. But why now? On my first day of school. Why not during the summer? The halls were almost empty, so I headed toward my next class. It wouldn't be a good thing to be tardy on the first day. That's a good question. Maybe she wanted a break. Following you has to be a tough job, he grinned. Funny boy. Supposedly she's been here this whole time, but she was invisible to me. I didn't get that. I could see Louie. Why not her? Huh. That's odd. We had Spanish together, so we found a place to sit and listened as Mr. Lloyd droned on about the assignments we'd have throughout the year. I doodled in my notebook while Jared worked on his math homework from that morning. The bell finally rang, and we escaped into the hallway. Jared dropped off his books and then walked with me. Let's see what your locker has in store for you now, he said. I'm not sure I want to know. I slowly opened the locker and let out the breath I'd been holding. It was empty of magical creatures. Looks like you're safe. But then the question is, where's the fairy? Jared looked around. I don't know, but let's get out of here before she comes back. I threw my books in, and we headed off to the lunchroom. After grabbing our food, I spotted Beth and made my way over to her. Who's that with Beth? Jared asked. And what happened with Adam? Good question, I muttered as we set our lunch trays down. Hey, Beth. Jared, this is Bryce. He's new this year. Bryce, this is my boyfriend, Jared, I said. Hey, man, you're on the football team, right? Bryce asked. I smiled inwardly when Jared sat a little taller. Yeah. You play running back, right? He asked. Bryce nodded. Yep, that's me. Awesome. So, do you play basketball? Jared took a bite of his corn. He must have been thrilled to finally have a guy to talk to while hanging out with Beth and me. Yeah, that's more my game. Bryce leaned forward. I hear you guys won state last year. Jared's eyes lit up. We did. It was pretty awesome. Soon they were lost in conversation about stats from last year. Beth looked at me and rolled her eyes. She ran cross country, but other sports bored her. If I knew her well enough, she would interrupt right about, "So, Bryce, where'd you move from?" She leaned forward and set her chin on her hands. Bryce shifted in his seat and avoided our eyes. "Oh, out of state. My dad got a job here, so we moved." I glanced at Beth and Jared, wondering why he'd avoided answering the question. Who was this guy, and where had he really come from? Just then, the lunch bell rang, and we all stood to empty our trays. "Ready for class, Megan?" Jared asked. "Yep, let's go. See you guys later." I needed to talk to Jared without Bryce around. There was something strange about the guy, and I wanted to know if it was just me who noticed. "Hey, good luck with that smoking locker." Bryce winked and saluted as he walked away. "Smoking locker?" Jared asked. Wait, he saw the smoke? He watched Bryce talk to a few of the football guys down the hall. "Yeah, that's why I asked if you saw anything," I explained. Bryce turned and smiled. Had he heard us? There's something about that guy that I don't like. What was up with him not telling us where he's from? Jared shoved his hands in his pocket and leaned against the locker. "I wondered if you caught that." I grabbed my books, and we headed toward class. "Yeah, it was strange. I guess we'll have to keep an eye on him." We found a seat. Mr. Hobbs went over the rules, then asked us to read the first 10 pages from our books. My mind wandered, and I found myself reading the first paragraph several times. I looked up to stretch my neck and let out a gasp. April sat on the light fixture, her legs dangling over the side. Her clothes were blackened, and I thought I saw a small tendril of smoke coming from her singed hair. When the bell rang, I collected my stuff and yelped when April landed on my desk. I hoped that no one heard, but a few people looked over. I thought I saw a spider." I jumped up and left the classroom in a hurry, Jared following close behind. "Hey, Megan, wait up." "What's going on?" Jared asked. I looked back at him to see April following behind, so I walked faster. Jared caught up and took my hand. "What's wrong? Did someone do something to you?" "No, I just can't seem to get rid of magical creatures." April landed on Jared's shoulder and walked around. "Can you feel that?" "Feel what?" Jared brushed off his arms, knocking April over. She sat up and held her head. "She's talking about the fairy on your shoulder," Bryce said. He pointed at April and smirked. "What? Where?" Jared swatted again, and April shot up into the air. She stuck her tongue out at Bryce and flew into my locker. "You could see her?" Jared asked in dismay. Bryce shrugged. "Yeah, I've been able to for a while now. We'll have to chat about it sometime." He winked at me and walked down the hallway. Ugh, I couldn't believe he'd winked at me while my boyfriend stood right there. Or at all, for that matter. But my curiosity was piqued. I had to find out how Bryce could see them, but by the look on Jared's face, right now was not the time. I took his hand and walked with him to class. Jared was so distracted, he barely reacted when I kissed him on the cheek. He gave a small wave and wandered into his classroom. I watched him for a moment before heading toward PE. I looked forward to running laps so I could think. "Hey, sorry about that. I didn't mean to upset your boyfriend." I jumped. Bryce leaned up against a locker. I sighed and turned toward him. I didn't want to be late for class, but I wanted to hear what he had to say. "He's okay. Jared saw some pretty crazy stuff this past year. So when something sat on his shoulder that he couldn't see, it really shook him. Question is, why can you see her?" "I could ask you the same thing," he said, raising one eyebrow. When I stared at him, he sighed. "I had a run-in with a leprechaun a couple of years ago. Ever since then, I've been able to see other creatures. That fairy following you and the dragon in your locker aren't the only things wandering these halls. You just haven't concentrated hard enough." I whipped my head around, expecting something to jump out at me, but nothing happened. When I turned back to Bryce, I caught his sneer. Class was just about to start, and I had wasted my time with this jerk? I walked away, pretending I didn't hear him calling my name. Class had already begun by the time I changed, so I crept in and sat down with the other girls, hoping the teacher wouldn't notice. I could tell by the look she gave me, though, that she'd noticed. We played volleyball as a class and then ran laps, which allowed me to get the frustration out of my head. During last period, I was exhausted from pushing myself a little harder than normal in PE, and I kept nodding off. That was until I felt something sharp pierce my toe. I looked down to find the same miniature dragon from my locker attached to my shoe. So I was right. It really was a dragon. And then the pain hit. Searing pain that shot up my leg. I stomped repeatedly, but it wouldn't budge. So I jumped out of my seat. Everyone gawked at me as I danced around. I'd hoped that I wouldn't have to see those looks ever again. With one final kick, he came loose and disappeared with a final burst of flame. I hobbled up to the front of the classroom and took a hall pass from the teacher, who didn't say anything. My foot throbbed as I made my way into the locker room to pull off my shoe. There was a small slice in the middle of my big toe, and the whole thing was red. Had I been wearing tennis shoes, the dragon probably wouldn't have been able to break the skin. I cursed the cute flats I'd insisted on getting for school. Chapter 2. There was a small whoosh before April landed near my foot. Oh no! I'm so sorry! This is what I was guarding you from, and I failed! She collapsed to the floor and burst into tears. Whoa! My toe hurt a lot, but it wasn't that bad. Hey, what's wrong? It's a small bite. It hurts, but I'll be fine. How did he get out anyway? When my locker was empty, I figured you'd managed to make him leave. That was the wrong thing to say. Her crying became even louder. When she wouldn't tell me what was wrong, I limped over to the faucet and hopped up onto the counter to wash my toe. I hoped no one would walk in on me because it would be rather hard to explain how I'd managed to get a hole through my toe. Once April had dried her tears, she flew over and inspected the injury. She poked and prodded around the bite until I gasped in pain. Well, it's not too bad, but I'm still going to be in big trouble. We need to get you healed up as soon as we can so I can save my job. Ready to go? What? Where are we going? I can't just leave school. Speaking of which, I needed to get back to class. I dried off my foot and slipped the shoe back on. I left the locker room, and April trailed behind me, begging me to go get healing. There was no way I was going anywhere with her. I figured if I was in class, she'd leave me alone. I was wrong. After handing back the hall pass, I sat at my desk and took notes. April kept trying to distract me by pulling faces. When I thought she'd finally lost patience and left, I was suddenly filled with agonizing pain. I yelped and looked under the desk to find April biting my ankle. The bell rang just then, so I was able to escape without further stares. I limped out of the room, wondering how in the world I was going to play volleyball that day. Beth caught up to me after school and noticed my limp. What happened to you? Fairies. I spat out the word as I yanked open my locker. I shoved all my books in my backpack before slamming the locker door. Fairies? Oh, you mean the fairy from this morning? What else did she do? Wait, did she take your luck again? Beth searched my face as though she was looking for my luck. No, nothing like that. Although I'm beginning to wonder if someone's playing a trick on me. This dragon thing bit me during last period. I would have laughed at the look on Beth's expression if my foot didn't hurt so badly. It doesn't end there. April was trying to get me to leave with her so I could get my foot looked at. When I refused to listen, she bit me. Beth stared for a second longer before she busted up laughing. Do you hear yourself? If I didn't know you, I'd think you'd gone crazy. What does it look like? What, my toe? The pain was getting worse. Maybe I should have gone with April. No, the dragon. I've always wanted to see one. Her eyes danced. I looked at her strangely. You have? You don't even like fantasy stuff. Beth blushed. I don't like to admit it, but I have quite a collection of fantasy books in my room, hidden under my bed. Beth, I'm your best friend. How could I not know this? I shook my head and limped toward the locker room. She ran to catch up to me. You're right, I probably should have told you. And it's your fault. I read one of the books you have stowed away in your room and got hooked. So, can you tell me what a dragon looks like? I knew she wouldn't give up until I told her. Her stubbornness was one thing I loved about her. Fine. He was green with yellow spikes. He wasn't very big, though. I'm not sure if they're all that size or if he was a baby. That is so cool. I wish I'd seen it. I don't think I'm very fond of dragons. My toe feels like it's on fire. Well, let's go look at it. Beth followed me into the locker room and waited for me to take off my shoe. We both gasped. My toe was now a sickly yellow color. There must have been venom in his bite or something, because toes weren't supposed to be this color. The volleyball team showed up to get ready for practice, so I grabbed the tape from my locker and wrapped my foot. I winced as my toe oozed something, but I couldn't let anyone else see it. You sure you want to play on that thing? Beth asked. I'm not missing practice for a stupid bite, even though I really just wanted to curl up into a ball and cry. Your toe is oozing yellow slime. I think that's a good reason. She tried to keep her voice down, but a few girls looked over. It's not a big deal, but it was. I had to be insane to play like this. Beth rolled her eyes and waved goodbye as she left to watch the football team practice. She hated sports, but she liked watching the guys. I finished changing and slipped into my volleyball shoes. Yes, insane was a good word for me right then. Volleyball started out great, despite the pain. My serves went exactly where I wanted them to go, and the team couldn't return my spikes. Halfway through practice, I came down from making an awesome block and felt a jolt of pain as the other girl came down right on my toe. I cried out and dropped to the ground. Of course, she would have to hit the toe where I'd been bitten by a dragon. Everyone ran over to see if I was okay, and I insisted I would be fine after a short break. I told the coach I was going to get a drink and limped to the drinking fountain. My foot was hurting bad enough. I leaned against the wall and slid down to sit for a minute. Are you okay? Coach Matthews asked, standing at the doorway of the gym. Yes. I think I might have to leave, though, if that's okay. I pushed myself up, careful not to put pressure on my foot. That's fine. We're finishing up anyway. Let me take a look at your ankle before you go. I want to make sure it's not sprained. He reached down, but I jumped away. No! My mom is studying to be a nurse. I'll have her look at it. Coach thought for a moment. Okay. Well, I'll see you at the game tomorrow. Go home, rest up. Thanks, Coach. I will. I limped to the locker room and grabbed my stuff before going out to my car. Tears of pain ran down my face. Football practice had just gotten over as well, and I spotted Jared in the crowd. I waved at him as he broke off from the rest of the team to meet me. He bent down to kiss me and accidentally kicked my foot. I let out a yelp and he pulled back. What's wrong? I dropped to the ground. It's my foot. A dragon bit it. Was it the one from your locker? I nodded. It bit me during last period. It's killing me. Jared tried to pull off my shoe, but the pain was too intense. Come on, let's get you home. He helped me up and walked me to his truck, his arm around me for support. There was no way I could drive using that foot. While Jared drove, I texted Beth to let her know my foot was worse. Brilliant. You'll be lucky if it doesn't fall off. Yeah, thanks. Jared is taking me home. I'll be right over. Don't do anything stupid. I smiled at the last part. She knew me too well. I texted back, too late, and put away my phone. Beth's coming over. I tried shifting positions, but it just made the pain worse. That's good. Jared glanced over at me. So, if your foot hurts so badly, why were you playing volleyball? I have no idea. I'm a glutton for punishment, I guess. It wasn't this bad when I started playing, and I figured I could deal with a bad ankle last year. This would be fine. Of course, I didn't expect Danny to step on my foot either. Ouch, that had to hurt. He turned the corner and headed down my street. How was your practice? I changed the subject, hoping it would help distract me. It was pretty good. I think we can beat Declo this weekend. Bryce didn't show up today. I looked over at him in surprise. Really? Won't your coach be mad? From what I understood, the football coach was pretty strict about missing practice. I guess so. This isn't the first practice he's missed, though. Oh, hey, it looks like Beth's already here. He pulled in behind her car and helped me out. The van wasn't in the driveway, and I was relieved that I wouldn't have to explain to Mom what had happened. Beth climbed out of her car. So, do you agree now that volleyball practice probably wasn't the best thing for your toe? She joked, but I could see the worry on her face. Yes, oh brilliant one. I made a mistake. Now help me in, please. Fine. I'll grab your bag. She pulled it out of the truck and followed me and Jared into the house. Jared helped me sit down in the living room, and I propped my foot up on the old coffee table. I undid the shoelaces, and then Jared slowly pulled off my shoe. I'd never been in so much pain. The skin under the tape was oozing, and my whole foot was now swollen. I grabbed a pillow and squeezed it as Jared pulled the tape off. He looked up at me, his face a slight green color. What in the world did you do? I told you, it was the dragon. Stupid thing bit me. April was supposed to keep it away from me, but apparently she lost track of it. I'll be back. I assume your bandages and stuff are in the bathroom? Beth asked. I nodded, and she hopped up while Jared grabbed some ice from the freezer. Now that the shoe and sock were off, my toe hurt less, but it still throbbed, and my head pounded along with it. I wondered where in the world April was, and silently demanded that she show up now. I heard a faint pop, and April appeared. I opened one eye. Don't you touch my foot! She cringed and grabbed her hair with both hands. I knew I wasn't the one for this job. I'm in so much trouble. She paced back and forth. Why are you in trouble? Who sent you here? I flopped back on the couch. And what was that dragon thing? April sighed. I was sent here by the Magical Council to guard you. We had word that Louie was coming after you, and I was supposed to prevent that from happening. Those dragons are some of the minions he's hired. Wow, Louie's really gone crazy, hasn't he? The fact that he had minions intrigued me. He couldn't come on his own because of a wish I'd made back in February. You have no idea. When you managed to beat him, it broke him. Now he's bent on taking you down, along with anyone who helped you. So my friends are in danger? I asked as Beth and Jared entered the room. They looked around to see who I was talking to. No, Louie doesn't have access to them. He may have stolen their luck, but the connection was very short, so he can't find them as easily as he can find you. Plus, he's been to your house, not theirs. I'm still trying to arrange guardian fairies for them. Sorry, but this is going to sting. Beth bent down and poured some alcohol on a cloth to clean up my foot. I winced when she touched it, and Jared took my hand for comfort. Thanks. I smiled at him gratefully and then watched as April walked around, inspecting what Beth was doing. She seemed satisfied, and as soon as the wound was clean, she searched through the bag on her shoulder for a bottle and popped off the cork. Jared and Beth may not have been able to see what April was doing, but they could smell it. The potion reeked of rotten potatoes, and we all gagged as she poured it over my toe. There, that should do it. Your friend should think of training in curing magical injuries. She cleaned it up perfectly. We all watched as my toe closed up. My foot still throbbed, but the yellowing slowly faded. Jared set the ice on my injury. April shrieked and quickly took it off. Not ice! That will only make it worse. That boy should stay away from anything magical. She glared at him. Whoa, that was crazy. I mean, the toe suddenly healing was cool, but that ice just moved by itself. Jared prodded the ice with his finger. And what was that smell? After Beth cleaned it, she said you're a natural, by the way. April poured something from the bottle onto it. but she said ice wasn't a good idea. Beth looked surprised, but pleased with herself. I guess all those first aid classes paid off. Anyway, I'd love to stay and chat, but I have homework to do. School is going to kill me. She stood and stretched. We heard the garage door open, and I grabbed the paper towels and the tape so I could get rid of the evidence. Mom would flip out if she saw it. I dumped it in the garbage in the backyard and walked into the kitchen as my mom came through the door, the twins nearly knocking her over to get to Jared. Jared, guess what? I got to be tested for kindergarten. And my teacher said I was smart, Maddie yelled, blushing. She developed a little crush on him over the summer. She said I was smart too. William tugged on Maddie's shirt. Come on, let's go play with blocks. Maddie flashed one more dazzling smile at Jared before running off to play. Beth laughed at the look on Jared's face. Wow, Jared, you're quite popular around here. Please forgive me if I don't swoon as well. Beth grabbed her purse off the couch, then waved goodbye and left. Are you staying for dinner, Jared? I'm making enchiladas, Mom said. That sounds tempting, but I'd better take off for work. Catch you later, Megan. Pick you up in the morning? Sure, that'd be great. Let me walk you to the truck. I followed him out and kissed him on the cheek before he climbed in. Thanks for the ride home. Note to self, stay away from dragons. Jared laughed, but looked concerned. Are you sure you're okay? I don't like that these creatures are suddenly appearing, and it really bothers me that I can't see them. You'd think that after being around Louie, I'd be able to. I'll have to ask her why. I paused, thinking of the smoking locker. April told me that Louie sent that dragon since he couldn't come himself. I thought I was done with this mess. I'm sorry, Megan. You know Beth and I will be here to help you. Well, I will, at least. I can't speak for her. She may be too busy fawning over Bryce. The slightly bitter tone in Jared's voice when he mentioned Bryce's name surprised me. I leaned into the car and kissed him. Everything will be fine. I've got my knight in shining armor by my side, I said as I stepped back. Jared smiled and started his truck. That's right. Louie messed with the wrong dude. I watched him drive away. It would be nice if my knight in shining armor wasn't needed so often. I wanted my normal life back. Chapter 3. Mom stood in the kitchen when I came inside. Megan, what is this? She held one of the paper towels I'd thrown away. Those are the paper towels I used to clean off an injury I got at school. Nice. That wouldn't make her worry at all. Mom looked at me and then at the bandage in horror. Where is it? I want to see. How did it happen? She put her hand on my shoulder and steered me over to a kitchen chair. I reluctantly lifted my foot, praying the greenish tint was still gone. Unfortunately, whatever April had put on it must only work for a small amount of time because it had opened back up and the green color was back. At least it wasn't oozing. That would have sent my mom over the edge. Megan, what did this? Did you step on something? She inspected it more closely. It might have been a dragon. I trailed off and looked away. I really didn't want to get into this again. Things had been better between us now that Louie was gone, but I didn't want to push it. A dragon. She lifted one eyebrow and studied my face. When I didn't say anything else, she sighed. You're sure you didn't step on a nail? A nail. Maybe I should have gone with that story. Maybe. If a nail looks like an evil lizard. I pulled my foot off her lap. How about I help with dinner? I tried to stand, but she pulled me back down. No, you sit right here and ice your foot. Maybe I should try heat. Cold sounds like it would hurt. Nice try. She pulled out the ice pack and handed it to me. I don't like the look of it, or the smell. I grabbed a dish towel and folded it over a few times. Maybe it would insulate my toe enough to protect it from the ice. My dad got home from work and saw me sitting at the table. Oh, I didn't think you were home. Your car isn't out front. He noticed the toe. What happened? I did something to my foot, so Jared gave me a ride home. I could feel the cold soaking in, and knew I needed to get the ice off soon. She says it's from a dragon. Mom shook her head and set the pan in the oven. A dragon, huh? What did he do? Bite you? Dad asked. Actually, yes. And it hurt again. I took the towel off and handed the ice pack to my dad so I could inspect my toe. Oh, great. The oozing was back. Maybe the ice really wasn't a good idea. I pulled my foot down and hopped up, cringing as I put pressure on it. After bandaging my foot again, I helped set the table, trying not to limp as I did so. Are you okay, Megan? Looks like you're limping. Maybe we need to take you in. Dad loosened his tie and picked up his briefcase. It's fine. Couldn't be better. I really didn't want them to see how bad it was right now, so I had to play down the pain. You sure? Dad tilted his head to the side. You're a little pale. I'll go rest after dinner. It's fine. We sat down to eat, and the twins chattered about school, TV shows, and toys long enough that no one noticed I didn't say anything. My foot was worse than ever, and I could barely move my toes. Once I could escape the dinner table, I limped up the stairs and into my room. I flopped on my bed and panicked when I saw that the green from the dragon's venom seemed to have climbed up my foot and into my ankle. I called for April in my mind. I wasn't sure if she'd hear, but the last thing I needed was for Mom and Dad to come up to see what I needed. April popped in, chewing on what looked like a mushroom. She quickly swallowed and snapped her fingers, making the mushroom disappear. She landed on my foot and then jumped back up into the air. What did you do? She screeched. Did you put ice on it? I told you no ice. Rather than searching through her bag, she dumped its contents onto my bed. There was no way all of the bottles and pouches of potions fit into that little bag. I reached out to pick one up, and she slapped my hand. Don't touch. And call Beth. Yes, ma'am. I called Beth and asked her to hurry to my house. When I explained what had happened, Beth promised to be over as soon as she could and hung up. April found the potion and poured it over my foot. I held my nose and watched the green recede back down to my toe before the puncture closed again and released a small puff of smoke. Ew! Now please listen this time. No more ice. Stop listening to your boyfriend. She shook her finger at me. Actually, this time it was my mom. She's studying to be a nurse. April looked at me for a second before responding. Well, it may work for most wounds, but not magical wounds. It reacts to the venom and makes it multiply. She put all the potions back in her bag and then flitted around the room, inspecting trophies and other items on the shelves. Hey, April, I have a question. Why can I see you and other creatures, but Beth and Jared can't? April stopped going through my sock drawer and turned around. I had to let you. I needed to get in the window. For some reason, I couldn't last night. But Bryce can see you too. Who's Bryce? Is he that cute guy at school? She flew over, sat down on the bed, and started painting her nails with polish she snapped into existence. If you mean the guy with brown hair and blue eyes Beth kept talking to, yes, that's him. He saw the locker smoking, and he knows about you. So why can he see you, but my other friends can't? April finished painting the nails on one hand and started on the second before deciding to answer. I don't know. I'll have to check with my boss. Did he think I was cute? There was a knock at the door, and Beth poked her head in. I only have a few minutes. What's up? I wiggled my foot. The green color was gone, but it was still swollen and stiff. This isn't even the worst of it. Ice? She asked. Yep, Mom made me. Beth sighed. I'll be right back. She ducked out of the room and came back a few minutes later with gauze and medicine from the bathroom, then shut the door and locked it so the twins couldn't come bursting in. Once she cleaned the wound, she wrapped my foot. April sat to the side, nodding her head in approval. Yep, she's definitely a healer of magic, she said. She hopped up, snapped her polish away, and inspected my foot. Now please, no more ice. The infection should be gone by morning if you leave it alone. In the meantime, she reached into her pocket, pulled out some powder, and threw it over herself. Beth gasped. "There's a fairy on your bed." Beth climbed onto the bed to get a closer look and knocked April over. She helped her up, apologizing profusely. Grumbling to herself about clumsy humans, April gave me a salute and then disappeared. I'd better take off. Mom needs me to get a couple of things for dinner. Beth grabbed the medical supplies and set them on my dresser before leaving. April appeared as soon as we heard Beth leave. "I've been told that under no circumstances am I to leave your sight." She pulled open my shirt drawer and made herself comfortable. I rolled out of bed and turned to find her right in front of me with her arms folded. "Whoa, whoa! Where are you going? Do not put any weight on that foot. Do you want it to fall off?" "I need to get ready for bed. That's what you do at night." I flopped back onto my pillow. She pulled out a blue wand with a star at the tip and pointed it at my mouth. A small amount of powder shot at my teeth, and I instantly had a minty taste fill my mouth. "There, consider your teeth brushed." "Okay, but what am I going to do about my contacts? I can't keep them in." April disappeared, then showed up a few seconds later with my contact case. "Here you go." "I need the solution, too. It's in a big bottle, so maybe I should just—" "Stay right there." She disappeared, and I heard a huge crash a few seconds later. April flew into my room, losing altitude by the second as she dragged the solution to my bed. I had just enough time to grab it and shove it under my pillow before my mom knocked on the door. I pulled my blanket over my foot and grabbed the book off my table. "Megan, are you okay, sweetie?" I heard a big crash. She looked around the room. "Huh? I didn't hear anything. Are you sure it wasn't the twins?" "No, it wasn't them. I was getting their pajamas on. How are you feeling?" "I'm good, just tired. I think I want to go to sleep. Could you turn off the lights as you go out?" "Let me see your foot first. I want to know if we need to take you in." She reached for the blanket. I thought of fighting her, but there was no point. "It looks much better." Or at least I could pretend it did. "Wow, you did a great job with the bandage." She touched the area around it. "Well, it's not hot, so there's no infection yet. I won't take it off for tonight, but I'll want to see it in the morning." "Okay. Good night." I leaned back and closed my eyes and realized how tired I was. "Good night." She kissed me on top of my head and turned off the light on her way out. As soon as the door was shut and I could hear her going downstairs, I turned on the lamp and pulled the solution from under my pillow. April appeared right next to my elbow, and I dropped my contact in surprise. "Man, I'll never get used to you doing that." I picked up my contact and set it in the case. "What was that huge bang?" April blushed, ducked her head, and landed on the bed next to me. "Your bottle was a lot heavier than I expected, and I dropped it into the sink. I think I pulled something in my back." "Well, thanks for grabbing it. Where does your back hurt?" April turned around and pointed. Carefully, I used my fingertip and rubbed softly until she hopped up in the air. "Much better. Thank you. Now get some sleep. Your foot needs to heal, and the potion works best when you're resting." She flew over and nestled down in my shirts before pointing at my lamp to turn it off. I needed one of those wands. "Hey, April, why didn't you zap my case in here like you do with other stuff?" "You ask too many questions." She yawned. "So much for keeping watch." I smiled and rolled over. I awoke the next morning to Maddie and William jumping on my bed. The smell of pancakes wafted up the stairs. Mom must not have locked the door when she left my room. I kicked the twins out and hopped over to make sure the door was locked this time. As I was about to put some pressure on my bad foot, April sped over toward me. "Wait! I have to check your injury." I backed up into the chair by the door. She tugged at the bandages until her face turned red. When she stopped to catch her breath, I reached over and grabbed some fingernail clippers out of my drawer. I clipped a small piece of the bandage and then ripped off the rest. She mumbled under her breath and looked closely at my foot. It looked completely healed to me, but I patiently waited. I wasn't about to have it act up again. There was a game that night, and I wanted to play. It looks fine. Take it easy and stay away from dragons." "Thanks. I never would have figured that out. I stood and got ready for school, careful to wear sneakers that wouldn't be as easy to bite through. The twins were at the table eating breakfast when I went in and put a couple of pancakes on my plate. I had just taken my first bite when I heard a knock at the door. I went to answer it, making sure to check through the peephole. Jared stood there, looking as gorgeous as always. I grinned before opening the door. Even after 7 months, I couldn't believe he was my boyfriend. Hey, Jared, I'm almost ready. I ran to the office to say goodbye to Mom and grabbed my backpack. Let's go. On the way to school, I told Jared what had happened with my foot. He seemed quiet, and I wondered what was going on. He made his usual jokes, but they were half-hearted. Once we got to school, he kissed me on the forehead and didn't say a word before leaving to find his friends. I shook it off, hoping I could talk to him during lunch. I crept up to my locker, but it looked perfectly harmless, so I opened it, holding my breath. When I saw it was completely empty, I breathed a sigh of relief, then promptly screamed when Beth jumped up to my side with a loud, "Hi!" As I tried to calm my rapid heartbeat, I listened to Beth gush over the fact that she could see April, and she swore she saw a dragon flying through the air as she drove to school. Wait, you saw a dragon? It was headed here? Goosebumps ran up my arms. No, it was just flying. Beth glanced around. Where's Jared? He's probably hanging out with his friends before class. I tried not to look disappointed, but I couldn't fool Beth. She raised her eyebrows. Did you two have a fight? No, I told Jared about what happened last night and he went quiet. When we got to school, he left me without saying goodbye. It's probably nothing. It's not like he can't hang out with his friends. I slammed the locker and smiled, trying to show I was fine. Beth wisely chose to drop the subject. She caught sight of Bryce and made a beeline for him. I sighed and followed her. Her crush on my brother Adam appeared to be long forgotten. I followed behind, dreading the inevitable flirting. Hey, Bryce. How's it going? Did you get your homework done? It was so hard. Beth grinned at him. I rolled my eyes. Bryce didn't know what had hit him. Yeah, I got it done. I can help you with it, if you'd like. He looked over at me. How's the foot? Good. I really didn't want to be there. Something about Bryce bothered me, and I didn't know why. Maybe it was because I wasn't the only one who knew about leprechauns. It was supposed to be something I only shared with Adam, Jared, and Beth. Wait, how did Bryce know about my foot? I was about to ask, but Beth interrupted. Guess what? I can see fairies now, too. I helped fix Megan's foot yesterday, and her fairy liked me enough that she made it so I could see her. Bryce looked over at me and then back down at Beth. That's pretty sweet. Can you only see the fairies? Or have you seen other things? Wait until you see the goblins. Those guys are pretty freaky. Beth asked Bryce about different creatures, and I looked over in time to see Jared watching us. I moved toward him, but he waved before walking the other way. The bell rang just then, so I walked to class, vaguely listening to the two lovebirds talk about dragons. I purposely found a spot that was in the middle of the other students so Beth couldn't sit by me. They didn't seem to notice, and found a place in the back. I was irritated with how my morning was going. It was hard to concentrate on the teacher, so I found myself staring out the window instead. Wait, what was that? I blinked and stared at a spot in the clouds. I could have sworn I'd seen something huge right there. When nothing flew past except a few small birds, I shook my head to clear it and paid attention to my teacher. Mrs. Brooke allowed us to work for the rest of the class period, so I opened the book to the page we were supposed to read on folklore. I looked up at Mrs. Brooke and then back down at the page, wondering if she knew what was going on. I eagerly read through the assigned pages, searching for clues about dragons, leprechauns, or fairies. None of it was very helpful. They seemed to be made-up stories from the past. I finished my paragraph summary and walked up to Mrs. Brooke's desk. Hey, Mrs. Brooke, do you know where I can learn more about this? It's for research for my book. You're writing a book? Very good, Megan. I have a few books you can look through. Most of them are at home so they don't get destroyed, but I can bring them tomorrow if you'd like. Wow, that would be great. I'm mostly looking for leprechauns, dragons, and fairies. That's quite a combination of creatures. I'll see what I can find. I only ask that you let me read your story when you're done. She smiled at me, and I promised her she would be the first to read it. Great. On top of everything else, I had to come up with a story. Math went by quickly, and I was relieved that nothing crazy had happened. Of course, it could have been that I was too into what the teacher was saying to stare out the window. It was strange that I hadn't seen April lately, but I wasn't about to complain. At the end of class, I wrote down the assignment and gathered my books. I was lost in thought as I weaved my way through the crowded hallway and didn't notice the person in front of me until I ran into him. Oh, hey, Oh, hi, Bryce. Where did Beth go? I couldn't help the disappointment I felt. Jared had always been the one I ran into, but he managed to avoid me all day. I don't know. We didn't have class together. I was supposed to pass on a message. You're to stay close to April. The opposition is getting worse. Apparently, the fact that the dragon didn't kill you made Louie very angry. He walked past, but I grabbed his arm. Wait, who told you to give me that message? I didn't like that he was getting messages for me, or that I couldn't find April. I have my sources. Don't go anywhere without your fairy. There have been a few sightings in the area of much bigger creatures than that little shrimp that attacked you yesterday, he smirked. We got to my locker and I looked over to see Jared heading toward me. It was nice to see him, but I was embarrassed that he'd seen me with Bryce. Hey, Bryce, how's it going? Jared said as he reached my locker. He put his arm around me, almost protectively. Good, man. See you at football. Bryce backed up a few steps with a smug expression. Jared nodded, and Bryce left with one more warning to be careful. Jared watched him walk away and then looked down at me. What was that all about? He told me to stick with my fairy. Something big is supposedly coming. I shut my locker and looked around. I wonder where April is right now. I haven't seen her all morning. Jared dropped his arm and we walked hand in hand to the lunchroom. We picked up our lunch, and I noticed that Jared purposely sat on the opposite side of the room from Bryce. It was strange to see Jared jealous, but I didn't want to push it by insisting on sitting by him. I told Jared about the books Mrs. Brooke would be bringing for me. I wonder what's in them. Do you think she knows about fairies? I shrugged. I don't know, but I'll take what I can get. I took a bite of potatoes. Maybe she has the same kind of book you found at the library. Oh, that would be cool. There was so much more I wanted to read about leprechauns. And now I'm curious about the dragon that was here yesterday. I thought they were supposed to be huge. Well, kimono dragons are pretty small, or iguanas. They look like dragons too. I laughed. I'm pretty sure iguanas aren't dragons. But you have a point. How's your toe, by the way? Will you be able to play tonight? It hasn't hurt all day, so I should be fine. Awesome. I'll be there right after practice. Great. I'm glad you can come. I was worried you'd have to work. A thrill ran through me. This was the first sport he'd actually watched me play since we started dating, and I couldn't help the nerves that settled in. I saw Beth searching for us and waved her over. She looked from Bryce back to us and then finally headed to sit by me. By the way she grinned, I knew she had something exciting to tell us. Guess what? I saw a dragon again. It was huge. I saw it during class. What's wrong? Her eyes darted between the two of us. Jared was suddenly more interested in his food. The dragon is after me, Beth. I was warned to stay with April, although I'm not sure how much protection a fairy can be against a dragon. I had a battle wound already, and that was a baby one. April suddenly appeared. It's not the dragons you have to worry about. It's the leprechauns on their backs. She landed by my tray and poked at my fruit. Good thing I was finished with it. What do you mean? The leprechauns ride on them? Now that's something I have to see, Beth said. She took a bite of her sandwich. Jared stood up quickly. Well, I better get going. He walked away without saying anything else. I looked over at Beth and shrugged. He can't see fairies or dragons, and it really bothers him. Oh, sorry. Beth stared at me for a second. It's really weird that he can't see them. April put her hands on her hips. I can't just go around letting everyone see me. She disappeared. I'd better go find him and try to make things better. See you in class. I went over to drop off my tray. As I left the lunchroom, I noticed that Beth had gone over to sit by Bryce. Chapter 4. Jared, hold on! I ran after Jared and pulled on his Letterman jacket. What's wrong? Jared gazed at me for a second and pushed some stray hairs from my face. I guess I'm frustrated that you have all this going on and I don't get to be a part of it. I can't help you if I can't even see what I'm supposed to be fighting. I put my hands on his shoulders. Jared, stop this. I don't want help from anyone else. Let me see if I can get April to do the same thing she did for Beth. April! Jared looked away. You don't have to call her. I need to get my books. No, wait. April. April appeared, looking annoyed. You think I'm going to let him see me? Yeah, right. She popped back out. It might take a little convincing. Come on, let's go. We grabbed our books and headed to class. Jared still seemed sad, so I kept making faces at him. It took a few minutes, but I finally got a snicker out of him. Mr. Hobbs glared at us, which made me laugh. I ducked my head down and became very interested in the book in front of me. Mr. Hobbs began his lecture again, and I looked over at Jared. He winked at me before going back to work. He seemed a little more relaxed than he had been all day, so it seemed like things were back to normal. After school, I opened my locker to grab the books I'd need when April comes speeding up to me. Her eyes were wide and kept darting everywhere. Don't go outside. Whatever excuse you need, stay in here. We have a situation going on out there. I looked closer at her and noticed her hair was smoking. What kind of situation? April, I need to go home. I have to get my homework done before my game tonight. I headed toward the door, but she flew in front of me again, this time with a knife in her hand. It was about the size of a toothpick, but the look on her face told me she wasn't afraid to use it. Okay, I'll stay here, I said as Jarrett walked up to me. Hey, Megan, ready to go? April told me I'm not supposed to leave. There seems to be a situation out there. I rolled my eyes. What kind of situation? Jared asked. I looked over at April. Dragon. Big dragon. April held her arms out wide, which was pretty comical considering they were only about 4 inches apart. She said it's a big dragon. It's probably the one Beth saw earlier. I shut my locker and zipped up my bag. I need to go home and get my work done. I'd rather not hang out here all day. Plus, my uniform's at home. Jared rubbed his chin, thinking, well, I'll be there with you. I could protect you. April studied Jared for a moment before turning to me. Well, I suppose that would be okay, but I'm sticking right with you. She said that's fine. Great, let's hurry. April landed on my head, and Jared put his arm around me. It was cloudy and windy, but otherwise, everything looked fine outside. On the count of 3, we ran for the truck. The trip home was tense while I watched to make sure the dragon wasn't anywhere close. April flitted around the truck and kept telling Jared to go faster. Yeah, that wasn't a distraction. I made it home and scanned the area. Okay, I think I'm good. Hurry back to school. I'll be fine. You sure? Jared asked, concerned. Of course. Coach will be ticked if you're not at practice on time. I leaned over and kissed him before jumping out and sprinting for my house. Just as I made it to the door, I heard and felt a whoosh behind me. I slammed the door and ran over to the window in the living room. Jared pulled away, apparently not seeing the massive dragon on my front lawn. It had small blue spikes all over its body and massive black wings folded against its side. It was almost green with thin stripes of black and white along the body. The thing that got me, though, was the saddle on its back carrying several small leprechauns. They didn't seem to want to leave the dragon, which helped me relax. I wished I had a camera that would capture it. I grabbed a piece of paper and sketched it the best I could before the dragon flew away, leprechauns shaking their fists toward my house. I stuck my tongue out at them and headed for my room to get my homework done. My heart was still beating rapidly as I pushed my way through. Once it was done, I came up with the beginning of a story for Mrs. Brooke. It was more of an autobiography than she would ever know, but it made it easier for me to write that way. I turned on my computer to search for information on dragons and then went downstairs to find a snack. Maddie and William were busy coloring at the kitchen table. I gasped when I saw Maddie's picture. Maddie, what is that? It was pretty detailed compared to what she usually drew. A dragon. It was outside our house, but William doesn't believe me. She continued to color in the stripes I knew all too well. William rolled his eyes and kept coloring his truck. April appeared at my shoulder and watched Maddie draw. I gestured for her to follow me and headed toward the stairs. Snacks could wait. I had some questions for her. Bye, April, Maddie called, not looking up. Maddie knew April? My world kept getting crazier by the second. I made it to my room and then whipped around. How does my sister know you? Well, I might have possibly gone to the wrong room when I was told to protect you. When I hit her with the powder, I realized she was a little too young to be you, so I panicked and left the house. I found your room, but it was locked. I thought you said you'd helped me before this. How did you get us confused? I've been in the same room since I was 3. Hey, you're not the only person I've had to help. Plus, I may have had too much pollen tea that night. April scratched her head, looking sheepish. Brilliant. Is there any way you can take the magic away? Things were crazy enough without worrying about Maddie seeing the creatures. What if something scary showed up? Nope. And even if I could, I wouldn't. You don't want to take away the imagination of a child by suddenly making it so she can't see magical creatures. It's easier for adults. They brush things off all the time. That made sense, but I was still not happy that Maddie had to deal with it. I should have stayed at the school. I looked at my watch and realized that I needed to get ready for my game. It would be interesting getting there if the dragon was still around. After grabbing my shoes and knee pads, I went to find Mom so she could give me a ride. I figured I would be safer if I could leave from inside the garage. Mom was in the office, where Maddie was showing her the picture of the dragon. Hey, Mom. Are you coming to my game? I figured I could just go with you. Sure, honey. That works. Maddie, go get your shoes and tell your brother to get his. We'll leave in 5 minutes. Maddie skipped off, yelling at the top of her lungs to William. Where's Adam? I asked. It was strange not seeing him at school, and he was rarely at home now because of his job. He's at work. Dad will be late as well. Okay. It wasn't surprising. Things had been busy at work lately. He'd applied for a promotion at his advertising company and had to put together a portfolio. She studied Maddie's picture of the dragon. Honey, do you know where Maddie came up with this idea? She insists the dragon landed on our front lawn. Well, you know kids. She looked up at me. Yes, but yesterday you said you were bitten by a dragon, and suddenly they're popping up everywhere. I sighed. Remember Louie? She gave a short nod. Of course she remembered Louie. Well, he's rather angry, and apparently he's sending creatures after me because he can't come here himself. The fairy who was guarding me accidentally made it so Maddie could see magical creatures, too. By that time, Mom had her head in her hands. I backed up, ready to take myself to the game. How do you get rid of them? She asked. I looked at her in surprise. What? How do you get rid of them? I don't want them threatening my family. Her jaw was clenched and her eyes flashed. I don't know, but I'll find out. I stopped Louie once. We can stop him again. I'll make sure Maddie and William are safe. I promise. I bit my lip. There's another problem, though. I'm worried that dragon will come back while we're on our way to the game. Ready to drive fast? Mom stared at me for a second. You couldn't make your senior year easy for me, could you? She sighed and stood up. Let's go. I'd have you go by yourself, but I think that would be a bad idea. Thanks, Mom. I don't think it'll do anything to you or the twins. If it gets bad, stay in the car with them and I'll jump out and run into the school. Then you can take the kids home, okay? We'll see what happens. We walked out of the office together and gathered up the twins before heading off to the game. I kept watch as we left the garage and drove toward the high school. When we were halfway to the school, I was positive I heard a loud roar above us, and Maddie covered her ears. William kept playing with his toy truck, oblivious to the noise. Mom parked as close to the door as she could. I took a deep breath, thanked Mom, and took off sprinting for the gym. I made it to the door and shut it as I felt a rush of wind move past, smelling of campfires and something else. Sulfur? I was one of the first players to show up, so I stretched and headed onto the floor to warm up. My family came in and sat in the bleachers to watch. Maddie must not have told Mom she heard the dragon, or they probably would have gone home. I was able to push away the thoughts of dragons and drama and focus on the game ahead. That is, until my teammate Sarah walked in the door with her hair tangled and windswept. She laughed with Annie, another girl on the team, as they dropped off their bags. That was crazy wind. I swear it was alive. Did you see that pile of leaves get swept up? It was the dragon that caused the wind. Or was I just being paranoid? I shook my head and grabbed a ball to practice my serve. Everything I hit went wild. Jared walked in right before the game started. He grinned and winked at me, and I felt myself relax. Things would be fine with him here. I waved at him and ran over for a team cheer. April flew up and perched on the basketball hoop to watch the game. The other team, Declo, served first, and the game began. It was an intense game, and both teams were evenly matched. We slowly gained points. It came to my serve, and I walked back to the line. As I lifted the ball to serve it, I heard a loud crash on the roof of the gym. The lights flickered, and several people screamed. The dragon had arrived. Chapter 5. April looked at me in alarm and disappeared. I just hoped it was to check on the dragon and not because she was running away. Jared had his arm around William while Mom comforted Maddie. I could tell Jared was on edge, but since he couldn't see anything, he could only help comfort my brother and sister. When things had calmed down, the refs got into place to start the game. I waited for the whistle to blow and served the ball. The other team dove for it and missed. Ace! My nerves made my hands shake, but I needed to keep going. The lights flickered again, making my stomach tie in knots. I caught sight of April speeding up to the roof, and again wondered what a small fairy could do to something so big. I breathed deeply, waited for the whistle, and served again. This time, they were able to get to the ball, but it went wild and flew off into the crowd. Point again! The game continued on, and we only had a couple more points before we won the set when we heard the creaking on the roof. The referee watched the flickering lights for a moment before blowing the whistle. I served the ball, and they were able to return it to us. Sarah slammed the ball down, and the other team scrambled to get it, but missed. Game point! The ball was tossed back to me, and as the referee whistled, the lights went out. I held on to the ball and looked up to see a small flash of light as April disappeared through a newly formed small crack in the ceiling. I prayed the gym would survive the dragon, and that we would all get out of there safely. We won the set with a spike from Annie, and as we switched sides, the roof groaned. A claw punched through the roof, and a piece of the plaster fell. There were screams from the crowd, and the ref blew the whistle for a timeout. The principal brought out a broom and swept away the debris. He and the refs had a quick talk before they decided to pause the game until they could find the problem. Mr. Jones ran outside and was gone for a few minutes. When he came back in, Mr. Jones picked up the microphone and turned to the crowd. For safety reasons, I'd like you to exit the building in a calm manner. We don't know what's causing the roof to collapse, and we feel it's best to evacuate. Thank you. He set down the microphone as the crowd began a mad scramble for the door. So much for calm. We shook hands with the other team, and I ran back to get my water bottle. While everyone else wanted to get out of the gym as soon as possible, I wasn't looking forward to coming up against the dragon or anything else that waited outside for me. I met Mom and Jared as they were leaving the bleachers. Jared, if it's okay, I want to ride home with you. Mom, take the twins home, please. I pointed up at the ceiling. That thing is after me, and I want to keep them safe. My mom looked at me with wide eyes. You mean that was the... She looked up at the ceiling and then down at Maddie, who whimpered. Yes. Now go. We'll be right behind you. Mom took their hands and ran for the door. What's going on? Jared gave me a hug, and I enjoyed the closeness. It helped calm my nerves. That, Jared, was a dragon. Are you sure you really want to see one? I pulled my bag onto my back and we jogged over to the door. Are you kidding me? Anything that can make that big of a mess must be pretty awesome. He took my hand and squeezed it. Besides, I need to see what I'm fighting, right? I looked up at April, hoping she would let Jared see her. He was right. How could he protect me if he couldn't see the dragon? April nodded and poured some of the dust down on Jared. What was that? He brushed off his head and shoulders. I gestured toward April, and he looked up. Ugh, that's a fairy! He looked at me and then back at April as I smiled. Let's get back to my house. I've had enough excitement for one day. The gym had almost emptied by that time. Doesn't going outside mean more excitement? Or did you forget the dragon part? Jared pointed up toward the crack. I laughed. Oh, I remember all right. But I think my mom is making dessert. Anything is worth that, even being chased by a dragon. Fair enough. Jared looked at April and shook his head. He peeked out the door to make sure things were safe outside, then turned to me. You wait here. I'm going to grab my truck and park right by the door. I waited for him to come back, and then we sprinted to the truck together. I watched the sky as Jared drove. So, was that really a dragon on the roof? He asked April, who was sitting on the dash. Yeah, one of the bigger ones I've seen. He shouldn't be back for a bit, though. I tied up all the leprechauns and set fire to the dragon's tail. She laughed at her own tricks before growing serious again as we came to a stop at a light. Jared, will you protect her with your life? Because I think things are only going to get worse. The fact that Louie is sending those dragons means he's getting desperate, and desperate leprechauns are not to be crossed. Jared glanced over at her. Of course I'm willing to protect her. I would do anything for her. I smiled at him and blushed. Thanks, Jared. Let's hope it never comes to that, okay? We pulled up to my house and Jared came around to my side of the car. We ran inside and slammed the door, thankful that we'd had a safe trip home. April's attack on the dragon must have worked for now. I opened the living room curtains and collapsed on the couch to watch for the dragon. The sky was clear, so I texted Beth to come over. I wanted to put an end to the mess Louie was causing. I leaned my head on Jared's shoulder and finally allowed myself to relax. So, what do you think we should do? I asked. Jared rubbed his stomach. I think it's probably time to raid the fridge. I'm starving after all that excitement. I laughed. Of course. I could use a snack too. We pulled ourselves off the couch and went into the kitchen. The brownies weren't done yet, so we found sodas and some microwave popcorn. Could you pop this while I run and shower? I'll be right back. Beth should be here soon. Sure. I was wondering how to tell you that you needed one. He winked and took the bag from me. I slugged him playfully before running upstairs. After a quick shower, I dressed and pulled my hair up. By the time I got back downstairs, the twins had come into the kitchen and were eating popcorn. Beth sat next to them playing on her phone. They wanted some too, so I made another bag. Jared gestured toward the twins. Thanks. Let's go into the living room. I kissed him on the cheek and took the bowl from him. The twins tried to follow, but my mom came out of the office just in time to make sure they stayed in the kitchen. So what's up? Beth asked. A huge dragon landed on the gym during my game. It was crazy. A dragon? She squealed. I miss seeing a dragon up close. I knew I should have gone to your game instead of shopping with Bryce. Bryce? What were you doing with him? What happened to Adam? Jared asked. Adam's done with high school. I can't really hang out with him, can I? Besides, Bryce was very insistent that I go out with him. It was kind of strange, actually. He wouldn't go to the game. I suggested going to the park by the river, but he didn't want to do that either. We finally went to the ice cream place and then to get stuff for his truck. Beth grabbed a handful of popcorn. Weird. Why would he do that? I shrugged and added it to the list of Bryce oddities. We need to figure out what to do about Louie. I don't want to sprint into a building every time I go somewhere. And now that Maddie can see fairies and dragons, I want them to stay away from her. She seemed so scared at the game earlier. Maddie can see dragons? Beth asked. April sprinkled powder on her accidentally. April? Yo, April! I waited for the pop to announce her presence. She popped in, toothbrush in hand. She glared at me. Excuse me, could I please have a little time to myself? Sorry. Hey, do you know where Louie is now? I asked, watching the toothpaste slowly roll down April's chin. Nope. All we know is that he moved after you defeated him. We think he's headed off to Ireland to have more access to magic. Now, excuse me. She popped back out, and we were left looking at each other. Anyone for a trip to Ireland? I asked. It was tempting, but we couldn't just hop in the car like we had when Louie was living in Montana. It was silent in the living room for a minute. Maybe we should make sure he's there before we take off for another country. Do we know if that tracker thing is still attached to him? From the state of his cave, I can't imagine he changes clothes very often, Jared said. I don't know. I'll text Adam and ask when he'll be home. I pulled out my phone right as Adam opened the door. Oh, hey! Just who we were looking for. Do you still have all your computer stuff in your room? Yeah. Why? He plopped himself down on the couch and stuck his feet up on the coffee table. Beth blushed and discreetly checked her hair and breath. Apparently the crush wasn't completely gone. Could we see if Louie's bug still works? I mean, I realize it's been several months, but could we check? I asked. I doubt it. I used to make sure he didn't come near here, but he never really went anywhere. Then one day, he was gone. He may have moved, but I have no idea where to start looking. I didn't put a lot of signal strength onto those trackers. Why the sudden interest? Hey, April, you busy? I thought. With a loud pop, she showed up. This time she had curlers in her hair. When she saw everyone staring at her, she zapped the curlers out, leaving wild curls behind. Adam leaned forward and stared. Wow, where did she come from? April quickly brushed her fingers through her hair and smiled. You can see her? I asked. I'm not supposed to? He grabbed some popcorn and offered April a piece, but she just hid behind my head. I sighed. I give up on figuring out who can and who can't. She showed up at my window a couple of nights ago to protect me from Louie. Since then, several dragons have attacked us. How have you not noticed this? Hey, I've been busy. Does she talk? She darted from behind me and flew closer to Adam. Of course I can talk. My name is April. And you are? She batted her eyes. I wanted to gag. I didn't understand why anyone would fawn over my brother. Adam. He put out his finger so she could shake it. So why are these dragons attacking? Apparently, Louie wants revenge, but he can't come after me because of the wish I made. April here thinks he might have gone back to Ireland, but they're not sure where or if he's even there. That's why we wanted to know if your tracker is still working. Adam rubbed his chin. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's go check my computer. Jared, Beth, and I followed Adam into his room. Graduating and starting a new job hadn't helped his room much. We still had to maneuver around the clothes, shoes, and video games to get to the computer. He turned it on, then swiveled his chair around to face us. So, are you guys going after him? I glanced at the others before answering. We don't know yet. We need to find out where he is before we take off again. I can't afford to miss school or sports, and neither can Jared or Beth. But whatever we do, it will have to be done quickly. Adam checked his computer and opened up the program he wanted. He flipped through the papers on his desk and came up with a scrap piece of paper with numbers on it. All of my trackers are numbered. I have to match them up so I know which ones are linked. Again, I'm not sure this will work. He turned back around and typed in the number for the tracker while we all waited, holding our breaths. We watched as the computer tried to locate Louie. Suddenly, a faint red light showed up on the screen. It zoomed out until we could see the full globe. The light flashed around Ireland before it faded and died. Well, now we know he's in Ireland. That doesn't help us much. It's not a small country. How are we going to find him? Beth asked. Wait, what happened to the other leprechaun, Henry? Jared turned to me. Have you seen him lately? Maybe he can help. Right, Henry. I'd forgotten about him. That could work. Except I don't know how to get him here. Louie came at random times. April? I asked. I found her examining an old banana peel in the corner. Yeah? She flew over to me. Do you know how to summon a leprechaun? April shivered. Who'd want to? Leprechauns are nothing but trouble to those who summon them. We need to find Henry. He's the leprechaun who helped me get away from Louie. She shrugged. Haven't heard of him. We usually try to get rid of leprechauns and their mischief, so we never learned any tricks to summon. April yawned. I'm out of here. I'll be up in your room. Some guard fairy she is. What's she going to do? Protect your socks? Beth rolled her eyes. What do we do now? Sounds like it's time to do some more research. Let's go to the library tomorrow to find that book you looked through before. It might have something about summoning a leprechaun, Jared suggested. Yeah, well, we need this to be specific. I wouldn't want Louie suddenly showing up instead of Henry. The thought creeped me out more than I cared to admit. I'd better get home. Jared stood and stretched. Think the brownies are ready? They should be. Come on. Everyone followed me out to the kitchen where Mom had put the brownies on a plate. Beth took one and headed out the door, watching the sky. Jared grabbed a few and kissed me before running out to his truck. I found Mom in her office. Hey, Mom, I'm heading to bed. Good night, honey. I've been trying to figure out what to do with this mess. I talked to Dad about homeschooling, but... No way, I interrupted. I refuse. This is my senior year. All my friends are there. I folded my arms and leaned against the doorway. Last year, I would have welcomed the chance to stay home. This year, I needed the chance to prove myself again. That's what Dad said, too. She shook her head. I don't like this. It'll be fine, Mom. I beat Louie once. I can do it again, once I figure out how to get to him. And I would. There had to be a way to get him to stop. I don't want you to fight him. I'm not sure I have a lot of choice. He's going to keep sending creatures after my family, and I'm not thrilled about that. Where do you have to go? Mom pulled up a browser on her computer. Louie's in Ireland, but I have no idea how I'm going to get there, or if I even have to. As much fun as traveling to a different country sounded, I didn't want to face Louie again. Mom turned toward me. Isn't there someone else who can stop them? What about that leprechaun council you mentioned before? They helped you when you had no luck. She pointed at the locket I wore. The council had given it to me to keep me from being found by Louie. They're around. I don't know how to contact them, but right now they're protecting me instead of stopping him. Not that they were doing much. Sending a tiny fairy wasn't exactly the best defense. She sighed. I'm sorry, sweetie. I wish this wasn't your fight. She stood and gave me a hug. Get some sleep. Thanks. Night, Mom. I went upstairs, exhausted. April was snoring on the dresser when I finished brushing my teeth. When I went to check Maddie's and William's windows, I noticed fairies flitting about outside. It was a good thing the windows were latched. We didn't need more fairies to find their way in. Not to mention evil dragons that like to bite people. Chapter 6. April woke me up the next morning by pouring water from a small glass onto my face. I screamed and tried to grab her, but she flew out of reach. Out of bed! Your ride has been arranged and it will be here any minute. She snapped and the cup disappeared. Leave me Wait, my ride? I hadn't set up any ride. I rubbed my eyes and yawned. Yes, Jared's guardian fairy notified him that he is to be here at 8:30 sharp. 8:30? I whipped around and looked at the clock. April, that's in 10 minutes. You can't send my boyfriend to come get me and then give me 10 minutes to get ready. I scrambled out of bed and changed. That should be plenty of time. Besides, it took until just a few minutes ago to get everything arranged. April sat on my dresser while I shoved things in my backpack. So, how did you manage to get Jared a guardian fairy? Yesterday you wouldn't even let him see you. I brushed my hair and put in a headband. April shrugged. The boss figured Jared would need some protection now that Louie knows we're here, and since he has declared himself your protector. She flew over and climbed in the side pocket of my backpack. Does Beth have one? If she didn't, she wouldn't be very happy when she found out Jared did. Yes, and apparently she's been squealing in excitement all morning. It's driving July crazy. April pulled a couple of old wrappers from the pocket and threw them on my dresser. July? Wow, you fairies are really original with names. I finished getting ready for school and grabbed my running shoes. They were better than flats, but I decided to buy a nice, sturdy pair of combat boots after school. The doorbell rang and I heard thundering toward the front door. The twins were up. I checked my hair one more time and grabbed my bag. Are you ready, April? I don't want you falling out. Of course. Are you going to stay out of trouble? I do my best to stay out of trouble. It just seems to come after me anyway. Right. Well, behave yourself. April settled in until we came around the corner on the stairs. She shot out and checked her hair when she saw that Jared was standing in the doorway with a fairy hovering over his shoulder. Maddie tried to get the fairy's attention, but he continued to stare straight ahead. Jared looked just as gorgeous as he always did in his Letterman jacket and jeans. Hey, Jared, thanks for picking me up. Anytime. He leaned down and kissed me, causing an outburst of giggles from Maddie. I was slightly breathless when we pulled away. April cleared her throat, and I remembered why Jared was here. Did you see anything on the way here? No, but Mr. Paranoid over here made me stop every few seconds just to make sure. He gestured toward his fairy. Hey, I take my job seriously. So you're Megan? The fairy put his hand out toward me. That's me. Let me guess. November? I asked, joking. He stiffened. No, that's my sister. I'm August, at your service. Well, actually, I'm at his service. He pointed back at Jared. Thank you, August. Let's get out of here. I don't want to be late. I called goodbye to Mom and we left, fairies following behind us. Jared helped me into the truck and went around to the other side. He slammed the door before August could follow him. You realize we're never going to have alone time again. I sighed. I know, I'm sorry. I grimaced when I heard a loud pop, and two rather angry fairies appeared in the air in front of us. What was that all about? April demanded. She paced back and forth on the dash. I sighed. I appreciate that you guys are protecting us, but we need a little time to ourselves. She stopped and put her hands on her hips. Okay, but that time can't be while you're exposed outside. Get to school and we'll follow behind you. Deal? I nodded. Deal. Not that I was thrilled. I didn't like that they had to follow us at all. It was just a good thing that they couldn't be seen by anyone but Bryce. Jared started the truck and we drove to the school. I could tell what he meant by August being paranoid because he flitted around the pickup, shouting for Jared to stop at random times. After we stopped 2 times in 6 blocks, I'd had enough. Look, if you want me to get to the school so badly, why won't you just let Jared drive me? All these stops are taking forever. We've already missed the first bell. August looked insulted. Fine. He snapped his fingers and disappeared. April turned and glared at me. You could have been nice to him, you know. She vanished. Well, that was easy. Should have done that right outside your house. Jared sped up so we could get to school before we were late. I laughed. Yeah, that would have made things a lot easier. We pulled up to the school and Jared checked the sky before we ran inside. We separated for classes, and I was almost to my classroom when I was met by Mrs. Smith. Oh, hey, Megan. Don't forget to pick up your new uniform for cheer. We need to be at the football game on Friday at 6:15. Thanks. I hurried to class and slid into my seat. I pulled out my books and jumped when April appeared on my desk. Don't do that, I whispered. Friday? Football? Isn't that played outside? I nodded and went back to what the teacher was saying. April grabbed my face. Megan, you can't do that. You'll be attacked. You have to come up with a reason not to be there. Oh, yeah, the dragons. I nodded slowly so she knew I understood. How in the world was I going to do that? I would be in so much trouble if I skipped out on cheerleading. I took notes, but didn't think they'd be much use later. I was too distracted by what April had said. The bell rang, and I gathered my books. I didn't want to deal with it right now. Beth caught up to me. How do you do it? Do what? I opened my locker and switched out books. Deal with the fairy following you. July is about to drive me out of my mind. I mean, it was cool at first, but she's right there every time I turn around. She popped her gum. She nodded her head toward the blonde fairy who hovered just a few feet above her head. Oh, that. I ignore her most of the time. Jared's about ready to strangle his, too. Seriously, I'm not sure how long I can handle this. Her eyes lit up suddenly. There's Bryce. See ya. She hurried off to catch up to him. I shook my head and headed for math. Bryce watched me silently as I walked past, and he ignored Beth's attempts at getting his attention. It bothered me that he always seemed to be where I was, and Jared didn't seem too thrilled with it either. Math was a jumbled mess as I jumped from one thought to the next, but I managed to finish my homework by the time it was over. There were too many things after school that needed to be done, so I wouldn't have time for homework. As soon as class ended, I hurried off to Spanish and sat next to Jared. We had a minute, so I told him what April had said about the football game. So what are you going to do? Jared whispered. He waved at a couple of his friends and turned back to me. I don't know. I really can't get out of it, or I'd lose my place. I'm already on thin ice from last year. I don't like the idea of you out there without protection. We'll figure something out. He motioned that class was about to start, so I turned to the front. We listened to Mr. Lloyd's lecture before he split us into partners. I was partnered with Matt, and Jared ended up with Valerie. I had to force myself to pay attention because Mr. Lloyd walked through the classroom, listening to each of us carry on conversations in Spanish. We had both successfully asked each other what time it was and what we would be eating for dinner when the bell finally rang. Matt flashed a smile and headed out of the room to find Amber, and I met up with Jared to go to lunch. When Jared saw Bryce sitting with Beth, he suggested we sit somewhere else. I really need to talk to Beth, though. Please, can we sit there? I batted my eyes. Jared laughed and thought for a second. Fine, but only because you're cute when you do that. Tomorrow, we go somewhere else, though. Agreed. I kissed him on the cheek and we made our way over to them. Of course, it was a matter of figuring out how to bring up the game without making Bryce suspicious. Maybe I should just talk to her after school instead. Hey, Beth. Hey, Bryce. I opened my milk and took a drink. Jared nodded toward Beth and ate silently. Beth raised her eyebrows and looked at me. I shook my head slightly. She just shrugged and went back to her sandwich. Hey, Megan, are you coming to the game Friday night? Bryce asked. Well, that would be how to bring it up, except there was something a little too casual about how he asked. I'm a cheerleader, so I have to be there. Jared looked at me in surprise. So you decided to go? I glanced at Bryce and back at Jared, hoping he'd get my meaning. Well, I don't have a choice, do I? His eyebrows rose slightly when he caught on. Oh, right. Of course not. He cleared his throat. Hey, Bryce, can you tell Coach I won't be there tonight? I have to work. Okay, dude. But if you miss practice, you don't start. He took a bite of his roll. I know, he shrugged. Can't get out of it, though. Beth watched the exchange with her mouth open. So how long have you had that fairy following you? I haven't seen him before. Bryce gestured to August, who was sitting on Jared's shoulder. Since last night. I still don't get how you can see them. Jared leaned forward in his chair. Bryce smirked. You're not the only one who has the right to see them, you know. Jared clenched his jaw. No, but that doesn't tell me why you can. I already told Megan. I had a run-in with a leprechaun a few years ago. He glared back at Jared. But that doesn't explain how you were able to give me the warning from the council, I argued. How do you even get a hold of them? Beth jumped in. Hey, guys, it doesn't matter. She gestured toward the students at nearby tables who were watching us. I sighed. Let's go, Jared. I need to ask Mr. Hobbs a question about government. I stood and took my tray, and Jared followed. On our way out, I looked over and saw Bryce still watching Jared. That guy was really starting to bother me. Something didn't add up. I'm sorry about how I acted in there. I don't know what's gotten into me, Jared said quietly. Hey, it's not a big deal. And you're right about him avoiding questions. I caught it too. I'm starting to think he's involved with this somehow. August appeared suddenly. Megan, you are to go home now. Jared, will you accompany her? Shut all the windows, lock the doors, and under no circumstances are you to leave. April appeared right then. August, let me do my job. You're in charge of Jared. Why do I have to go home? What's wrong with staying here? I asked. Too many witnesses. April flitted around nervously. Witnesses to what? My stomach clenched in fear. I was pretty sure I already knew. Dragons. Now where's Beth? Ah, there she is. Beth came rushing out of the cafeteria. July said I was supposed to follow you. She wouldn't tell me what's going on in front of Bryce. You guys were totally rude to him, by the way. I'm supposed to go home, I sighed. I guess this is how I get out of cheerleading. Mrs. Smith is going to kill me. August flew right next to Jared's face. Excuse me, what are you waiting here for? You must go before it's too late. Jared brushed him away and looked at me. I guess you better grab your books. No time. April stomped her foot in midair. Sorry, April, but Beth needs to hand in my homework. I refuse to turn it in late. Something had to be normal in my life, even if it was just school. I pulled the books out of my locker to give Beth my homework and waved goodbye. Clouds were billowing in the sky, and the wind smelled similar to the day before when the dragon had come to the volleyball game. We sprinted to the truck, and Jared took off as soon as we were buckled in. I was glad no one could see the fairies surrounding our truck. Just as we pulled into my driveway, an enormous dragon appeared a street over. When I say enormous, I mean a massive, fire-breathing, spike-tailed, angry-looking dragon carrying dozens of leprechauns. It was the length of 2 houses and heading straight for us. I could do nothing but stare at it. The dark blue scales shimmered in the sunlight. The wind from the beating of its massive wings caused debris to fly through the air and nearly knocked me over. Go! Jared yelled, pulling me toward the house. We made it to the door just as the dragon soared over us. My house protested as it creaked on its foundation when the wind hit. I ran through every room to find the twins and located them huddling in their bedroom. I grabbed Maddie and Jared grabbed William, and we went to find Mom. She was downstairs in the office, and I told her to stay there. The house shuddered again, and I ground my teeth. This was too much. I told Jared to stay with Mom and the kids and ran back upstairs, ignoring his calls to come back. I opened the window in my room and leaped onto the tree outside, surprised when I easily made it to the branch 5 feet away. Thankfully, my abundance of luck held out. Jared came to the window. What in the world are you doing, Megan? You're going to hurt yourself. His hands were clenched and his eyes were wide. Go back to the kids, please. I need to get this stupid dragon away from my house. I stepped up to another branch and made my way closer to the roof, trusting my luck. I jumped again and grabbed onto the rain gutter and somehow managed to stay in place. I climbed up and crawled along the roof, keeping low. The dragon passed by again, and I leaped onto its back. Yes, onto a dragon! I couldn't help the laugh that escaped my lips. I walked along the dragon's back, amazed at the size of it. Somehow the wind wasn't bad here, and it was easy to keep my balance. The leprechauns were much smaller than Louie. I grabbed the first two and threw them off the side of the dragon, figuring if they had magic, they could save themselves. I was right. They spouted off some rather impolite words before snapping their fingers and disappearing. When I was sure they'd be okay, I went along the row, pulling off as many leprechauns as I could before the dragon realized an imposter was on board. I made it to the last four before the dragon jerked and circled around on itself, and I had to drop to my stomach as a spout of flame missed me by inches. When the dragon straightened out, I stood to get the last four leprechauns. I picked up the last one by his collar and pulled him up to my face. You tell Louie to keep away from my family, or he'll pay. I sounded a lot tougher than I felt. My hands shook now that I'd have time to think about what had just happened. He cackled. Tell him yourself. I growled and threw him as far as I could. As soon as the leprechaun disappeared, the dragon lost interest in my house and turned to fly away. Time for my exit. I found a tree close by and jumped, landing in the top branches. I dropped to the ground and jogged back to my house. Jared was outside, arms folded. Pride and annoyance were written on his face. Did you forget the whole "I'm supposed to protect you" thing? No, I needed you to watch the twins. That was more important. My knees were still shaking, but I knew it needed to be done. He cupped my face in his hands and looked into my eyes. You have no idea what it would do to me to lose you. He kissed me hard and pulled me into a hug. It was a few seconds before I could breathe. That was amazing. How did you do that? I pulled away. I was annoyed. I decided to try to use my luck to jump and keep my balance. It felt awesome. Mom ran outside. There you are. What in the world happened out here? It felt like an earthquake. What are you doing home? Dragons. Jared's fairy told us we needed to get home and close all the doors. It was no wonder they didn't want me at school. That dragon had been 3 times the size of the last dragon that had almost made the gym roof collapse. Of course, I didn't exactly want it at my house either. So why are you out here? Mom asked. You should have seen it, Mommy. Megan was on the dragon and throwing leprechauns. Maddie acted it out as she told the story. You did what? She shook her head. Never mind. I'd rather not know. I'm just glad we're all safe now. Maddie and William, let's go have quiet time, since naps are out of the question now. Megan, if the threat is past, why don't you head back to school? That's probably a good idea. That dragon won't be back today, or at least I hope not. Mom ushered the kids back in the house, thanking Jared for bringing me home. Jared put his arms around me again. Seriously, that was awesome. He leaned down to kiss me, but jerked back when August and April appeared. We're impressed. The council wants to see you, April said. Jared, you stay here and inform Beth that we will be back. She snapped her fingers, and I was suddenly in a dark room, surrounded by a few hundred leprechauns. Not my favorite place to be. It was dark, except for the light in the center of the room, which happened to be shining down on me. There were murmurs around the room, and I folded my arms, trying to hide my nervousness. O'Malley, the head of the council, sat in the center, hands clasped together and smiling proudly. I looked around, trying to see any other faces, but it was too dim. Well done. You have learned what your luck is really for. I squinted at him. I guess so. I was ticked off at the dragon. So, you mean I can do this all the time? Not that I knew how. I'd advise you to be careful, though. There are some things that no amount of luck will allow you to do. Like what? O'Malley hesitated. Just be careful. You're human, so we don't know how it works for you. He grimaced when he said human. Right. That wasn't helpful at all. And hey, sorry if I, hurt any of your family by throwing them off the dragon. Images of them laughing or swearing flashed through my mind. O'Malley brushed away my concern. They chose the wrong side. No one was hurt, though. We're pretty tough creatures. He winked. Oh, good. So why am I here? And where was here? I didn't like all of them staring at me, even if they were there to help. O'Malley studied me for a bit before he answered. Louie has taken control of too many creatures. The council is hesitant to send any of our own. We don't want him to get a hold of any more leprechauns. We would like to have you help us. Wait, you don't want to sacrifice any more leprechauns, but you don't mind sacrificing me? I was annoyed. Just because I'd stopped him once, I could do it again? He chuckled. That sounded wrong, didn't it? Humans cannot be controlled in quite the same way. They're more immune to magic. Yes, they can be turned, but they have to be weak. From what we've seen, you are anything but weak. Even more, you have friends who are as strong as you are. So you think we can defeat him? I don't even know how to get to him. If he's in Ireland, it's going to be really hard to get there. It's not exactly a cheap airline ticket. Human problems. You think too much about money? O'Malley waved his hand dismissively. I laughed. You're leprechauns. Don't you love your pots of gold? Muttering broke out around the group. That's different. We gain our magic from gold. The opportunity will present itself when you're prepared to go. And keep that necklace close. You may need it. I looked down at the necklace O'Malley had given me to break the connection I had with Louie. Wait, that's it? You dragged me here for nothing? There was a flash of light and a pull before I was suddenly back on my steps. I grumbled and stomped into the house. What a waste of time, and I had missed the last part of school. Jared sat at the table eating cookies with the twins. Hey, you're back. What happened? Jared jumped up. A lot of nothing, I grumbled. They dragged me there to tell me that I needed to defeat Louie. They didn't even tell me how. Apparently, they can't do it themselves without losing more creatures. Who is they? He handed me a cookie. O'Malley and the rest of the council. I took a bite and sat down next to Maddie. Jared sat next to me and put his hand on my shoulder. So what do you want to do now? I need to find Henry, but they zapped me back here before I could ask how to find him. Of course, I don't know if he'll even help me when we do find him. He looked at his watch. School is over, so we should probably both get to practice, even though I already told Bryce I wouldn't be there. Or we could both skip and go to the library. He grinned at me. I like that idea better. Coach isn't going to be happy, but we need to find out how to stop Louie. Let's go. I grabbed another cookie and stood. Hey, what's more important, saving the day or playing sports? Jared asked. I'd like to say sports, but man, being on that dragon was the coolest thing ever. The adrenaline had worn off and I was exhausted, but I couldn't get over the feeling of being up there. That's my girl. Jared kissed my cheek and turned to the twins. Bye, Maddie. Bye, William. Be good for your mom. We're always good, Maddie said. We left the house and headed to the library together. I hadn't been there since Louie had played a nasty trick 7 months before and made me switch bodies with Jared. I'd gone to the library as Jared, and the librarian had given me an ancient book about magical creatures that had helped me break the curse. This time, I needed to summon a leprechaun so we could stop Louie yet again. Chapter 7. I found the same librarian I'd talked to the last time and pointed her out to Jared. He headed over to her, and I stayed a little behind him. Their exchange was friendly. She looked between us for a minute. Do you want to know more about curses? No. We want to learn more about leprechauns, like how to trap them, or maybe summon them. Jared leaned forward on the desk. Why this fascination with leprechauns? She looked suspicious. I stepped forward. When I Jared came in here the first time. You seem to know a little about them. Is there anything you can tell us? Well, that was smooth. I should have let him keep talking. She looked between us again. So that was the curse? Yeah, it was. When I was here last, I was sure she knew more than she was letting on. Apparently, I was right. She laughed. I thought there was something different about Jared. Jared blushed and turned to me. I've come here for years. Mrs. Lincoln ran Story Hour from the time I was little. I had no idea she was the one you worked with. Mrs. Lincoln wiped her eyes. I had wondered why he acted like he didn't know me. It all makes sense now. Follow me. So I had to find the one librarian who knew Jared best when I'd come before. Brilliant. Jared took my hand, brushing his thumb across my fingers. We sat at the same table in the back of the library and waited. Your face is red. Jared smiled. Don't worry about it. Mrs. Lincoln is one of the sweetest ladies I've ever known. She was my favorite because she could make the stories seem real. She sounds really sweet. It never ceased to amaze me how much more I could like Jared. I just hope we can find what we need. Mrs. Lincoln came back with the book and had us both put gloves on. Please be careful. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Thanks, Mrs. Lincoln. I turned to the book and opened it, reveling in the magic flowing from it. Whoa, you're right. This is full of magic. Jared turned a few pages and glanced at the pictures of ogres. Okay, let's find out how to get Henry here. He turned to the table of contents. We browsed through the book together and found a rhyme we needed to recite in order to summon Henry. We also found a few versions of leprechaun traps, but since Henry was a friend, we didn't want to trick him. After writing down the poem, I realized we had a few more minutes. I turned the pages to find information on fairies and dragons. April and August stayed away, insisting the book contained dark magic. The dragon chapter had several illustrations, and I recognized a few of the dragons. The little monster that had bitten me was called a Mortiford wyvern, and it could get much larger. I shivered. Awesome. I turned to the fairies and went through a few pages before finding an inky black imp staring up at us. April flew over and slammed the book shut, and August sat on it. What was that for? I looked at Jared. You must be careful with imps. They can attach themselves to you. This one may have already done so. April pulled on her hair, eyes wide. But that's a book. It's just a picture. Jared tried to lift the cover. August slapped his hand. Don't touch. It may be an innocent book, but that imp inside is evil. Okay. Mrs. Lincoln is back anyway. I picked up the book and handed it to Mrs. Lincoln. I've heard this book is dangerous. You may want to watch out for imps. I tried to keep my tone light, but April's reaction had me worried. She looked at the book and back at me. Who told you that? I looked at Jared. How was I supposed to tell her if fairies were following us? April appeared above us, August following her. I told her. I'm April. This is August. She held out her hand. Hello, April. It's nice to meet you. Mrs. Lincoln bowed her head slightly. You can see her? My head couldn't take much more of this. Things were moving too fast, and too many people knew about fairy tale creatures. Of course. She put out her hand, and April landed on it. Are you sure you felt an imp in here? April nodded. Yes, so did August. Mrs. Lincoln sighed. I knew I felt something wrong in this library. Thank you. I'll take care of it. She left, gripping the book tightly. Jared and I turned back to April. What was that all about? April was staring at Mrs. Lincoln's back in awe. She has fairy blood in her. No way. Mrs. Lincoln? She's been here forever. Jared watched her as she turned the corner. Has she aged? April folded her arms, eyebrows raised. He stared blankly for a second. Well, no, but I just figured she's old. Nice, Jared. I shook my head. What? It's true. He held up his hands in surrender. Are you sure she's okay? What do you mean? She's not a threat. She's the sweetest lady I know. She didn't seem dangerous, but I couldn't help being cautious. I turned to April. So, what is this imp you're talking about? Why is it so bad? They're evil. They only exist to cause problems, April explained. You mean like Louie? I raised my eyebrow. No, much worse. She shuddered. August landed by April. Louie may have taken your luck, but imps are big time trouble. It worries me that the book you were reading had an imp hiding in it. Did anyone overhear you talking about going to the library? No, we were at my house when we decided to come. Mrs. Brooke knew I wanted to know more about fairies, but I never mentioned this book at all. I could feel goosebumps rising on my arms. Well, I don't advise you to look at this one again. We need to keep in contact with Mrs. Lincoln, though. August flew toward the front of the library. I guess we won't find out anything else today. I'll take you home so you can babysit. Jared stretched. I'll miss you at work tonight. I sighed. I'll miss you too, but I should probably play with the twins. They had a rough nap time with the whole dragon thing. We stood and laughed, waving at Mrs. Lincoln as we passed her. April flitted along behind me, watching Mrs. Lincoln, and almost flew into the door. I giggled, and she huffed before disappearing. We got to the house, and Jared turned to me. So when do you want to summon Henry? Can I be there? Of course. We can do it after you're done with work, but only if you bring me a cupcake. I grabbed my bag and hopped out of his truck. You know it. He kissed me softly, and I climbed out of the truck. I ran into the house to find the twins. Mom would need to leave any minute. Maddie was coloring dragons again, and William was drawing a fairy holding a sword. Wow, you guys do a great job. Where's Mom? I was thankful the dragons looked nothing like the one I'd just climbed on. I'm here. She came into the kitchen, still putting on one of her earrings. I'll be back as soon as I can after class. Thanks again for watching them. And Megan? No dragon riding. She smiled. I plan to stay on the ground tonight, but I highly recommend it sometime. I grinned at her. No thanks. Oh, and can you do something for dinner? Sorry. She picked up her bag and keys. Yep, I can do that. Mom left, and I sat down to do homework while Maddie and William drew. Adam came home and waved as he went straight back to his room. Seconds later, music pounded through the walls. Someone knocked at the door, and I got up to answer it. When I looked through the peephole, I was met by a tiny face peering back in before it moved away. Beth stood behind her, a very annoyed Beth. I opened the door, smiling. Hey, Beth. I stopped as she brushed past me. Seriously, why do you get all the fun? And why do I have annoying fairies following me? She plopped down on the couch and glared at me. All the fun? I had a fairy following me too. Beth huffed. Megan, I heard from 3 people that they saw you flying. How did you learn to fly? Fly? Oh, I guess that's what it would have looked like. No, I rode a dragon. Well, I moved along the dragon's back, throwing leprechauns off. I looked at the clock and hopped off the couch to start dinner. You rode on a dragon? And you just walk away like it was nothing? She followed me into the kitchen. Well, it was nothing. I grabbed a pot and filled it with water. Nice try. How was it really? Beth leaned against the counter. I grinned. Absolutely amazing. I told her everything that had happened, and Maddie added details where I forgot them. Beth's brown eyes sizzled with jealousy. Seriously, I miss out on everything. You were stuck in the cave of a leprechaun and have a fairy following you. How is that missing out on everything? Okay, so maybe not everything, but seriously, a dragon? You have to take me next time. If I can. It was all luck. Literally. I dumped noodles into the water and went to the fridge to grab some sauce. I turned around and Maddie bumped me as she ran past. The sauce flew out of my hands and I grabbed it out of the air, inches from the ground. Whoa, how'd you do that? Beth looked at me and then back at the bottle. I don't know. Apparently, my luck is for more than getting good grades and jumping onto dragons. I opened the sauce and dumped it in another pot. I was almost done with the spaghetti when I suddenly remembered what we'd learned at the library. Oh, hey, guys, Jared and I found out how to summon Henry. Jared's coming over later tonight so we can try it out. You have to let me watch. I'll stay here and have dinner with you. Your mom won't care, will she? Beth pulled out the plates and put them on the table. She never does. I went to find the twins to have them clean up their mess on the table. Mom had returned home and was serving the food when I got downstairs. There you are. Thanks again for making dinner. You're welcome. Beth's eating here tonight, and possibly Jared, if he gets off work soon enough. I made sure there were enough dishes and grabbed some bread. Okay, that's fine. She handed me a plate. Oh, there's Dad. Dad came in the house, followed by Jared. Hey, I found this guy outside. Figured I'd invite him in. Hi, Mrs. C. Thanks for letting me crash dinner. Jared handed her a cake box and sat down next to me. No problem. Thanks for the cake. Once dinner was done, Jared helped me with the dishes, and Beth and Adam disappeared again. I found them all in the kitchen and held up the poem. Let's go outside. I don't really want to have another leprechaun appear in my house, no matter how friendly. Good point, Jared said. We went out to the backyard, and I used my flashlight to see the words. Adam, Beth, and Jared backed up a little, and I recited the poem, picturing Henry in my mind. He appeared in front of me, and I sighed in relief. This could have gone so wrong. He looked rather annoyed and held a half-made shoe in his hand. What do you want? Oh, it's you. Good evening. He tipped his hat. Hey, Henry. Sorry for summoning you, but I have a question. Would I be able to use a wish to take us where Louie is? Aye, but that would be a foolish thing to do. He was bad before, but now he's lost his mind. He snapped and made the shoe disappear. He's sending dragons after my family. I have to do something, even if it's drawing the dragons away from the people I love. I gestured toward my house. He studied me for a moment. That's very noble of you. You're different from other humans. I will not get you to him, but I can help you appear close. I could have hugged him. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Henry. I held up the note. Is this chant the best way to get you here? No. You could summon other, less friendly leprechauns. He pulled a gold coin from his pocket. Here's a piece of gold. I warn you not to lose it. When you want me, you rub it with your thumb. He cringed as he handed it to me. I will take very good care of it. I put it in my pocket. No, not there. He snapped his fingers, and it appeared on the chain with my four-leaf clover charm. Keep it close. Thank you, Henry. I could feel the weight of the coin and knew the sacrifice he was making to give it to me. Louie had stolen his gold, and I felt bad taking a piece. You ready to go now? Henry asked. I looked at the others and shook my head. I think we need to prepare a little. Give me a couple of days, unless I summon you first. All right. I warn you again. Louie is dangerous. He adjusted his top hat. Yes, well, he messed with my family. I'm also a little more dangerous than the last time we met. Okay, so the thought of going up against Louie wasn't very appealing, but he'd made me upset enough. I was willing to do just about anything to stop him. Henry laughed. I see that. Boy, Megan, Jared, Beth, Adam. He winked and disappeared. We were silent for a minute. I glanced down at the gold coin and played with it. I had a real gold coin belonging to a leprechaun attached to my necklace. My life wouldn't be normal again, would it? So, what are our plans? Jared asked. I don't know. I wish I knew more of what we were going to get into. We also can't just skip school. I was exhausted just thinking about it. Why not? I would love to miss math again, Beth grumbled. Well, you could miss school. I have volleyball, and Jared has football. There were rumors that there would be scouts at our games, and I wasn't about to miss out on scholarships. Speaking of which, what are you going to do about Friday? You're not seriously thinking of going to the game, are you? Beth asked. I sighed. I don't know. I shouldn't, but I don't see any way out of it. What's going on? Adam asked. Dragons. I'm not supposed to be outside. They keep coming after me. He'd heard the rest at dinner, or at least he should have. Adam looked up and then back at us. So, why are we still outside? I shrugged. I guess after I threw the leprechauns, they gave me a break for the rest of the day. Good point, but I don't think you should go. You'll stress Mom and Dad out. How are you going to stress us out? Mom stood at the door. So much for keeping it quiet. What's going on? Adam said I shouldn't stress you out by cheering at the football game on Friday. Tonight, in the cool, still evening, it was easy to brush off the idea of a dragon showing up. Do you think the dragon will attack again? Mom pulled her sweater tighter to her. I don't know. Henry's warning ran through my mind. You never know what Louie will do. Things could be just fine. Let's see how tomorrow goes and we'll decide. It's Maddie and William's bedtime and time for Jared and Beth to leave. We're headed out. Thanks for dinner, Mrs. C, Beth said. You're welcome. Good night, you two. Mom and Adam went inside, and Beth and Jared walked around the side of the house to their cars. I went up to my room to get ready for bed. Thoughts of taking on the dragon kept going through my mind. If I could jump long distances and push my luck that way, what else could I do? Chapter 8. Morning came after dreams of dragons and leprechauns. I still had no idea what to do, and oddly, I hadn't seen April since the library. I counted myself lucky, no pun intended, and got ready for school. I made sure the locket and coin were hidden in my shirt and headed downstairs. After a quick breakfast, I opened the door to leave and Jared stood on the porch, ready to knock. Oh yeah, my security team. Your carriage awaits, my dear. Jared bowed and motioned toward his truck. Cute. Did you see anything on your way here? The air was calm and the strange scent from the dragons wasn't there. No, and strangely enough, there was no August last night or this morning. Weird. April's gone too. The fact that both fairies were gone didn't seem like a good thing. I wondered if July was missing as well. Let's just enjoy a quiet ride to school. He took my bag from me. I'd like that. I poked my head around the corner. Bye, Mom. See you after school. Bye, honey. Please be careful. She smiled and waved. Will do. Or at least I'd try. Jared and I arrived at the school 10 minutes earlier than we had the day before because we didn't have August stopping us every few minutes. We walked into the school and Jared was called away by his teammates. He kissed me on the cheek and headed off. I was putting my books in my locker when Beth grabbed me by the arm and yanked me into the bathroom. July is gone. She seemed more flustered than she should have been. So are our fairies. So that made all three. I couldn't help the uneasiness that settled in. I'm thrilled not to have her with me constantly, but why are they suddenly gone? I almost didn't wake up this morning because July wasn't there to blow a horn in my ear. I don't know. I laughed. She blew a horn in your ear? Yes. Talk about a wake-up call. Beth checked each of the stalls before coming back over. I also wanted to warn you that people are talking about your flying yesterday. Most people don't believe it, but rumors are starting to spread. Awesome. Why not? I guess maybe I should have been more careful not to do something like that in the middle of our neighborhood. All I wanted to do was get the stupid thing away from my house. Beth waited for Amy to come in and leave before she continued. I would have done the same thing. Look, people will talk no matter what you do. At least they have cool things to say about you. Just be careful. I will. I checked my reflection and fixed my lip gloss before we left the bathroom. Bryce leaned against the lockers when I went to put my books away. If there hadn't been a few books in there that I needed for class, I would have just gone straight to class. I didn't want anything to do with him. I unlocked the locker, determined to grab my books and go. Bryce leaned in toward me. Hey, Megan. How'd the council go yesterday? I froze. What do you mean? No one should have known about that except Beth and Jared, and there's no way they would ever tell. The council with the leprechauns. I assume you met with them yesterday after your magic show. I turned to him, chills running down my spine. Who are you, really? How do you know all this? You said a leprechaun visited you a while ago, but you know way too much about what's happening. He shrugged. I have my sources. Good luck staying away from trouble, by the way. You know, now that the fairies have been called away. He chuckled and walked off. I was totally creeped out. How did he know so much? I hurried to English to find Beth. Her eyes grew huge as I told her everything. I was relieved when she didn't try to defend Bryce this time. Good thing Adam and I clicked again. I have a good reason to break our date. That I kind of asked him on. Awkward. Did you ever talk to him about the council? I knew she couldn't have, but I was still trying to make sense of it. She shook her head. No, but now that I think about it, he's one of the people who told me about you flying. Strange. Did he disappear from school yesterday? I glanced back to where he usually sat, but he hadn't come into the classroom yet. I don't think so, although I don't remember seeing him after lunch. He was gone after July told me to run out to find you. But then again, we don't really have classes together after lunch. He's finding things out somehow. Class started, so we had to be quiet and listen to Mrs. Brooke go off on fairy tales. I blushed when she said she'd decided to assign everyone else a fantasy story to write, like I told her I was doing. I remembered the books I was supposed to borrow and went to her desk when everyone began working on their stories. Hey, Mrs. Brooke, did you bring those books we talked about for research? Yes, I did. I'll give them to you after class so you can put them in your locker, where they'll be safe. Safe was relative when it came to my locker. It still smelled like brimstone. Plus, Bryce knew where my locker was, and I didn't trust him. Could I pick them up after school? That way I can take them straight to the car. That would work. She smiled. How is your book coming? The story is great. Something you would never believe. That's the joy of fantasy, isn't it? Be sure to watch out for the imps and pukas. I stiffened. What did you say? I had no clue what a puka was, but the word imp had me on edge. I could still see that thing peering out at me from the book. They're the evil fairy folk. I wouldn't write anything about them. It's bad luck. I smiled. I'll stay away. I need all the luck I can get. More than she'd ever know. Well, I look forward to reading your story. She went back to what she was working on. Thanks, Mrs. Brooke. I walked to my seat, noting that Bryce still hadn't come in. He'd been here this morning, so where had he gone? Beth caught the expression on my face. She shot me an inquisitive look, and I shook my head. I would tell her later. It wasn't that Mrs. Brooke had said anything sinister, but it still hit me wrong. How did she know so much about the fairy tale world? She could be part of it, or she could just enjoy the lore. I wondered again about the imp in the book at the library. How many people in this town knew about folklore anyway? After class, I told Beth what had happened, figuring maybe I'd just overreacted, but I could tell it shook Beth too. Why an imp? And what's a puka? She hugged her books to her chest. I don't know. Mrs. Brooke is letting me borrow some books after school, so I can look in there. Apparently it's some kind of evil creature. I opened my locker and traded out my books. It almost felt empty without April hanging out in there. Let's stay away from them then. I'll see you after class. I have to come up with a way to break off a date. See ya. I felt much better knowing she was getting away from Bryce. Math started, and Mr. Jensen announced that we would be learning probability in a fun way. He pulled out a coin, a deck of cards, and some dice, and the class cheered. We split into groups and were given the rules to the games. My group decided to start with a coin. We were supposed to see how many times it would land heads up. Matt went first, and the coin alternated between heads and tails. The same thing happened with Amber and Julie. Matt handed me the coin. I flipped the coin and it landed on heads. I flipped it again and it was heads again. I kept doing it over and over, landing on heads every time. Everyone looked at me. Let me see that. Matt took the quarter. Tell me if it's going to be heads or tails. He flipped the coin into the air. Heads. The coin landed on heads. He flipped it again. Tails. It landed on tails. Oh boy. What was going on? No one's luck was this good. Ever. Except. We continued and they watched me get it right every time. Edge, I said, joking. We sat there in shock as the coin landed on its edge and stopped. I stared at the quarter for a split second before I slapped my hand on it. Something was going on and I didn't like it. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Dice, right? Yeah, dice. How did you do that? Matt looked at me strangely. Do what? I just did what you guys did. My heart beat rapidly. The looks my classmates gave me were worse than when I had bad luck last year. I needed to distract them. So, what are the rules for the dice? You made it stand on its side. Matt leaned forward, a spark of excitement in his eye. No one could do that. It was just an accident. Yeah, play cool. That works, right? He stared at me for a second. Whatever. Okay, we toss the 2 dice, and we have to try to equal 8. We get 10 chances. Megan, you go first. No, you start. Let's stay in the same order. I glanced at the clock, hoping we would run out of time before it was my turn, but there was still half an hour left. Awesome. Matt started. He hit it 3 times out of 10. We moved on to Amber, and she was able to do it twice. Julie rolled it 4 times, then handed me the dice. I looked up at the clock again. 5 minutes had gone by. I rolled the dice and came up with 2 4s. The next roll was a 2 and a 6. This wasn't good. I shook it harder, but it was a 3 and a 5, and then 2 4s again. My face was red, and Julie had scooted her chair a couple inches away. Every time I rolled, it came up with 8. Matt looked at me with interest. Seriously, how'd you do it? Luck, I guess. If only he knew how true that was. You should buy a lottery ticket. That was awesome. Not awesome. That was plain messed up. No one's supposed to do that. Amber's eyes narrowed. So, are the rumors true? Rumors? Of course she'd hear about what I'd done yesterday. She knew every rumor that ran through the school. You, walking in thin air. Her smug look made me want to squirm, but I forced myself to remain calm. Amber, get real. Of course she didn't. Matt looked back at me. That's ridiculous, right? Exactly. No one can walk on air. I didn't have to mention that there was a dragon involved. Amber glared at me, and Matt jumped in, suggesting we start the cards. He seemed a little too eager, and I hoped for an interruption so I could get away. This luck thing was getting scary. Suddenly, the fire alarm blared. We all jumped out of our seats and headed for the doors. I brushed off the suspicions that I had anything to do with it. I wasn't that lucky, was I? We waited outside for a few minutes before we were let back in. Thankfully, class was over by that time, and I was able to escape my group. There was no way I wanted to do the card game after the dice and coin toss. I caught Matt and Amber staring at me, but decided to ignore them as I grabbed my books and went to meet up with Jared. Jared and Julie were talking when I got to class, and she looked at me fearfully before rushing out of the classroom. Great. I'd scared her with my luck. Jared looked at me with his eyebrows raised. What was that all about? Did you seriously break all probability rules in math? His eyes were dancing. Maybe. I blushed and sat down. If Julie had mentioned what happened, I could only imagine what Amber was telling people. He set his books on the desk behind mine and leaned down next to me. She told me you made a quarter to land on its edge. That might have happened as well. Jared, I don't know what's wrong. Last year I couldn't do anything without running into doors or tripping over my own feet. This year, I suddenly have luck spilling out everywhere. I dropped my head to my arms. He stroked my hair. We'll get it worked out. I'm not sure that your luck is oozing. I think you're just learning to use it. We'll have to keep you away from coins and dice for a while. I looked up. Thanks. I'm pretty sure the 3 people in my group won't be forgetting that anytime soon. Jared shook his head. Probably not. Julie warned me about you. She's afraid you've joined a cult or something. I raised an eyebrow. Now that's a new one. A cult? Yeah, although I'm not sure there are many cults out there that can make a person walk on air. I giggled, thankful that Jared could help me feel better. Probably not. During class, I doodled in my notebook while semi-listening to Mr. Lloyd. He liked to find those not listening and ask them questions. Today, I was his target. I mumbled off an answer, not even glancing up at him. Jared poked me. Megan, people are staring. I jumped and looked around. Everyone was focused on me, including Mr. Lloyd. I smiled politely and put down my pencil. Nice to see you're out of your daze, Megan. Thanks for your answers, but maybe you should pay a little more attention. I will. Sorry. I forced myself to listen for the rest of class, looking straight ahead. The bell rang, so I looked down to grab my books and gasped. Along with my curly writing and pictures of dragons, a small, horrific creature stared at me from the corner of the notebook. I slammed it shut and dropped my textbook on top of it. I hadn't drawn the creature. Or at least, I was pretty sure I hadn't. My hand shook as I stood. What's wrong? Jared put his arm around me. There was a doodle of a creature in my notebook that I didn't draw. It's that imp thing we saw at the library. Jared picked up the book and flipped to the page. I don't see anything. Nice dragons, though. Wait, what? I pulled it out of his hands and looked. The creature was gone. Goosebumps rose on my arms. I knew it was there before. Jared put his arm around me and we walked to my locker. I opened it, wanting April to be there, but it was empty. I threw my stuff inside and we went to lunch. Even with all my luck, this was not turning out to be a good day. Beth came up to us in tears before we reached the lunchroom. Bryce was horrible when I told him I couldn't go out with him. I hugged her. I'm sorry. Should we leave the school for lunch today? Only the seniors were allowed to leave the school, but most stayed and ate in the cafeteria. Jared nodded, and we went out to his truck. We stayed silent while Beth stared out the window on the way. The burger place was emptier than usual. We ordered our food and sat down. I took a giant bite of my thick strawberry shake, and Jared dug into his burger. Beth nibbled on a fry. The fact that she hadn't ordered a salad meant she was really upset. So, what happened? I asked. I told him I wouldn't be able to go with him after the football game. He turned nasty. He said you and Jared had been poisoning my mind, that you were dangerous. The scary thing is, his eyes looked weird. He didn't look like himself. She shuddered. Ugh, I knew I didn't like him, Jared growled. I was surprised. I never really heard Jared growl, even when we'd been caught by Louie. I'm sorry we're so dangerous, Beth. Would you like to stay away from us? Beth giggled. I might stay away from Jared. You should. I hear his girlfriend's in a cult. I took a bite of my fries. She can have him. I wouldn't want to mess with either of them. Beth waved at a group of other seniors sitting across the restaurant from us. Beth, I'm hurt. I pull you away from school, buy you some food, and this is the thanks I get? Jared put his hands on his heart, pretending to be wounded. Hey, I paid for my own food. She threw a fry at him. Right, but you would have been stuck with school lunch without me. He pretended to wipe a tear. True, I guess I'll keep you around for a while, but only for Megan's sake. I laughed. Thanks, Beth. I enjoyed being away from school. I could pretend that life was normal for just a few minutes. We finished our food and went back to the school, careful to avoid Bryce, and Matt, and pretty much everyone else. I didn't think Matt would say anything. He was a good guy. Amber, on the other hand, had probably come up with a great story about what had happened. Jared and I headed to government, where he kept a close eye on me, and I attempted to listen to the teacher. My mind continued to wander to everything that had happened. Before the Louie incident, everything had been perfect. Now, I felt like my life was out of control. Maybe jumping up onto a dragon was a bad idea. It was almost like it had made my luck go out of control. We left the classroom and I turned to him. Oh, hey, Jared. I need those books. and I don't trust my locker. Could I put them in your car? Sure. I wouldn't trust your locker either. It still has a slight burnt smell to it. He handed me his keys. I laughed. Yeah, I've tried to get it out, but no air freshener will touch it. Thank you. I slipped the keys into my pocket and hurried to the locker room. While we stretched, Mrs. Smith announced that we'd be running. There were several groans, but I was happy to have the chance to think. I jogged around the track, passing the other girls as they chatted about guys or the game that weekend. It seemed that after the messes I'd got myself into that day, it wouldn't be a good idea to go anywhere near the football game. There was no telling what my luck would have in store for me while I was there. Plus, there was this dragon thing. Who knew if one would actually show up? As soon as the last bell rang, I escaped science and collected the books from Mrs. Brooke. They were old and worn, and I couldn't wait to read through them. I promised to take good care of them and took them out to Jared's truck, making sure it was locked before I ran inside for practice. I knew I was going to be in trouble for missing yesterday, so I planned to push myself harder in order to make up for it. Coach Matthews came into the gym and put us into teams to start a scrimmage. Once things got going, he called me over, and my stomach twisted. Here came the trouble. Hey, Coach, what's up? My heart pounded. I hoped he wouldn't keep me from playing the next game. I really wanted to get a scholarship, and missing a game wouldn't help my chances. I wanted to let you know that they're putting together an all-star team, and your name was submitted. Tryouts are Monday, and if you make it, there's a chance to go on a tour through Europe. My jaw dropped, and my mind stopped working for a second. Europe? How in the world? Not only was I not getting in trouble, but there was a chance we could end up in Ireland. Maybe this luck thing wasn't too bad after all. Coach waited for me to answer, so I forced myself to talk. When would we go? It would be in the spring. The regional all-star game is in November. I think you have the skills. Are you interested? Yes, that would be great. Thanks. I grinned. We could go to Europe. It would come a little late for me to stop Louie, but maybe by that time everything would be resolved, and I could actually enjoy the trip. Oh, and I'm glad you're feeling better. Coach Matthews pulled out his phone and sent a quick text. My mind was too busy celebrating to figure out what he was talking about. Better? Yeah, your mom called to tell me you wouldn't be at practice yesterday. Oh, right. Yes, I'm doing much better. I have to thank Mom as soon as I got home. I could feel the pressure during practice to work hard. I didn't want to let Coach Matthews down after he okayed my chance to be on the team. I was exhausted by the time I was done, but I got an approving nod from him as I left the gym. Jared was waiting for me, so I had to hurry and grab my stuff. Thoughts of going to Europe made me almost miss the movement in the mirror as I brushed my hair. The thing was black and shiny with wings, and it grinned at me in my reflection. I screamed and whipped around, but nothing was there. When I turned back to the mirror, the creature was gone. I grabbed my bag and ran out to the locker room, my heart beating rapidly. I didn't stop until I was in Jared's arms. Whoa, Megan, what's going on? You're shaking. He held me tight until I could calm down. I pulled away. That creature from my notebook, he was back. This time he was in the mirror. It's almost... I trailed off. I could still see its grin in my mind. Right after the good news about the team. Almost what? He noticed people stopping to stare, and he pulled me away. I kept quiet as we headed to the truck. My legs were still jittery from the shock, and I couldn't help but look over my shoulder, jumping at any movement, real or imagined. We climbed in the truck, and Jared put his arm around me again. Okay, you were talking about the creature? What were you going to say? I took a deep breath. Today, during volleyball, I should have been in trouble, but instead, I was told I could have a chance to go to Europe on an all-star team. That's great. He squeezed my shoulders. Thanks, I'm very excited. But it was after that when I saw the creature for the second time. Earlier today, after I was so lucky in math, I saw the creature on my notebook. What if every time something big happens, this creature gets closer to me? Jared sat silently for a moment. It's possible. The first time we saw him was in the library after you used your luck to climb on the dragon. So that would make sense. He shook his head. But you can't just stop using it. Your luck is a part of you. True, but it's different now. Before it was how life was. Now I'm manipulating it. That fire alarm sounded after I wanted something to happen so class could end. I'd never done that before. Well, I might have and just didn't realize it. Things always fell into place for me, but I was sure it didn't happen like this. There were plenty of times when I'd wanted class to end and the fire alarm didn't go off. He pulled me toward him and kissed my forehead. We'll find that thing and take care of it. You don't have to fight this alone. Thank you. This has me totally jumpy. I thought back to the library. Do you think that's what's keeping the fairies away? April seemed pretty creeped out by him, so it's possible, but it still doesn't make sense. He looked at his watch and started the truck. Let's go make some cupcakes. That always seems to cheer you up. I smiled. I could use a cupcake about now. I loved my job at the bakery. It was even better that Jared worked there too. Uncle Jerry's bakery was packed when we showed up at work, so we helped him keep up with the customers. Two of us baked while the other manned the counters. When things calmed down a little, Jerry left to get some supplies. I was careful not to use my luck, worried that the creature would show up again. At one point, I nearly dropped a pan of cookies when Jared hurried past to get an order, but I was able to hold on to them. I set the pan down and looked around. Everything seemed fine, and no creatures showed up. Relieved, I placed the cookies on a plate in the display case, hands shaking. Maybe it took more luck than what I'd used to get it to show up. You look worried, dear, a kind voice said. I jumped. Mrs. Lincoln! I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Are you being helped? Yes, Jared is getting the cake I ordered. You changed the subject, though. Why are you shaking? It's nothing. I stopped. She might know what's going on. Can I ask you a question? Of course. She stopped looking through her purse and studied my face. Why would an imp be following me? I couldn't help checking the corners again for the thing. She stepped forward, looking anxious. Why do you ask? When I do something with my luck, this nasty black creature shows up in pictures or mirrors. I played with the napkin holder sitting on the countertop. She grasped my hand. Oh dear. It attached itself to you. After you left, I checked the book and it was gone. My stomach dropped. I knew it. So how do I get rid of it? You must defeat it. But it's dangerous. There's some creatures you don't want to mess with, and imps are one of the worst. I snickered. I've been up against a leprechaun who stole my luck. This can't be much worse. I wiped off the counter. Ah, so that's why you had the fairy guards. She tapped her chin. April and August, right? Yes, but they're gone. We haven't seen any of them since last night. Jared came in with the cake and looked between us. What's wrong? Your girlfriend here tells me she has an imp after her. She paid for the cake and took it from Jared. He looked at me. So, it's an imp, for sure? Yeah, I think so. I turned to Mrs. Lincoln. You told me I need to defeat it? How do I do that? Mrs. Lincoln tilted her head to the side. What were you doing to make him appear? It's something to do with my luck. Problem is, I can't just not use it. I seem to have a lot of it. Fascinating. It sounds as though you may need to use your luck enough to make the imp fully appear. Then you can destroy it. But how do I do that? Most of the time when I used my luck, it was an accident. Use your luck. But be careful. Imps are trickier than leprechauns. Mrs. Lincoln turned to leave. Wait, there's so many things I wanted to know, and I was sure she had the answers. She turned back. How do you know so much about fairies and things? Okay, so that wasn't what I wanted to ask, but I didn't know how else to put it. She smiled. They were once a big part of my life. It's been years since I'd seen any activity like this. 17 years, in fact. Be careful. There are many wonderful creatures out there, but there are also many dangerous ones. She nodded once and left the store. I stared at the door while Jared began to clean. I helped him close up, wondering what had happened 17 years ago. We locked up the store and headed out to Jared's truck. "You're pretty quiet." Jared pulled out of the parking lot. "Yeah, sorry. I'm just thinking about everything that's happened." I sighed. "Work was good, though." Jared smiled. "Yeah, it was good." He took my hand and we drove the rest of the way in silence. When we got out of the truck at my house, he walked me to the door. "Thanks for being there for me." I reached up and kissed him. "Hey, anything for my girl. I won't let anything happen to you." He hugged me tightly and walked back to his truck. I watched him go and waved before going inside. I found Mom and Dad in the office and told them good night, not wanting to talk about my day. "I got a call today." Mom smiled. "From?" I was so distracted by the imp, I couldn't help wonder if it was Mrs. Lincoln. But then, why would she call? "Coach Matthews." "All-star team?" "That's amazing." She stood and gave me a hug. "Oh, that." The excitement from earlier returned in full force. "Can you believe it?" I squealed. "We're proud of you, Megan. You've worked hard for this." Dad hugged me after Mom let go. "Thanks. I can't wait for the tryouts. It's so awesome. And did they tell you about the chance to go to Europe? It would be tough competition, but I really hoped it would happen." "Yes, that's exciting. I bet you can make the team." I yawned. "For now, I think I'll go to bed. It was a long day." "Good night, honey. I'm really very proud of you." Mom kissed my forehead. My room was spotless when I got upstairs, which would have been normal, but I'd left in a hurry that morning. April must have been here. I found a note on my dresser in small print. "We have been told to come back and guard you, but we fear the imp. I will be watching you from afar. Please be careful. Stay close to your friends and family. Do not go to the football game. April." It wasn't enough that I had to deal with Louie, but I had to deal with a creature that scared my guards away. Awesome. I dropped into bed and fell asleep quickly, but woke up often, nightmares invading my dreams. The imp was always there, grinning at me. Around 3:30 in the morning, I reached up and held onto my locket, and my finger brushed the gold coin. Henry appeared, yawning. "You couldn't pick a time during the day?" "I'm sorry, Henry. I meant to draw comfort from my locket. I didn't mean to summon you." I'd forgotten the gold piece was even there. Henry studied me for a moment. "Was that creature causing you trouble?" "Nightmares." I grasped my locket tightly. It had helped so many times with Louie, but these were different. "Ah, rest, dearie. You will be safe." He waved his hand over my head. I smiled at him before drifting off to sleep, barely aware that he had made himself comfortable in the chair close to my bed. Chapter 9. I woke the next morning refreshed. Henry must have left sometime during the night because the chair was empty. I wondered if it had just been a dream, but the nightmares had left after he'd come. I smiled, knowing I had at least one friend among the leprechauns. I showered and dressed in my cheerleading outfit, since it was a game day. I still didn't want to go, but I had to keep Mrs. Smith happy. I went to my closet to grab some shoes and was surprised to see a pair of boots sitting next to my flats. I pulled them out and found a note attached from Henry, wishing me luck with dragons. I smiled at his thoughtfulness and wondered if he made them while I slept. They were a perfect fit and had the steel toes I'd wanted. Wow, leprechauns could get fancy with their shoemaking skills. Jared showed up just a couple minutes later and looked at me for a second. "You look different. Taller. Wait, are those new boots?" I modeled them for him. "Henry made them for me. They're so light. I thought they'd be clunky with steel toes." I grabbed my bag and my toast and we left the house. "Did you get a note from August last night?" Jared shook his head. "No. You heard from April?" "Yeah, she said they're supposed to be watching us, but they're afraid of the imp." I finished the last bite of toast and checked the mirror to make sure I didn't have jam on my face. "I don't blame them, but I thought that's why they were supposed to be guarding you." He turned into the school parking lot. "You'd think so, yes." We put our bags in our lockers and went straight to the gym for a pep rally. I didn't want to change out of my boots to cheer, but I didn't think Mrs. Smith would understand. I put on my tennis shoes and set the boots in my locker, making sure it was locked. The pep rally started out well. Everyone cheered, and the football players did a fun skit. We got to the pyramid, and they chose me to go on top. I wasn't sure why, since I'm the tallest on the squad, but I climbed up anyway. We had all taken turns during practice, but I always worried I'd be too much to handle. It all went well until Mandy's hand slipped. I fell backward and cringed, preparing for the pain when I landed, but I stopped. I opened one eye. I was inches from the ground, floating on air. I concentrated on falling the rest of the way and landed with a thud. It hurt, but it was the dead silence in the gym that hurt more. I turned and found Jared staring at me, horror on his face. I closed my eyes, needing a way out, and suddenly felt something around my waist. By that time, the cheerleaders had backed away from me. I stood up, unhooked the belt from the harness that was suddenly around my waist, and bowed. Everyone cheered, and I sighed in relief. I glanced over at Mrs. Smith, who was staring up at the ceiling, apparently trying to figure out where the harness had come from. I closed my eyes and concentrated, willing her to forget it and walk away. When I opened them again, she was gone. Jared and Beth were outside the gym when I left. I told them to wait there and ran to change back into my boots, since I wasn't about to leave them in the locker. I checked my hair and winced at the red mark on my cheek where I had landed. At least it wouldn't bruise. I hoped. Whoa, cool boots. I want some, Beth said when I met up with them again. You'll have to ask Henry. He made them for me. Adrenaline still rushed through me, making me dizzy. How did you do that? Jared whispered. I don't know. I hoped I wouldn't hit too hard and I didn't. My luck stopped it, I think. When I realized I was floating, I knew I'd better drop. I watched everyone leave for class. Where did that harness come from? Did you imagine that too? Beth asked, and raised an eyebrow at a group of girls who were staring at us. I needed a way out, so I concentrated on a way to get out of the mess. I guess this was the easiest way to hide it. I walked toward my class, and Jared and Beth followed. Weren't you worried? You know, about that imp thing? Jared asked. I shrugged. At the moment, I was more concerned about how many broken bones I would have. Wait, imp? What did I miss? Beth stopped me. Oh yeah, Beth hadn't been with us the night before. I forgot to tell you. I have an imp following me that wants to destroy me. The more I use my luck, the closer he gets. Megan, you knew that and you still used it? How could you? She pulled her books out of her locker and slammed the door shut. Again, I just saved my life. I stopped and waited for a group of students to walk past. Besides, Mrs. Lincoln said I needed to defeat it. I have to lure it in if I'm going to defeat it, so I need to use my luck. I noticed her blank look. She's the librarian. She knows Jared well, and I had no idea. You're a library geek? Beth asked Jared, looking impressed. Hey, unknowledgeable. Don't knock my library card, Jared replied. I know she told you to use your luck, but I'm still worried. We don't know what he wants. All right, we better get to class. I'll do what I can to help smooth over what just happened, but I think you need to stay low for a while. Beth left for class. Yeah, I think I'll go home sick if we do probability and math again. All I wanted to do was get through my senior year in one piece. While I was glad that I'd been saved from what could have been an awful fall, I couldn't help being annoyed that my luck had messed things up yet again. You may get through in one piece, but I can't promise anyone will speak to you anymore. Jared jumped back as I tried to slug him. He kissed me in apology before running off to his class. I slipped into my seat and ducked my head, ignoring stares and whispers. I realized I hadn't looked at the books from Mrs. Brooke the night before. Maybe one of them would have the answer to the imp problem. Mrs. Brooke gave instructions on what she wanted in our stories, so I jotted down a few notes. When she told us to get to work, I wrote out some of what I just lived, adding a few more details to make it less believable, since jumping on dragons happened every day. I was pretty happy with the story by the time the bell rang. I only hoped my real story would go that well. I took a deep breath to calm down before walking into math. As long as we didn't do the same probability thing we did yesterday, I would be just fine. I purposely stayed away from Matt and Amber, but I didn't have to worry about Julie because she wouldn't even look at me. Thankfully, Mr. Jensen had decided to skip the card games. We went on to learn more about probability with actual math problems. I concentrated on the homework so I could ignore Matt, who was trying to get my attention. When the bell rang, I grabbed my books and took off out of class, where I nearly ran into Bryce. I stopped and scooted around him. I almost turned back when I realized I hadn't seen him since the messy lunchtime conversation he'd had with Beth, but I decided against it. "Megan, hey, Megan," Bryce called from behind me. I turned around, bracing myself. "What?" "Jared's waiting for me." Bryce smiled. "I only wanted to say hi and tell you what a great trick you did in the pep rally this morning. How'd you get the harness there so fast?" "It was there." I thought I caught something wrong in his eyes. I shuddered and turned away. "Things can't just appear," he argued. He grabbed my arm and pulled me back. "You're right. Good thing they didn't." I yanked my arm away and headed toward my next class. "Hey, Megan, what's wrong? One day we're friends and suddenly you're avoiding me," he called out. I whipped around. "What's wrong? You're horrible to my boyfriend, and then you make my best friend cry." He grinned, and this time I was sure there was something in his eyes. So Beth had been right. "You don't need them, Megan. I'm free tonight after the game. Let's go out." He moved closer, reaching a hand to touch me. I gaped at him. "Are you serious? Did you not hear me? Go away. Go back where you came from." Why was I even listening to him? I stormed off to Spanish and slipped into my chair. "Whoa, who ticked you off?" Jared asked. "Bryce," I muttered. My heart still beat rapidly from the conversation. "Ah, got it." He leaned forward. "Do I need to beat him up?" I snorted and shook my head, causing Mr. Lloyd to glare at me. I clamped my mouth shut, and Jared winked at me. The thought of Jared beating Bryce up was too much. Not that I would have argued. When class was over, we decided to find Beth and go out for lunch again. No need to run into Bryce, especially after I spotted him staring at me with a fury that sent chills down my spine. I probably shouldn't have ticked him off. Beth was waiting at my locker. We walked outside where I felt the wind picking up. I stopped short as I caught the scent of brimstone. Dragons. "You sure we want to leave the school?" Jared asked, also searching the sky. He put his arm around me. "Yes, I need to tell you guys what's going on without worrying about Bryce sneaking up on us. Let's hurry." I was glad April wasn't around, or she probably wouldn't have let me leave. We jogged to Beth's car and hopped in as a gust hit the parking lot. It was getting closer. I thought the dragons would be gone." I looked out the window for any sign of them. Jared looked troubled. "The dragons haven't messed with you for a couple of days now. Do you think they know something about tonight?" "Yes, and I think I know how. Let's go to your house, Beth. Unless you don't want a dragon dive bombing it." Not really. Sure you don't want to stay at school?" Beth searched the sky as another burst of wind hit the car. Common sense was screaming at me to stay, but I argued back that I didn't want to be here if the dragon really showed up. "Yes. Let's grab some drive-through and head back to the school so we're not staying in one spot." Beth looked at me like I was crazy. I probably was. She started the car and drove toward the middle of town. We picked up our food, trying to ignore the gusts of wind. It wasn't safe to be out here anymore. People were running for their cars and pulling away. So maybe I'll tell you now. We need to get back to the school. Right. Beth pulled out of the parking lot and headed back. I glanced at Jared. He looked like he was ready to pounce, even while he was shoving his mouth full of hamburger. Guys, I think Bryce is behind all this. He's been gone since Beth brushed him off, and now suddenly he's back and we're running from dragons again. Then there's the weird thing with his eyes. I took a bite of burger and waited for them to speak. I told you. Beth gripped the steering wheel tighter. I know. Tonight's the football game. Bryce thinks I'm going. I probably shouldn't have told him I would be. Of course, if they didn't come after me there, they'd find me somewhere else. So he's sending his minions after you, Jared added. Not his minions, but I think he's helping Louie. I don't know why. The other day he asked me about the council. How could he have known about that? Suddenly I felt and heard a whoosh right above the car. Dragon! I pointed in front of us. Beth pounded the gas to the floor, and we were pushed into our seats as she made the last mile to school fly by. I prayed my luck would hold, and thankfully, we made it with nothing but a little whiplash when she stopped. Jared jumped out of the car and opened my door. He grabbed my hand, and we rushed into the school, Beth right behind us. The power flickered in the hallway as the dragon flew overhead. It looked different from the one I'd been on before. Bigger. This one was red with more spikes. I guess Louie didn't want me riding this one. I heard laughing behind us in the hallway and turned, anger burning. Bryce stood behind us looking rather maniacal. Awesome. I escaped a dragon and now I have to deal with an insane person. Chapter 10. Leave this school. Jared took a step forward. No, I don't think I'm going to. Bryce flicked his hand. Jared flew back, landing hard on the floor. I clenched my fists. He'd gone too far. I thought of a piece of the ceiling falling, and a chunk fell on top of Bryce. Mr. Jones wasn't going to be thrilled that he'd have to repair this part of the school. The gym had just been finished. Bryce laughed and stood, brushing off the rubble. That's the best you can do? I thought of my pendant, but I didn't want to give Bryce the satisfaction of making me use one of my wishes. Wait, my hand flew up to my neck. Where was my necklace? I must have left it in my locker after the pep rally. I looked for a way to get down the hall to the locker room and realized there was no one around. What did you do to everyone? Oh, don't worry about them. They're fine. I just wanted a little time with you. He smiled flirtatiously. We're not alone, you moron. We have... I realized Beth and Jared were frozen behind me. I advanced on him, furious. Let them go. No, I don't think so. I've been watching you, Megan. You fascinate me. How do you have so much luck when you're a human? His smile looked more menacing than friendly. I'm special, I spat. I was almost nose to nose with him, or I would have been if he wasn't taller than me. Listen to me. This is my territory, not yours. You mess with my friends and my family, you pay. What I needed right then was a sword, or something else that I actually knew how to use. I looked down at my hand, smiled, and stepped back. There was a sword in my hand. I hoped I appeared skilled in swordplay. Yeah, right. What 16-year-old girl knows how to use a sword? I'm 17. I swung the sword at him and sliced his cheek. Okay, so I didn't know how to use a sword. That had looked awkward at best, but it had done the trick. He touched his cheek and glared. You will pay for that. He snapped his fingers, and the area around him warped as he disappeared. I felt myself relax as soon as he was gone. Jerk. I hurried to Jared's side. Are you okay? I'm fine. Apparently Bryce has magic. He rubbed his head and sat up. Yes, I guess he does. I helped him stand up and turned when his eyes widened, looking at something behind me. Miss Crenshaw? Is that a sword you have in your hand? Mr. Jones asked. Oh man, I was in so much trouble. I stood up and faced my principal. Yes? On school property? It appears so, yes. What else was I supposed to say? Hopefully my luck would help me out this time so I wouldn't get expelled. To my office, please. He spun on his heel and walked toward the office. Yes, sir. This would be very, very bad, but there wasn't much I could do about it. I went to his office and set the sword down in front of me before taking a seat. Mr. Jones sat down in his chair and studied me for a moment. He leaned forward and rested his arms on the desk. For the last 3 years, you've done a great job in school. You've had straight A's. You have several scholarships waiting for you, and you're supposed to be on the All-Star team. Would you mind telling me why you brought a sword in my school? I paused. Well, sir, I don't have an answer for that. You don't know why you have a sword. He sat back and rubbed his forehead. Last year, you didn't know why Mr. Toddy had a pitcher of water poured on his head. What's going on? I have no answers you would want to hear. I tried to figure out where my luck was located so I could stress just how much trouble I was in. I needed it right now more than I had before. Mr. Jones stared at me for a minute. Well, I'm sorry, but you either need to give me a reason or I'll have to ask you to leave for the rest of the day. And you'll be banned from cheering tonight. And because the sword was in view of other students, we'll have to press charges. My stomach lurched, and my eyes filled with tears. Press charges? So much for a good record. Still, there was nothing I could do. I stood. I'll go. Fighting a demon in the hallway doesn't work as an excuse. I'll get my books. Mr. Jones raised his eyebrows. A demon? That's the best you could do? Yeah. You, may want to keep an eye out for Bryce. I picked up the sword and headed for the door. Did he threaten you? He asked. You could say that. He had injured Jared. That was enough to tick me off. You know, you can't take that with you. I need to report it. He gestured toward the sword in my hand. I need to take it with me. I pushed the idea toward him like I'd done with Mrs. Smith that morning. He sighed. Right. I'm not sure what I'd do with it anyway. He looked down at his paperwork and didn't look back up. I left the office in a daze and went to my locker to pick up my books before retrieving my locket from the locker room. A few students stared as I walked past, but I just ignored them. I needed to leave before I let the tears spill. I went to get my car only to remember that Jared had driven me to school. I didn't want to walk and I wasn't about to call my mom. I found Jared by his classroom. Hey, Jared, do you think you could take me home? Of course. Let's go. We left with people following behind, whispering. I guess it wasn't every day that they saw someone walking through the school with a sword in their hand. You were suspended? He took my hand and we headed to the office so we could let them know he'd be taking me home. Yeah, I guess Mr. Jones didn't like my explanation that a demon was in his hallway. Jared burst into laughter. You told him that? I shrugged. Well, he wanted a reason. I'm sorry. Want some company? Sure, but you need to play in your game tonight. You could come after it's over. I waited in the hallway while Jared talked to the secretary. He came out of the office and we headed toward the truck. So, was Mr. Jones pretty mad? They want to press charges. I felt a stab of guilt at the thought. He stopped in shock. Press charges? But you didn't even do anything with it. I hit Bryce with it. I forgot Jared had been frozen at that point. Besides, I was around the other students. Stupid sword. Stupid Bryce. I kicked a piece of garbage up in the air, and it landed in the trash can. Jared's mouth fell open. How did you do that? I shrugged. Lucky, I guess. He laughed. Try it again. No way. I don't need another reason for people to whisper or stare. I'd had enough of that for a lifetime. True, my sword-wielding girlfriend. He held the door open for me and I climbed in. Jared took my hand once he climbed in. So, how did you end up with a sword? I told him how I did it and pulled the sword up on my lap. It was heavy, but still felt right in my hands. The hilt was gold with a few green stones set in it. I had no idea if it was any good, but it looked pretty cool. You sure you don't want me to stay here? I jumped, realizing we were at my house. I would love it, but I have to deal with Mom and Dad. Hurry and get back before you're late for class. I leaned over and kissed him. Thanks, Jared. Anytime. But if you keep doing all these cool things, you're not going to need me anymore. He smiled, but I could tell he was more worried than he wanted to admit. I'll always need you, even if it's just to get me out of trouble, like today. I opened the door and pulled my bag and sword out of the car. See you after school. See ya. Love you. He seemed shocked he said those words. Love you too, Jared. I watched him pull away from the house and grinned. Getting suspended was totally worth it if it meant hearing him say that. I whistled as I walked into the house. Megan! How come you're home? My show isn't done yet. You're never home before then. Maddie hopped off the couch and ran over to me. Is that a sword? I held it up for her to see. Yes, it is. Do you like it? It's cool. She reached out to touch it, but jerked her hand back. William ran over. Can I try it? He touched it in awe. Sorry, buddy, but this one is too sharp. Maybe we could find you a plastic one. I need to find a place to hide it. Mommy, can I have a sword like Megan's? William called. She came out of the office. What in the world are you yelling about? I want a sword like Megan's. He pointed at me. Mom looked at me in surprise. What are you doing home? Again? I lifted the sword and smiled sheepishly. She covered her face with a hand and went back into her office. I followed, holding my breath. Where did you get that? She asked. I explained what happened, including the consequences from Mr. Jones. She stayed silent for a minute after I was done talking. Is it real? Mom gestured toward the sword. Yes, and I don't know what to do with it. Maybe I could send it back to wherever it had come from. She sat in her chair and looked up at me. Well, if you're going to chase leprechauns and imps, you should train with it. My jaw dropped. What? That was the last thing I expected her to say. Ever. You have your luck, and you have wishes. Couldn't you find someone to train you? I don't know. I guess I could find out. I was still trying to register what she had just said. Sounds like a good way to use your free time. I'll talk to Mr. Jones. She picked up the phone and then looked back at me. And Megan, how about you don't summon weapons at school anymore? I won't. Or at least I'll try not to. If you need me, I'll be up in my room. Be careful. Don't break anything. She dialed a number. I shook my head. That entire conversation was one I'd never thought I'd have. Up in my room, I pulled the necklace out of my shirt and rubbed the coin. Henry popped onto my bed. You need me again already? Sorry about that, but I wanted to thank you for helping me sleep. I pointed down at my feet. And also, thanks for the boots. These are perfect. I was going to get a pair and hadn't had the chance yet. I thought you might need a pair for fighting dragons. They're great. Thanks. But that's not what I was summoning you for. I held the sword up. I need someone to help me train with this. He gasped. Where did you get that? He took it from my hand and studied it. This is elven made. I needed something to fight Bryce, and this appeared in my hands. Problem is, I don't know how to use it. I bit my lip. He handed it back. We could find someone to train you, but it'll cost a wish. I figured. I hated to lose the wish, but I really needed to beat Louie somehow, and I had to be prepared to fight. Think carefully how you want to word it. Wishes can be tricky. I thought for a minute. I wish to train with this sword without time passing here. Henry smiled. Well done. He snapped his fingers. My room dissolved around me, and when we landed, I had to stand still to get my bearings. Once I was no longer dizzy, I took in my surroundings. We were in a small training area, and I stood in the center of a ring. It was dimly lit with torches. Weapons of all shapes and sizes were along the walls. An older man with a battle-scarred face stood nearby, leaning on a sword. He was tall and muscular and had scars on his arms and face. I swallowed, suddenly nervous. Are you my teacher? He nodded and crouched down into fighting stance. Whoa, he wasn't wasting any time. I copied his stance and bowed my head like he did. The man immediately came at me, and I had to defend myself by swinging back toward him. We went for what seemed like hours. He would show me a move, and I would copy it before he attacked again. I was breathless by the time we took a break. No practice or sports camp could have prepared me for this workout. He studied me while he drank from his goblet. They say you have luck. Use it. Anticipate what I'm going to do. See if you could change what I do. I'll try, although I had no clue what I was doing. The man shook his head. You will be fighting creatures that want you and your luck. You must defeat them. He came at me again, and I groaned. How was I supposed to use my luck if I couldn't concentrate on anything but this big, evil sword coming at me? I studied his movements and realized he was doing the same movement repeatedly. I pulled back with my hand and imagined him tripping, and as he went down, I used the luck I'd pulled from him to fight. I stopped in shock. How had I just done that? I looked down at my hand and back up at him. That was almost creepy, and so awesome at the same time. He grunted. Well done. Try again. I continued to pull on his luck and then push a little harder with mine. This was completely different from what I'd done at school. I was able to sense his luck, so I just had to yank on it. With a final tug, I made him trip and put my sword to his neck. I stepped back and he stood to bow. He nodded once. You are ready? The room dissolved around me, and I was suddenly home. I looked at the clock and was surprised to find that only a few minutes had passed. My wish had worked exactly how I'd wanted. I made sure the sword was locked up in the hope chest at the end of my bed before I took a shower. By the time I was done, I was starving. The training had taken a lot out of me. I went back downstairs to find a snack and then flopped down on the couch to watch television with the twins. The crazy day caught up to me, and at some point, I fell asleep. I woke up to Maddie crying. What's wrong? I pulled her into a hug. Maddie didn't say anything, but she pointed at the window. The imp was on the sill, peering in. I told her to stay right where she was and rushed out the front door. It tried to escape, but I grabbed its foot. The thing screamed in agony as I threw it as far as I could. Stay away from my family, I screamed and stormed back toward my house. I heard scrambling behind me and I turned around, ready for it. The imp stopped. I crept forward and it disappeared. I growled in frustration. How was I supposed to get rid of it if it could just disappear like that? Once I was sure it wouldn't come back, I went back inside to find Maddie. She was huddled up on the couch, so I hugged her tightly. William snuggled next to me on the other side. I smoothed down Maddie's hair. It's okay. I got him. He's in my dreams. Maddie's eyes filled with tears. He never leaves, no matter what my dream is about. I wondered if my necklace could help Maddie like it helped me. I'll be right back. I ran upstairs, found an extra chain, and pulled the locket off my necklace. I put the gold piece around my neck and took the charm down to Maddie. I knelt down in front of her. You need to be very careful with this. It will help you sleep. I hope. Maddie touched it and looked up at me. But it's yours. Will it work for me? I guess there's only one way to find out. Now I think we need to find a popsicle. I'm pretty sure Mom has some in the freezer. Maddie smiled, and I helped her off the couch. William ran into the kitchen ahead of me to get the box out of the freezer. There was a knock at the door, and Jared walked into the kitchen. Hey, good timing. Can I have one of those? He kissed me on the cheek and sat at the table by William. Of course. How was the rest of school? I handed him one and put the rest in the freezer. Pretty good. You didn't miss much. What did you do? Jared pulled off the wrapper and threw it in the garbage. I shrugged. Not much. Learned to use a sword. Beat up an imp. Took a nap. Wait, you learned to sword fight? How? Where? I sat down next to him. It was my mom who suggested it. I had to use my wish to find a trainer, but it went well. He taught me to use my luck to mess up the other person. I pull on their luck and then push it back at them.
I paused and looked at my hands. I'm not sure I like it, though. You use their own luck against them. It kind of feels like what Louie did to me. I mean, it was cool while I was doing it, but I'm not sure I'm okay with it. He lifted my chin. You're nothing like Louie. You don't use it for gain. You use it to protect yourself. You find a person's weakness and use your strengths, just like anyone else would. He stood and threw away his stick. Can I see how you do it? Sure, but I only have one sword, and I don't want to hurt you. I have a phone sword, William said, and a plastic one. You could borrow them, but only if you teach me how to do it too. I thought you said you wanted a sword. I picked up a rag to wash the twins' hands. I want one like yours. It's cooler. William ran upstairs and came back with the two swords. We went outside and I showed them some basics before demonstrating how I used my luck. It was easier to manipulate his luck than the trainer's since he wasn't skilled. I managed to pull his sword out of his hand over and over while Maddie and William cheered. Jared had to leave for his football game, so I wished him luck. Sad that I wouldn't be there to watch his first game. Mom called us soon after to tell us it was time for dinner. After we ate and the dishes were done, we found a movie to watch as a family and settled in with popcorn. The game would only have been going for a few minutes when I heard the wind starting to pick up, rattling the windows. I clenched my jaw and tried to ignore what was happening outside. Maddie stared at the window, but otherwise, the family seemed oblivious. My phone beeped a few minutes later with a text from Beth. Things are bad here. I texted back. Do I need to come? There was a slight pause. Yes. Jared says to bring your sword. What sword? Are you holding out on me again? Chapter 11. I looked over at Mom and Dad, who were watching the movie, and tried to decide if I should tell them what was going on. No, it wasn't worth it. I knew they'd say no. I got up and walked casually out of the room. Where are you going? Mom asked. Dang. Out? No, you're not. You were banned from the game, Dad said. I pulled up the text from Beth and handed the phone to Mom. I can't leave them. This is because of me. You haven't even had a chance to train, Megan. There was a hint of panic in her voice, but I could tell she knew I was right. I did, this afternoon. I used this. I pulled the chain out and showed her the coin to make a wish. I trained for hours there, but only minutes passed here. I'm fine. Mom and Dad exchanged looks before Dad nodded. I'll drive you. Thanks, Dad. I ran upstairs and heard the twins begging to go. I grabbed the sword and put on my boots. I had no idea what I'd be fighting, but it would be nice to protect more than just my feet. I put on a jacket and pulled my hair up out of my face. I ran back downstairs and into the living room. Where'd you get the boots? Mom asked. They're from Henry. Aren't they cool? I zipped up my jacket and checked my phone. Ready, Dad? Let's go. We took his car and headed for the game. I was too nervous to talk, and Dad seemed to sense it. Whoa. He pulled into the high school and stopped. What happened here? It looks like a tornado. Dragons, Dad. Dragons. It was a mess. Trees had been pulled up, and people cowered in the bleachers. Several dragons the size of a bus were flying around, wreaking havoc on the football field. I hopped out of the car and ran to find Beth. She was helping people hide under the bleachers when I got to her. Anything you could do about those? She nodded toward the dragons. They're beautiful, but they're causing a lot of problems. Let's hope I can stop them. So you don't want to keep one for a pet? I watched them circle the field. Maybe one of the babies. Now get up there. Beth turned and helped a woman and her children hide. Okay, it was time for me to do my thing, whatever that was. I needed to get up high enough to jump onto the dragons. I ran to the announcer's box and took the stairs 2 at a time. I watched each of the dragons, willing one of the smallest ones to come near me. It changed its course and came straight over. I ran and jumped on its back, holding onto a spike to get my balance. This dragon was harder to stand on. There was only room for one leprechaun in the saddle because of the spikes. I used them to pull myself forward and yank the leprechaun off the dragon. hoping that would be enough to make the dragon leave. No such luck. The dragon did everything it could to buck me off. I didn't realize they could do that. Of course, up until a few days ago, I hadn't thought they existed. I stood up, praying my luck would keep me on. I didn't want to hurt the dragon, but I had no choice. I held my sword with both hands and thrust it into the dragon's neck. Almost too late, I realized it was falling and I jumped for the nearest dragon. That dragon was nearly 10 feet away, but I managed to grab onto its claw on my way down. The momentum pulled the dragon down several feet. I swung back and forth as hard as I could before I flipped myself up and over onto its back, knocking off the leprechaun as I did so. This dragon also became angry, and I took it out with the sword before jumping to the next one. I did the same thing a few more times until there was only one left. I leaped from the dragon I was on, concentrating on getting over to the other one. Apparently, my luck didn't let me jump 20 feet, but it did manage to help me land on the ground feet first. The boots Henry had made took most of the jarring off my legs as I landed. I had survived. The last dragon flew away, and I thought it was done, until I heard the roar. I looked up to find a very large dragon covered in shiny red scales and large spikes coming at us. It wasn't as big as the one I'd climbed on the first day, but it was big enough to fill me with dread. Things weren't going to be pretty. I turned to the bleachers. "Everyone out! Get to your cars and leave now! Dad, help get them out of here!" People ran for their cars as wind whipped up around me. Jared and Beth were there making sure everyone left while Dad ushered the last of the families to safety. Anger built up inside me as I waited for the massive dragon to get there. It shot out flames that hit the trees nearby. I needed to draw it away from the cars, so I held my hand out toward a power line, willing it to break. It snapped in half, and part of the line flew up in the air, straight at the dragon. It roared in agony and writhed for a few seconds as the electricity hit, giving the last of the cars time to leave the parking lot. I was relieved, until I realized Dad was still there with my two best friends. "You guys need to leave. There's nothing you can do." I didn't even know what I would do. By the look of the scales, I wouldn't be able to pierce them. "No, we're not leaving you." Beth narrowed her eyes. I knew that look. She wasn't going to budge. "Fine. Just please stay out of the way. This could get ugly. Oh, and you need to keep people away from that live wire." I ran back to the announcer's box and climbed onto the roof. The dragon made its way over to me, its movements graceful as it glided through the air. The spikes that covered it seemed to taunt me, daring me to try to climb on. Leprechauns lined its back, and they sneered as they flew closer. I couldn't wait to take them out. When the dragon was close enough, I leapt onto its back. Several leprechauns stood waiting for me, holding nasty-looking knives. So no throwing them off this time. I took 2 leprechauns at a time and parried with them until I could get close enough to kick one off while fighting the other. It only took a few times before they realized what I was doing and stormed me all at once. Time to bail. I jumped off the side of the dragon and took a few of the leprechauns with me, figuring they wouldn't let me fall all the way if I was holding on to them. I figured wrong. I let go to protect myself in the fall, but I was too late. I landed hard on my stomach, knocking the wind out of me. I rolled over and tried to catch my breath and found myself surrounded by angry leprechauns pointing knives at me. Their maniacal laughter brought me back enough that I was able to leap to my feet and face off with them. I had to stop again to breathe deeply before I was ready to fight. "You guys are really annoying, you know? That..." I held out my sword and got into a fighting stance. They cackled even louder and made rude gestures. I used my luck to pull a knife out of one of their hands with my mind, and he snapped his fingers before disappearing. I tried 2 at a time and caught the knives as they flew through the air. Those 2 leprechauns disappeared as well. Awesome! This was easier than I'd expected. I decided to try them all at once, forgetting that I would also have to try to catch all the knives. I yelped and ducked as several knives came at me. One sliced my arm as it flew by, and I saw the glint in the jerk's eyes as he made himself disappear. I held my hand to the cut on my arm and looked for the dragon. He must have flown away when the leprechauns followed me. It was done. I picked up my sword and headed toward Beth, Jared, and my dad. Except that everything was blurry. My legs wobbled as I moved forward, and my head pounded. I tried to speak to Dad, but nothing would come out. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. I had the cool boots and the sword. I stumbled just as Jared grabbed me and picked me up. Hold on, Megan. I have you. Jared's voice was just like an angel's. I wanted to tell him, but couldn't. Is she okay? My dad's voice was scratchy, like he was crying. I wondered what was wrong as he took me from Jared. I felt like I was floating away. It felt wonderful. Better than riding a dragon. If only the pain in my arm would go away. Someone needed to do something about that. I vaguely heard people talking as my dad ran for the car. The last thing I remember was being set gently onto the seat. I woke up in my room with my arm wrapped. It was throbbing with the beat of my heart. Mom was asleep in the chair, and Maddie slept on the floor. I tried to sit up, but my head spun. I lay back and drifted off again. I ducked behind a tree as I heard voices. 2 leprechauns scurried past, whispering as they looked over their shoulders. As soon as they were out of sight, I went in the direction they'd been looking. The fact that I was here could only mean one thing. I came to a huge clearing. The beauty of the rest of the forest was gone from this area. It was rotting. Imps, trolls, and other nightmarish creatures who gave me the creeps moved around the clearing. Louie sat on a large chair and watched them. Just then, a light flashed, and a group of leprechauns appeared. Louie sat up straighter. So, what did you find? One of the leprechauns stepped forward. She has a sword! Louie cackled. The sound sent chills down my spine. I knew it all too well. She has a sword! That's the best she can do. Did you succeed? We had the crowd screaming until she showed up. Excellent. Where are the dragons? Louis rolled a gold coin between his fingers. One of the leprechauns bowed his head. She killed them. All but 2. Silver is home, back with his mom. Shadow is back in his cave, insisting he will not help. He was furious that she'd climbed on him. She killed the dragons? The hysterical pitch in his voice told me Louis wasn't in his right mind. He made the coin disappear and then leaned forward. Please tell me you finished her. She jumped off the dragon, taking a few of us with her. When she figured out she could pull knives from our hands, she got cocky and pulled them all at once. Mine sliced her arm. It'd been dipped in poison. She won't be coming after us for a while. Louis leaned forward. I wanted her to come after me, or I wanted her destroyed. I can't go to her, but she can come here. When she does, I will finally have my revenge. His cackle took on a more maniacal tone. I jerked awake and took deep breaths until my heart stopped pounding. I needed my charm back, but when I looked at Maddie sleeping peacefully on the floor of my room, I didn't have the heart to take it away. The pain had lessened, so I forced myself to sit up slowly and then swung my legs over the side. I needed a drink and had to use the bathroom. Mom woke when she heard me moving around and jumped out of her chair to help me. Mom, I'm fine. Or I would be, if the world would just stop spinning. I'm so glad you're okay, honey. You had me scared. She put her arm around me and helped me to the bathroom. Once we got there, I made her stay in the hallway. I still needed my privacy. I finished using the toilet and washed my hands, cringing at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were puffy and my skin was pale. I found my glasses and put them on before opening the door. Mom helped me back to bed and tucked me in. Do you need anything? Yes. Could you please get me some water? My mouth is dry. I was frustrated by how weak I felt. I knew Louie was up to something and I needed to stop him. That's probably the painkiller. She picked up a mug sitting next to the bed and handed it to me. Did Dad take me to the doctor? I moved into a more comfortable position. Mom jumped up and readjusted the pillows around me.
He didn't want to have to explain why you were poisoned, and I remembered that you had help fixing your toe. Beth came over and helped get you bandaged up,
And that fairy of yours came long enough to put some powder on it before she disappeared again. I used some of the meds left over from when you had your wisdom teeth out. Tears ran down her face. I put my hand on her arm. I'm fine. Dad was there to help. I shouldn't have let you go. She sat on the bed and I leaned forward to hug her. You didn't see it, though. There were dragons everywhere. A lot of people would have been hurt if I hadn't gone. I was glad Beth had thought to get everyone hidden before I got there. Dad said you were up in the air jumping all over the place, and that it was pretty amazing to watch. He wishes he could have seen the dragons. She patted my leg. No, he doesn't. If he saw them, he would have seen me kill them. Tears ran down my cheeks. I just wanted to stop them, but they wouldn't leave. I had no choice. It was awful. It was Mom's turn to comfort me. Honey, I'm so sorry. I wiped my eyes. Was anyone hurt by the fallen power lines? No, thankfully the damage didn't do anything but knock the power out. There were a few accidents as people tried to flee the game, but no one was injured. You did well. She kissed me on the forehead. Get some more sleep. I don't think I can. I need my necklace back. I saw Louie again in my dream. Where's your necklace? Mom searched my side table for it. I gestured toward Maddie. She needed it. She's been having nightmares. I may have to use my second wish for another necklace. While I'm glad I know what's going on with Louie, I don't want to get caught. He's not the same jerk I knew before. He's a lot more dangerous. Well, I know 2 friends of yours who would be happy to see you if you don't want to sleep anymore. Jared has been here? Mom pointed to a huge bouquet of roses. Those are from Jared. He wanted to stay, but the room was too crowded. Beth left the gum and teddy bear. I pushed myself out of bed and looked at the card on Jared's flowers. Get well soon, Megan. I love you. My heart melted again with those words. I found the card from Beth next. Get better so I can beat you up. You promised I could ride a dragon. I smiled and set the card down, trying to block out the vision of the dragons. I wiped my eyes and followed Mom down the stairs. I was starving, so Mom made a batch of pancakes with sausage and eggs. I texted Beth and Jared and told them I was awake. It was still fairly early in the morning, so I figured it would be a bit before they showed up. 5 minutes later, Jared was at our house, followed shortly by Beth. Both were dressed nicely. Mom sighed and pulled out the flour to make more batter. She knew Jared's appetite all too well. What are you 2 dressed up for? We didn't have anything this morning, did we? I poured syrup on my pancakes and took a huge bite. They glanced at each other. Jared sat next to me and grabbed a pancake before looking at me. We're on our way to church, Megan. It's Sunday. You slept all of yesterday. I whipped around to Mom. You didn't tell me that. I just slept for almost 2 days. That meant I had 1 day to be completely healed before my tryouts. Mom winced. I know. You didn't ask. And I didn't want to bring it up until I knew you were doing better. No wonder I'm starving. I haven't eaten in 2 days. I shoveled in another bite. Beth looked disgusted. Megan, slow down. You made me lose my appetite. And that's not the only reason you're starving. You were jumping around from dragon to dragon like it was nothing. Plus, April warned me that healing would take a lot out of you. I stuck my tongue out at her, but slowed down. No need to choke on pancakes. I took another 2 and poured syrup on them. Maddie wandered downstairs, followed by William. Megan, you're awake. And guess what? Your necklace works. I can sleep now. She hugged me, bumping my arm. I gasped and her eyes widened. Oh, sorry. She bounced over to her chair. William dropped into his chair and laid his head down on the table. You okay, William? I asked. Yeah, I can't sleep when Maddie's not in my room. He yawned and pulled a pancake onto his plate. Why didn't you sleep in my room with her? I took a bite of sausage and passed the serving plate over to Jared. The disgusted expression on his face was comical. I'm not sleeping there with 2 girls. I laughed. There were 3, if you count Mom. He glared at me. That's even worse. He took a drink of his orange juice. Mom kissed him on the head. Thanks a lot. Maddie will be in with you tonight. Hurry up, you 2. Time for church. Jared finished his pancakes and took our plates to the sink before getting some juice. Mom ushered the kids upstairs to change. Adam came out of his room, yawning and scratching his head, wearing only boxers. He stopped dead when he saw Beth and blushed before running back to his room. A few minutes later, he came out, dressed with his hair smoothed down. Beth stood and grabbed a plate for him. He took it from her and sat down, piling it high with food. I tried to stand, and Jared hopped up to lead me into the living room. He sat next to me and took my hand, careful not to bump my arm. Exhaustion and worry were etched in his features. I touched his cheek. "You haven't slept, have you?" He looked at me. "This is the second time in 3 days I've had to watch you fight while I do nothing. I almost lost you this time. If April hadn't shown up when she did..." He trailed off. I laid my head on his shoulder. "I'm sorry. You did a lot on the ground. You saved all those people." I squeezed his hand. "I want you and Beth with me when I go up against Louie. I don't want to do this alone." "You were amazing, by the way. The look on your dad's face was priceless. You shouldn't have been able to jump between those dragons, but you did. When that first dragon fell, I couldn't believe you'd done it. And you just kept going." My tears fell again. "What's wrong?" "I mean, I know what's wrong, but did I say something?" He pulled me close. "That was the hardest thing I'd ever had to do. I've killed something, and they were dragons." He hugged me tighter. "I hadn't even thought of it that way. I was down on the ground, jealous that I wasn't part of it. It was you or them, though. Remember that there was nothing you could do about it." I sniffled. "I know, but it doesn't make it any easier." I looked up at him. "What if I have to do more? I learned to sword fight. What if I actually have to use it for more than stabbing a dragon?" "I don't know, but I want to be there to protect you for once." He brushed my hair away from my face. "Tell Louie to stop sending dragons then." I yawned. "I'll get right on that. Man, I'm glad you're awake. It was so horrible seeing you lying there. I just can't believe I slept so long." I leaned my head on his shoulder. "Thanks for the flowers, by the way. I think my mom was jealous." "Ah, well, I'll have to remember that next time I need to butter her up." He winked. "And thanks for the message on the card. It was very sweet."
I meant it, you know.
His eyes danced. I grinned. My heart threatened to burst. "I love you too." I threw my arm around his neck, careful of my other arm, and pulled him into a kiss. It was soft and sweet, and I wanted it to last forever. "Ew, Megan." We broke apart and laughed at the look on William's face. My face burnt with embarrassment. "Mom said to tell you we're leaving in 5 minutes and wanted to know if you needed anything before we go." "I'm good for now. Here, let me fix your tie." I tried to straighten his collar, but it made me wince in pain. The knife must have hit some nerves. "I'll do it." Jared straightened the collar and readjusted William's tie. "There you go. All the girls will think you're pretty cute."
William looked at him disgusted.
"Girls are gross." He ran off to find Mom. Jared leaned over and kissed me again. "I'd better take off too. I promised my mom I'd be there. You sure you're okay with no one here? I hate to leave you alone." "I'll be fine. I'm going to sleep." I slapped my forehead. "I can't believe I forgot to tell you. I saw Louie again in a dream." "You did what?" His eyebrows shot up. "That wasn't supposed to happen anymore." "I gave Maddie my necklace so she could sleep, and I forgot about getting it back. Last night I dreamed I was in a forest." Beth came in to say goodbye and heard the last part. "What was this about a forest?" "Megan's dreaming again," Jared said. "Where's your locket?" Beth asked. She sat on the other side of me. "Maddie has it. Anyway, Louie is evil now, guys. I mean, he was a pain before, but now he really is evil. You should have seen the creatures around him."
And he was ticked that I had defeated his dragons.
It was silent in the living room. "So, you know where to go now?" Beth asked. "Not really. I mean, I know it's in a forest, but I have no idea where it's located. I'm not really any closer to finding him." Mom came in. "Hey, honey, we're leaving. Are you sure you're fine?" "Actually, can you get my necklace for Maddie? I need it to sleep."
I pushed myself forward on the couch.
"Right, I'll go get that. See you there, you two." "See you, Mrs. C. Your pancakes were delicious, as always." Jared waved. She smiled. Glad you like them. She left to find Maddie, and Jared and Beth stood up. We'll talk more about this later. Beth waved and left. Jared helped me up. I'll be back later, okay? Sounds good. Thanks. Don't fall asleep in church. You look exhausted. I worried about him. I was pretty sure the bags under his eyes were bigger than mine. I just might, now that I know you're okay. He kissed me and hurried out to his truck. I grabbed a drink of water and a snack before heading up to my room. I took some medicine and climbed into bed, ready to sleep for another few hours. Maddie burst through the door. Here you go, Megan. I almost forgot, but then Mommy remembered. I hope you can sleep as good as I slept. I unclasped the necklace from around her neck and put it back around mine, sighing in relief. I was surprised at how much I'd missed wearing it. Thank you. I'm glad it worked for you. I'll have to see if I can get you another necklace like it. I would like that. Bye, Megan. I'll see you when I get home. Bye, Maddie. I yawned. She tiptoed out of the room, then slammed the door and ran down the stairs, yelling for William to hurry up. I smiled to myself as I drifted to sleep. Chapter 12. I woke up shivering and burning up at the same time. I ached all over. Blood and something else oozed out of the bandage. I squeezed my eyes shut, begging April to come. She popped into existence and took one look at my arm before whistling. July popped up next to her and turned a little green before disappearing. July should be getting Beth. Why can't you stay unpoisoned for more than 5 minutes at a time? She dropped onto my blankets and dumped out her bag. This will take a lot more powder than what I have here, but hopefully Beth will help. Oh, that reminds me. I'll be right back. I pulled at the bandage, trying to undo it with my shaking fingers. I managed to get the bandage undone by a couple of inches before I got a text on my phone. Don't touch anything. Be right there. I gave up on the bandage and rolled onto my back. April appeared on my blanket again, holding a large book. She dropped it on my lap and made me grunt. Oh, sorry. Now let's see what I can do about your arm while we wait for Beth. She unwrapped the bandage and gagged at the rotten smell coming from the wound.
Beth texted me. She's coming.
I pulled the blanket over me, careful to avoid my arm. I'd never felt so awful in my life. Good. She flew out of my room and came back a few seconds later with a rag that she set on my forehead. Let's get that fever down. She found the powder bottle and poured it on my arm. The relief was almost instant, but we both knew it wouldn't last long. She wiped her hands together just as the door opened and footsteps sounded on the stairs. Beth came in, followed by Jared. He wouldn't let me leave without him. She went straight to my arm and clapped her hand over her mouth. Man, I leave you for a couple hours and suddenly you're dying. Her eyes filled with tears as she grabbed a cloth and began cleaning the wound. April lifted up the book she dropped on me. This might give you some ideas for how to help Megan with this and all the other injuries she's most likely to get. Beth wiped her tears and smiled. Thank you. She took it from April and flipped through it. Oh, here's one. Wait, that's dragons. You said you were near Louie. Did the leprechauns say what they used? No, just that it was poison. I felt so much better with the 3 of them there, but I still couldn't stop shivering. April perked up. You saw Louie? Where? When? Did he see you? Wow, enough with the 3rd degree. She's suffering. Jared was on the other side of me, holding my hand. He brushed my hair from my forehead. Can I get you anything?
A drink? I should have a cup on my table.
I took a drink while he held the cup, and it felt so nice going down my parched throat. Thank you. Hey, lover boy, go get a bowl with cold water for me. Can you get her a straw while you're at it? She shouldn't be sitting up anytime soon. April waved him off. You okay for a second? I'll be right back. The hurt in his eyes made me want to hug him. If I could actually move. I smiled.
I'll be fine. Do my parents know?
I wanted my mom here to tell me it would be okay. Beth looked up from the page she was reading. Yes, they were picking up the kids from class. They should be here any time. Sounds good. I closed my eyes and concentrated on not shivering. Okay, try to remember. What did it look like where you were? April stood inches from my face.
It was a forest. Old. There was moss, and I could feel strong magic there. They were in a clearing that looked like it had been blasted out.
April cocked her head to the side. Why did you see them?
My locket was gone. Maddie had it so she could sleep.
I felt for the necklaces to make sure they were both still there. I'd need to put them back on the same chain, but now wasn't the time. Well, it might have saved you. I know where that forest is. She flew over to Beth and landed by the book. Look up foxglove. I need to know what the antidote is. Beth flipped through the book. Looks like ammonia and brandy. Megan, your family doesn't drink, right?
No, I don't know anyone who does, especially Brandy.
Jared came back with the water and a straw for me. He cradled my head and helped me take another drink. I smiled and squeezed his hand. Thank you. No problem. He turned to Beth. Did you guys find anything? Sort of. Apparently we need ammonia and brandy. She pointed out a passage in the book.
Oh, that's all?
He read over Beth's shoulder. Mom might have some ammonia. I could call her. Mom rushed in. Megan, what happened? You were fine when we left. You probably wore yourself out. I knew we shouldn't have let you go downstairs. I should have stayed home. She unloaded the piles of bandages and cream she held and came over to inspect my arm. It would have come back anyway. Remember the bite on her toe? Beth asked. Yes. Mom checked my forehead as moms usually do and gave me another drink. Well, that one came back a few times too. Dragon bites are nasty. Beth handed Mom the book. That's what this is? She asked. I thought a knife hit her. Beth shook her head.
Actually, we think there was foxglove on the knife.
Mom paled. Foxglove? We need to get her to the hospital right now. No, Beth shouted. Sorry, Mrs. C, but the hospital would flip out. I found a remedy, but we don't know where to get it. We need some brandy and some ammonia.
I think we have ammonia downstairs. The brandy will be harder to find on a Sunday.
Mom bit her lip. Maybe we should still take her in. Go find the ammonia. We can take care of her ourselves.
We already know the cure.
And I don't really want to explain a dragon fight to the hospital. Do you? Mom sighed.
No, I'll be right back.
She looked at me one more time and left. April flew to the door and shut it softly, whispering, Okay, we need to act fast and put things together before your mom gets back. What you need isn't available here. I have to go collect supplies. Megan, I need you to sleep for a bit, to slow down your blood flow. That poison is not good. You should have stayed in bed.
I was hungry and bored.
She was right, but I wanted to get up and stretch. Yes, well, let's hope it didn't do any lasting damage. I'll be back. The ammonia we have to use is rather, unconventional. You two watch over her. She disappeared. Jared gave me another drink and held my hand while I tried to sleep. I hurt too much, and my chills kept me awake. July? Beth called. July appeared in front of her. Oh, hey, there you are. April disappeared before she helped Megan fall asleep. Beth gestured toward me. She rolled her eyes. Typical. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small pouch filled with powder that she sprinkled over me. My room and the worried look on Jared's face slowly faded away.
Chapter 13. You did what? Beth shrieked. I jerked awake. My arm felt much better, and I didn't feel quite so chilled. I opened my eyes and noticed that April was right up in Beth's face. Both girls had their hands balled into fists. I had to get the ammonia from a pure source. It's clearly working. Let me do my job. You can't just pour fairy pee on my best friend, Beth growled. Guys. Jared nodded toward me. They jumped and looked over at me. Beth went to the corner and knelt on the floor to work on something, and April followed her. Jared leaned forward. How are you feeling? I rubbed my eyes and put my glasses back on. I'm doing a little better, but what are they yelling about? It seems that your fairy's brilliant idea for the ammonia was to pour fairy pee into your wound.
He was trying so hard to be serious, but I could see that he wanted to laugh. I smiled and looked over at Beth. It's okay. It's helping. I feel a little better already. Can we let Mom in yet? Not yet. We're actually brewing some brandy. Beth looked sheepish as she pointed down. You're doing what? My brain couldn't even comprehend what she just said. Mom would go through the roof. While April was gone, she collected grapes and some wood from the forest where Louie is hiding, and now she's aging it, Beth explained. Of course she is. I turned to Jared. Do you think you could get my mom? She has a right to know what's going on, and I need her for something. He kissed me on the forehead and stood. Sure, I need to get away from these two. Okay, thank you. I flopped back on my pillow. What do you need your mom for? Beth stood. Sorry, Beth, but there are some things I would rather not have my friends help me with. Going to the bathroom is one of them. Beth sat back down. Right, I'll be here with April, brewing your brandy. I giggled. There's something wrong with that sentence. Mom came inside, followed by Jared. How are you feeling, honey? I haven't found the ammonia yet, but Jared said you needed me. She felt my head again. Yes, I did. Could you help me to the bathroom? I could feel my face burn and tried not to look over at Jared. Of course. She helped me up. After using the bathroom, I washed my hands and studied the wound in the mirror. It looked gross, but it didn't seem to be as swollen as it had been before. Mom knocked on the door. You okay, honey? Yes. I opened the door. I was looking at my arm. It's pretty bad, isn't it? She studied it. It's actually looking better. Did they do something to it while I was out of the room? Yes, but I would advise you not to ask. I tried not to smile, but couldn't help it. She winced and helped me walk back to my room. I won't. Is your fairy still around? Yeah, she's been arguing with Beth over the right treatment. And Mom? There's brandy being brewed in my room. What? She stormed in, dragging me along. Beth, what are you doing? Beth gestured at the makeshift lab. We're making brandy using wood from Louie's forest. We wanted it as potent as we could get it. Don't worry, Mrs. C. We'll dump the rest when we're done. Mom studied Beth for a moment before she bent down to look at the lab. I can't believe I'm even saying this, but I think we'll want to keep some on hand since Megan seems to do this regularly. I grumbled as I climbed into bed. You guys make it sound like I'm looking for trouble. I caught Jared's smile. You agree with them, don't you? I've seen you in action. You do more damage to the bad guys than they do to you. But your mom has a point. I wouldn't get rid of the rest if it will save you. He brushed the hair out of my face. Fine. I suppose you're right. I took a drink of water. So, when is that supposed to be done? April flitted over to the barrel and peeked in. She dipped her finger into the brandy and put it in her mouth. Smoke came out of her ears. Wow! Powerful! I would say a few more minutes. That fast? Beth asked. You underestimate the power of fairy magic. She turned to me and put her hands on her hips. Now, you'll need to stay out of battles for a while. She tapped her chin. I would say a month, at least. Beth snorted. Do you know her? Yes, I wanted her to stay out of trouble. April sighed. Fine, just be smart. Hey, I'm always smart. I needed to hurry to get better so they'd stop insulting me. Except when it comes to bringing swords to school. Mom smiled at me. Mom, I thought at least you would be on my side. But I couldn't help laughing. It was definitely not my brightest moment. April flew up in my face. Where did you get a sword? I don't know. Bryce was threatening my friends, and I was angry. I thought of needing a sword or something else to fight with, and it showed up in my hands. Where is it? She asked. I glanced over at Jared. I'd no idea what they'd done with it after I passed out. Her dad had me put it in her hope chest. Jared nodded his head toward the end of my bed. Henry told me it's elven made, but that's all I know about it. April waved me off. Most are, but why didn't it disappear when you were done with it? Was it supposed to? Henry had been surprised too, but it's not like I'd tried to use it in the first place. I was just learning as I went.
Usually it does because there's nothing holding it there. Apparently, I've underestimated your luck. Someone somewhere will be very angry when they discover their sword is missing. You willed it here more forcefully than you should have.
She tried to pry open the chest, but the lid wouldn't budge. Jared went over and popped it open for her. He pulled the sword out of the sheath and showed her the blade.
Can you use it?
April asked. I never have before. It can't be too hard, right? He backed up into a corner to have enough space and then swung the sword around. She studied the sword for a minute and then looked up at him.
You need to train.
She walked along the sword until she stood on his hand. Jared's face fell. Am I really that bad? She shrugged.
No, not really, but you need training to be safe and to protect Megan.
He set the sword back in the chest and closed it. Who will train me? Megan? April snorted.
No, I don't want you killing her. I'll figure it out.
She turned at a whistling sound.
Oh, I think the brandy is done.
Mom followed April over to the lab and knelt down next to it. Can you see her? I asked, surprised. Yes, Mom laughed. She suddenly appeared over by the brandy just before Jared pulled out the sword. April blushed.
I must have let down my guard when I tested it. I'd better not try any more brandy.
She picked up the miniature keg and tried to fly over to my bed. Here, let me help. Mom picked up the barrel, which was closer to a mug in size, and brought it to the bed.
Okay, now pour a little over her wound. Don't spill any.
April flitted around Mom. Mom slowly poured it over my arm, catching the drops in a cloth. The brandy stung as the alcohol soaked in. Tears of pain filled my eyes, so I squeezed Jared's hand. As the burning ceased, the pain in my arm decreased dramatically. Mom gasped when the wound closed up. A small scar was left, but the sickening green color was gone. Mom turned to April. Thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter. It won't come back this time? April blushed.
You're welcome. And no, I don't think so. This wasn't dragon venom, so it should be fine.
She snapped her fingers and handed Mom a bottle to pour the brandy into. She then pulled a cork out of her bag and put it in the bottle. I'm going to put this in the medicine cabinet. That's all we're using it for, right? She looked sternly at the three of us. Yes, Mom. I'm not touching it, knowing where it came from. Or for any other reason, I added when she raised an eyebrow.
Hey, what's wrong with where it came from?
April hiccuped and then blushed. I laughed. I think you just answered your own question. Mom left the room and Maddie slipped between her and the door.
Hi, Megan. Are you all better now?
Yes, I'm all better. I lifted my arm up. See, I can move it without pain.
Oh, good.
She climbed up and gave me a hug. She turned her head when April flew over to my bed.
Oh, hi, April. Where have you been? I've been busy.
She twisted a finger through her hair.
Oh, I thought you were scared of the imp.
Maddie smiled.
But it's okay. I'm scared of him too.
April flushed and then disappeared. I laughed. You're right, Maddie. She was scared. But she doesn't need to be reminded of it. She helped save my life. Maddie's face fell.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare her away.
Jared ruffled her hair. You didn't do anything wrong. She brightened up and hopped down from my bed.
Oh, Beth. Your mom stopped by. She wanted you to come home when you're done. She also wanted to know how Megan was doing.
Thanks, Maddie. Beth stood. You good? I'd better take off if my mom stopped by. Yes. Thank you for saving me yet again. If you see July, thank her too, please. No prob. See you two later. She waved on her way out. I looked over at Jared. Are you leaving too? I needed sleep, but after all the visits from everyone, the quiet room was almost too much. Jared smiled and leaned forward to kiss my forehead. Not unless you want me to. I'd rather have you stick around if you can. Things tend to happen when I'm left alone. I yawned. You know I'll be here for you. Now, rest. I'll pull up another chair and read a book. Didn't you say you had some fantasy up here? Yeah, they're under my bed. Oh, I also have some ones from Mrs. Brooke. I haven't had a chance to look through them yet. I closed my eyes and listened to him moving around the room. I was comfortable knowing he was there and soon drifted off. I woke up to a snore. Jared had fallen asleep in the chair next to my bed. I stretched and felt a small pull at the newly formed scar, but the pain was completely gone. I leaned over to get a drink and bumped my arm up against Jared's. Jared jumped, wiped his mouth, and looked over at me. He blushed. "Hey, how are you feeling?" He stretched and rubbed at a muscle in his shoulder. "Much better. I didn't dream about Louie, so that's a bonus." He stood and set down the book he'd been holding. "I'd better get going. Mom and Dad are probably wondering where I am." "Thanks for staying with me." I squeezed his hand. "Anytime. Behave and lie there until you're better, okay?" He knelt down next to the bed. I saluted. "Yes, sir. I'll behave, unless another dragon comes." Okay, so I wanted to sleep more than anything else at that point. Dragons would have to wait. Jared laughed. "I'm pretty sure that's not behaving." "Yes, well, someone has to save the day." His face grew serious. "Someone has to, but next time, let me do it. I need you too much to see you get hurt again." I touched his face. "You're sweet. I promise not to do anything crazy anytime soon. That injury took a lot out of me." He stood and kissed me on the forehead. "I'll be back after school tomorrow. When did Mr. Jones say you could go back?" "I'll go back tomorrow, or at least I'm going to try, depending on how I feel. I need to be there for the all-star volleyball tryouts, if I'm even allowed to try out, with the whole pressing charges thing. The thought of missing out depressed me." "You saved the town from dragons. I would hope they'd take that into account." Jared paused. "Of course. They didn't actually see the dragons. They would have seen me running around up in the air, though. Everyone is going to think I'm a total freak by the time this year is over." Jared snorted. "This year? How about this week?" He ducked the pillow I swung at him. "Ow, stop hitting me. I take time out of my day to watch over you, and this is how you repay me?" I giggled and hit him again. "You're lucky you're injured. See you tomorrow. Love you." He leaned over and kissed me tenderly before heading toward the door. "Love you too, Jared. And thanks for everything." I still didn't know how I'd managed to get him to like me. "That's what I do, but only for you." He left and I heard Maddie's giggles downstairs. April appeared a couple minutes later.
Where did Jared go? I had a message for him."
She looked annoyed. "He just left. What did you need?" I really didn't want another fight right then. I was still recovering from the last one.
"I talked to the council about him. He's supposed to go for training so he can get a sword too. Not that I trust him with anything sharp."
"Why don't you like Jared?" She seemed to have a problem with him since the first time they'd met, and I couldn't figure out why. She shrugged. "I don't know.
"He's cute enough.
And he takes good care of you."
That's the only reason why I haven't turned him into a slug."
"You could do that?" I made a mental note to stay on April's good side. "Of course. I'd better go find August so we can pass on the message." April blushed and pulled out a mirror to check her hair. I suddenly realized something. "You like August." Her face turned an even darker red.
"Maybe."
"That's so cute. I should have figured it out a long time ago."
"Cute? Why? Just because I'm a fairy?"
She huffed and disappeared. Wow, she was temperamental. I pulled the blankets off and climbed out of bed. Man, it was nice to walk around without feeling like I wanted to curl up in a ball. Mom came in the room. "Where do you think you're going?" She set a plate with dinner and dessert on my desk. "I needed to stretch. I've been in bed for 2 days." "Fine, but then you need to get back in bed. We'll call the school and get your homework tomorrow." I panicked. "Mom, it's the tryouts." She bit her lip. "Are you sure you can do that?" "My arm is healed. I could sleep for hours, but otherwise, I'm fine. Please, I need to do this." "We'll see how you feel in the morning." She watched while I did a few stretches. Since she wouldn't leave my room, I collected a few books and climbed back in bed. I took the food she brought up and took a bite. "Thanks. This is delicious." "You're welcome." Did you need anything else? Nope, I think I'm good. Thanks. She waved and went to put the twins to bed. They came running into my room to say goodnight. They would be starting kindergarten the next day, and they were beside themselves. I just hoped that I had that much energy the next day. Chapter 14. I woke suddenly, trying to figure out what I had heard. There was a figure right next to my bed, sniffling. Megan, Maddie said, I had a bad dream. My heart beat rapidly from her waking me up, but I couldn't just let her stay scared. Come here, hop in my bed. You can't stay long, though. William needs you. She climbed up and snuggled next to me. Her breathing slowed and she was soon asleep. April, I whispered. April popped into view, snoring. She stretched and opened her eyes, glaring at me. What do you need? I was dreaming about... Never mind. I'm sorry for waking you up. I think the imp has been bothering Maddie in her dreams. Is there anything we can do to keep it away from her? April studied Maddie. It shouldn't be able to get to her. She disappeared for a moment and came back with a ring. This has been sprinkled with sleep dust from the Sandman. Have Maddie wear it. That was fast. I took it from her and studied it. The engravings were intricate, and I could feel the fatigue soak in. She shrugged. He owed me. Thanks, April. I shook Maddie awake and put the ring on her finger before sending her back to bed. April followed Maddie to her room and then came back. That won't completely keep him away, but it will help. She may have a close connection to the magic world, which is how he can get to her, but I still don't like it. Thanks again. I'd better get to sleep. I have tryouts tomorrow. I know. Good night, Megan. I'll be around as soon as I can find out anything about your sister. She disappeared. I rolled over and tried to sleep, but I was too worried about Maddie. I found the books from Mrs. Brooke next to my bed. I'd forgotten to ask Jared if he found anything to help us. I skipped around and found a section on imps. Thankfully, there was no picture in this book. But then, there was also nothing about them following only one person, so maybe it was after my whole family. No one else had said anything, though. I looked up pukas and quickly shut the book after reading about them. They were bad little guys, and I hoped never to meet one. I lay awake for another half hour before I finally gave up. April? She popped in. Yeah? Do you have any of that dust for me? I really need to sleep. All the rest over the last few days must have caught up to me. Even naps did that to me sometimes. Here you go. She sprinkled dust on me before disappearing again. I woke the next morning to my bed being jumped on by two excited kindergartners. I laughed and grabbed them. They squealed, trying to get away. Maddie, William, I told you two to leave your sister alone. Sorry, Megan. Mom pulled them off my bed. It's okay, Mom. I need to get up anyway. I reached over and turned off the alarm. So much for that last 10 minutes of sleep I could have had. You're feeling better? She asked. She checked my arm again. Yeah, I slept really well last night. Better than I have for a long time, actually. I climbed out of bed and looked for clothes to wear. I'll see you downstairs. I need to get these two some breakfast. Mom took Maddie and William by their hands and left my room. After showering, I dressed and grabbed everything I'd need for school. I made sure the books from Mrs. Brooke were in my bag and that the sword was locked away. I didn't want the twins finding it while I was gone. Mom dropped me off and headed over to kindergarten. I waved and took a deep breath as I headed into the school. I went straight to the office to check in, ignoring the whispers that followed me. Mr. Jones was in his office when I got there, and the secretary motioned for me to go in. I walked in and sat down, waiting for him to get off the phone. He hung up and studied me for a moment before leaning back in his chair. So, it sounds like you had quite a weekend. What do you mean? He couldn't possibly know about the poisoned knife. He raised his eyebrows and handed me the newspaper sitting on his desk. I winced at the headline. Local girl saves lives at football game. No wonder people were whispering. I was there. I felt the wind gusts, saw the damage. Then your dad showed up to tell everyone to hide while you did your thing. He leaned forward in his chair. What were you doing? I hesitated. Did you see anything while you were under the bleachers? No, I was busy making sure everyone was safe. Word is that you were in the air. Yeah, I was. The fact that I was on a dragon was beside the point. How did you do that? He glanced at the article again. Are you sure you really want to know? He already heard about Bryce. I wasn't sure he could handle much more. Does it have any connection to the sword you had at school? Yes, but you didn't believe me then either. I slumped in my chair. I really didn't want to tell anyone else what was going on. I wanted this over with. He smiled. Let's just say I'm more inclined to believe you after what I experienced Friday night. I laughed. I'm not sure you're ready for what actually happened. Am I free to go to class? Yes, I suppose you are. We won't press charges. I stood and walked to the door. Thank you, Mr. Jones. I promise not to have any other weapons show up at school. So, what were you dealing with Friday night? He asked. I looked back and grinned. Dragons. I left the room before he could ask anything else and checked myself in. Beth looked surprised to see me when I walked into class and gave me a thumbs up. I smiled and nodded. I took the books up to Mrs. Brooke while the class read silently and thanked her for letting me borrow them. Did you find what you needed? She took the books from me and put them on the shelf behind her. Mostly. I was hoping to find more on imps. She paled. Why would you hope that? She whispered. I need to know more about them. Why? Her fear told me she knew something. She looked into the distance before shaking herself. Never mind. Please go work on your story. I leaned forward. Please, Mrs. Brooke, if you know anything about them, please tell me. I walked to my desk and pulled out my notebook to write. I glanced up at her once or twice, and she was staring at her desk, looking troubled. After class, Beth grabbed my elbow and pulled me out of the room. What was that all about? And how are you feeling? I looked back at the classroom. Mrs. Brooke knows something about imps. She freaked out when I mentioned them. We stopped at Beth's locker. I'm fine. The brandy completely healed it. You ready for tryouts? She pulled out the book she needed and shut the locker door. Yes, or at least, I think so. We'll see how I feel when I actually get there. You made it. Jared wrapped me in a bear hug. Hey, Jared. I put my arms around him. I didn't think you'd be coming by this morning, so I had Mom bring me. Sorry about that. I woke up late. August zapped me away during the night to train. I pulled away. You had to train last night? Yeah, it was awesome. I'm exhausted, but it's totally worth it. I can imagine. Shoot, we need to run. See you in Spanish. I kissed him on the cheek and hurried to math. People were staring at me as soon as I entered the classroom. Everyone scooted as far away from me as they could, but I aced the test I hadn't studied for, so I figured that made up for it. I rushed off to Spanish before anyone could speak to me. I could hear Matt calling for me, but I didn't stop. I really didn't want him asking for any more lottery numbers. I sat next to Jared and hid my face. Jared looked at me, concerned. What's up? I'm just tired of being talked about. I pulled out my homework to hand in. I heard a pop and glanced up to see August. Jared, someone here to see you. I took his homework from him and passed it up. Jared whispered back and forth with August before suddenly excusing himself. I watched him leave, wondering where he was going. I took notes in class, waiting for him to come back, but I didn't see him during lunch either. It wasn't until government that Jared showed up, looking wiped out. He smiled at me and dropped into his seat. Class started right then, so I wasn't able to ask what was going on. I could only assume he'd gone to train again, but that was twice within a few hours. I scribbled a note and dropped it on his desk. He scribbled a note back telling me he was fine and that he'd been training. Apparently they hadn't fixed it so he would return around the same time he left. I had to wake him up to be ready for the quiz we were given, and then wake him up when class was over. He rubbed his eyes before he stood up. Man, I thought football was bad. I heard in places I never thought I could. Why did they make you go again? I was angry with the fairies and the council. If they wanted him to be my protector, they weren't doing a very good job of letting him guard me. He couldn't even stay awake. He put his arm around me as we left class. I had a feeling it was more to keep himself up than it was to show affection, but I didn't mind either way. They're worried that something bigger is coming, and they want me to be ready. He waved at Matt. Do you feel ready? I asked. Why was there always something bigger? Why couldn't it be something smaller? Flashes of the first little dragon came to mind. Never mind. Small wasn't good either. I feel ready to sleep, maybe. He rubbed his face and yawned. Maybe you should go home. He seemed too exhausted to make it to the end of school. And miss your tryouts? No way. That's sweet, but you can barely keep your eyes open. Do you need me to take you home in your truck? You've taken me often enough. Let me help you. Yes, the fairies were definitely going to hear from me. After your tryouts. For now, you need to get to PE. He waved and wandered off to class. I watched him go and then rushed to PE. Coach Matthews was waiting for me by the gym door. Are you ready for the tryouts? Yeah, Mom is taking me right after school. His eyes widened. You didn't get the flyer? Bryce was supposed to give it to you. It's in an hour in Twin Falls. You need to leave in the next few minutes. Bryce. He would pay for this. Thanks, Coach. I'll be there. Is there anything I need to take? No. Be safe, and good luck. Chapter 15. I grabbed my stuff out of my locker and ran to the office. I texted Jared and Beth to let them know where I'd be, and called Mom to tell her I needed to be picked up as soon as possible. I really needed to drive myself more often. I hated depending on everyone else. Beth texted back, saying she couldn't come, and Jared met me on the front lawn to wait for Mom. I'm not letting you go alone. He put his bag over his shoulder. Mom's with me. I'm hardly alone. I was very glad he was coming, though. I could use his support for this. Hey, you're the one who told me I needed to go home to bed. I'm following your advice. Mostly. He smiled, showing his adorable dimples. Going to volleyball tryouts is like going home to bed? I raised an eyebrow. What are you doing about football? He shrugged. Coach said the field was damaged on Friday night, so they have to fix it up. Practice was canceled. I didn't do anything to the field, though. It was fine when we left. Or at least, I thought it was. I was rather unconscious at the end. It was fine that night, but the dragons left some kind of a nasty something on the field that burned the grass. Plus, there were skid marks where they slid as they landed. I just wonder how they were taken off the field. Good question. And I'm glad you're with me. You sit in the back seat and sleep. That's an order. He pulled me close. Oh, so now you're ordering me around, huh? I touched my nose to his, grinning mischievously. Yeah, got a problem with it? Yes, I do. He kissed me right as Mom pulled in next to us. We jumped away from each other and hurried to the car. Hey, Mom, thanks for coming to get me. I would have driven if I'd known about this. It's okay, sweetie. I just fed Maddie and William lunch, so they're lying down for naps. Adam's there to watch them. Hi, Jared. Why aren't you in class? Megan needed me for moral support. I told her my academics would suffer because of her, but she wouldn't listen. He climbed in the back seat and put on his seatbelt. I rolled my eyes. Nice try. Mom laughed as she backed out of the parking lot. At least let your mom know where you are. Did you check out of school? Yeah, I told them I wasn't feeling well. She turned to look at him. Are you really sick? He had to train for sword fighting. It wore him out. I shook my head, annoyed. This was after they made him train during the night. Mom looked at him through the rearview mirror. You must be exhausted. You could say that. He laid his head back on the seat and watched out the window for a few minutes before drifting off. So why didn't you know about the tryouts being during school? Mom asked. Bryce was supposed to give me a flyer, but he never did. Not that I'm surprised. He's evil. I turned on the radio to find something to listen to. Well, I'm glad you found out before it was too late. And you shouldn't call your classmates evil, even if they are. Whatever. I pushed Bryce out of my mind. So how was kindergarten for Maddie and William? They seemed to like it. Maddie talked non-stop, and William stayed quiet. Mom pulled onto the highway. Sounds about right. I smiled at the thought of them in school. Maddie was outgoing, and William was so reserved. It would have been fun to watch. Please get your feet off the dashboard. Mom pulled out her sunglasses and put them on. How was school? Fine. Mr. Jones let me off without any more punishment. He was at the game and seems to believe that something's going on. I'm not sure if it was my luck or if it was from saving everyone, but I'll take it. After having a sword in school, I'm guessing it's a little of both. Probably. The story in the newspaper probably had something to do with it as well. I was just glad there were no pictures. How's your arm? Fine. It doesn't hurt at all. I stretched it out in front of me to show her. I'm glad. Too bad I can't use fairy magic as a nurse. I'd be able to help a lot more people.
That would be impossible.
April suddenly appeared on the dashboard. Mom jumped and swerved slightly. You scared me.
Sorry, I've been here the whole time. Showing the world what we can do would be bad. That's why we only show ourselves to some people.
Mom nodded. I totally get that. It's just too bad. You healed my daughter very well yesterday, even if it was a little bit unconventional. April sat there for a minute, filing her nails.
Thanks, but a lot of it was Beth. Anyway, I'm here to deliver a message. Jared is needed again.
He's sleeping, and I doubt he'll wake up any time soon. I gestured to the back seat. She flitted to the back and knocked on Jared's head. He didn't budge. She tried to lift his eyelid, but that didn't make him move either.
Wow, he's out. No wonder August couldn't get him. I guess I'll have to move him.
Oh, no, you don't. Jared needs to sleep. You guys have taken him twice in the last 24 hours already. Let him sleep. Saving the world can wait a day, or at least a few hours.
I think you'll change your mind when you see what's coming for you. But fine, I'll let him sleep. He needs to attend this training, though. He will receive his sword.
She disappeared. Was this the same training you got? Mom asked. I don't know. I haven't really had the chance to ask him, actually. I was starting to get nervous about the tryouts. I needed to get on this team. Nerves were part of every game, but I was always able to channel them into working harder. I needed it to work this time. More was at stake than a win. I touched the locket around my neck. I wouldn't be able to wear it, of course, but then I never wore it for any of my games. This time, it bothered me, though. I felt like I had to wear it. Maybe it was April's warning that something big was coming. We arrived at the gym, and I had to drag Jared out of the back seat. He stretched and followed us in. April came by to take you to another training, by the way. We followed the sign toward the gym, along with other girls and their parents. She said after this one, you'll get your weapon. Seriously? Jared asked. Sweet. I've been looking forward to it. I shook my head. You could have just taken mine, you know. Yeah, but it wouldn't be quite the same. Plus, you need yours, remember? He held the door open for me. Did she say when it would be? She wanted to take you right then. I don't know when it will be now. Oh, I need to get going. See you after tryouts. Megan, wait. He leaned down and kissed me. I was breathless when he pulled back. Good luck today. Thanks. I glanced at Mom and blushed as I turned and followed the arrows to the locker room. April appeared while I was getting dressed and watched silently as I put on my knee pads and shoes. I took off the necklace and put it in my bag.
You probably shouldn't take that off.
April pointed at the necklace.
It's not safe.
I'm not allowed to wear jewelry for games or I'll get taken out. I finished tying my shoe and pulled my hair back.
Yes, but this one could save your life.
I know, but I have no choice unless you know how to hide it. Could you keep watch for me? Let me know if something is coming. I kept glancing at the door, making sure no one was coming into the locker room. I didn't want to look like I was talking to myself. April tapped her chin.
I don't think it would work the same if you're not wearing it. Hand me your necklace. I'll keep it with me. That way I could put it on you if something shows up.
I handed it over, and she disappeared. After a few quick stretches, I ran out to meet the other girls in the gym. We went through different warm-up drills, and then we were given numbers to wear before they split us up. Each group went over different skills. All the other girls were right at my skill level, and I knew I had my work cut out for me to get on the team. I refused to use my luck. April would pop in now and then to give me a thumbs up, and then disappear again. Near the end of the tryouts, They wanted us to scrimmage. April showed up as I was getting into position and frantically waved at me.
They're coming! You need to get out of here!
I shook my head slightly. I knew I should listen to her, but we were almost at the end of practice. She waved the necklace at me, and I shook my head again. The ball came at me, and I passed it off as I heard an all-too-familiar creak on the roof of the gym. I clenched my jaw and spiked the ball down when it came to me. The lights flickered, and they stopped the game. The coaches met together, and then the head coach blew his whistle. It appears there are problems with the electricity. We'll call it a day. You should hear back within a week if you made the team. Good luck to everyone. I sighed in relief and let April slip the necklace onto my neck. I tucked it under my shirt and ran to grab my things. Jared and Mom were outside the locker room when I came out. Great job, honey. You did very well. Mom grinned and gave me a hug. Thanks. I hope it was enough. The other girls were really good. It was a toss-up for me, but I wanted Mom to be right. Don't be so modest. You were the best one out there. Jared put an arm around me and hugged me close, ignoring the glares from the other girls as they walked past. Thanks, Jared. Let's get out of here. I braced myself to run. Right, I'm going first. He stuck his head out and looked around, then gestured for us to follow. We ran to the car and looked back at the gym. I could see that a small part of the roof was damaged, but the dragon was nowhere in sight. I waved at some of the other girls and wished them good luck before I got into the car. I watched out the back window as we drove away, but so far, we were safe. It would have been a very long drive home if we'd had a dragon following us. We talked about the different skills I'd worked on in the tryouts, and Mom and Jared kept assuring me that I'd done great. I was happy knowing I had done everything on my own and hadn't used any luck. At least, as far as I knew. We pulled into the school so Jared could pick up his truck. Mom invited him over for a celebratory dinner, and he said he would be over after work. She called his mom on the way home to let her know we'd be feeding him, and they joked about sharing the bill for such a big eater. Maddie and William were playing outside when we got home. Adam was sitting on the steps playing with his cell phone. I hopped out of the car and was surrounded by two bubbly 5-year-olds. Maddie threw her arms around me.
Kindergarten was awesome, Megan. Where did you go? Why are you all sweaty? Did you have volleyball? Oh yeah, that's where you were, huh?
That's enough, Maddie. Let her breathe. Adam pulled her into the house. He turned and mouthed, "You owe me." What did you learn about, William? I ruffled his hair. I learned about the letter A. A is a good letter. You can tell me what words start with A while we make dinner. What are we having? He asked. I looked over at Mom because I had no clue what her plans were. Mom led him toward the house. We're having lasagna and bread. Okay. William skipped inside, the letter A apparently forgotten. You made lasagna? I asked, surprised. It was one of my favorites, but we didn't have it often. Well, the store did. I figured we wouldn't be back in time to do anything else. I hope Adam started it, or we'll be eating later than I'd hoped. You think Adam's going to cook something? Usually he hid in his room. Adam was just inside the door. I heard that. Beth called, by the way. She wanted you to call her. Thanks. I ran upstairs and showered before giving Beth a call. I told her about the tryouts and what had happened. So the dragon showed up when you had the necklace off? She asked. Yeah. I pulled out some nail polish and painted my toenails. There was a slight pause, but it went away when you put it back on. Wait, she had a point. Yes, and every other time. So you think the dragon can't find me if the locket is on? Well, think about it. You said you left it in your locker that morning when Bryce went all psycho and the dragon showed up during lunch. Maddie had it when you fought the ones at the football game. Except I didn't have it the first time the dragon showed up. I think. Things had happened so fast that day, I couldn't remember if I'd had it on or not. That's one awesome locket you have there. You may want to keep it on. I finished painting one foot and started on the other. I can't during practice, though. Could you keep it in a pocket, or does it work that way? I thought for a second. The necklace was usually against my skin, but it would still possibly work in my pocket. I don't know. I'd better get going. I tightened the lid on the polish and stood. Sounds good. See you tomorrow. Wait, do you want lasagna? Mom and Adam are making a celebratory dinner for me. Adam's home. I sang the last part. Tempting. I get leftovers here. I'll be over in a bit. Awesome. I'll see you then. I sat at my desk and started on homework. I had missed more than I would have liked for the first week of school and really needed to catch up. I was finishing up the last of it when I heard Jared and Beth downstairs. I helped Mom set the table and called everyone to dinner. Maddie insisted on sitting next to Jared, and William sat by her. Beth and Adam were lost in conversation, and Jared, Mom, and I told Dad all about the tryouts. "Did the dragon find you?" Maddie asked. I turned to her, shocked. "What?" "I saw a dragon coming here, and then it suddenly flew that way." She pointed in the direction of Twin Falls. "It found us, but we were okay. I put my necklace back on soon enough." I took a bite of lasagna. Maddie tilted her head to the side. "Your necklace made it go away?" "I think so." It was Adam's turn to wash the dishes, so Beth volunteered to help. Jared and I decided to practice swordplay, so we borrowed the toy swords from William. We'd just started when April swooped in. "Sorry, you two, but it's time for the last training. We also had a different request. We're to take you both so you can learn to fight together. It does no good to learn to fight if you can't protect each other." I turned to William. "Tell Mom we're supposed to go train. Jared and I will be back very soon." "Okay." He hopped up and ran into the house, and I turned back to April. She rolled her eyes. "Aren't you forgetting something?" "Oh, right. My sword. Be right back." I ran inside and upstairs to grab the sword. I pulled it out and held it carefully on my way back downstairs. I was excited to see what they'd taught Jared. Chapter 16. "Just so you know, we won't be able to stop time like Henry did. Takes too much out of us. Good luck." April directed me to hold on to Jared's hand. August and April also held hands and closed their eyes. We showed up in the same arena I'd been in before. This time, there were few trainers instead of the one man I'd had before. I clung to Jared. "It's okay, I'm here." He squeezed my fingers. A trainer stepped forward. "You are here together so you will learn to fight as one. We will start with Jared in the front. Megan, you will use your luck to manipulate the fight. I want you to take the luck from those you're up against and channel it into Jared." I stared at him blankly. "You want me to what?" The trainer sighed. "Do the same thing you've learned to do for yourself, but this time, channel it into Jared. This will be for when you're fighting a larger group of people. Once it comes down to individuals, you will both fight. You realize that we'll mostly be fighting leprechauns, right? They're short. These men were big and muscled." The trainer stared at me for a moment. "Small or not, you do not want to underestimate them. You'll need your luck more with them than at any other time. You've yet to fight other creatures, and most of them aren't small. Learn to deal with it." "I'm sorry." I stepped behind Jared. "So, how does this work?" Jared asked. "We will send different creatures at you. You will work together to defeat them. Go." Suddenly, a small army of leprechauns came toward us. I watched as Jared got into a fighting stance. He was attacked by a few at once, and he struggled to keep up. Seeing him in danger kicked me into gear. I lifted a hand and pulled luck from the two leprechauns causing him the most grief. I pushed the luck back into Jared, or I assume that's what happened. Jared was able to trip them both up, and they fell back. As each wave of leprechauns, satyrs, and centaurs came at Jared, I was able to pull knives from them without getting myself wounded like I had before, or I found other ways to make them fail. I particularly enjoyed making them trip. As they continued to come at us, I got to where I could manipulate luck where I needed to, and use my sword at the same time. The flow of creatures slowed, and it was down to only a couple of leprechauns left. These two were larger than the others. I pulled out my sword and stood next to Jared. We fought side by side and quickly beat them. The trainer stepped forward and told us to rest. I leaned on my sword to catch my breath, and Jared was sweating heavily, but grinning through his exhaustion. That was awesome. He wiped his forehead and pulled off his jacket. I grinned back. "Yes, it was. You fought really well." "You're not so bad yourself." He leaned down to kiss me, but stopped when the trainer cleared his throat. You two are not done. Don't get too full of yourselves. These are spirits. The enemies you fight will be much more cunning. And evil, I threw in. I could picture Louie's face in my head and shuddered. And short, Jared added. True, but I'm not sure you want them to hear you call them short. You may regret it later, the trainer smiled. Gotcha. I'll keep that in mind. Jared mock saluted. Have something to eat. We'll start again in a moment. He gestured toward a table full of fruits and other foods. Excellent. I'm starving. Jared grabbed a handful of grapes and popped them into his mouth. You just ate at my house not that long ago. I took a banana. I had to admit, though, that all that fighting had me hungry. I downed a few more snacks before the trainer called us back over. For your final battle this evening, you two will be fighting us. Wait, us? As in you and one other person? I looked around at the rather large people who had gathered. I suddenly regretted the food I'd just eaten. You will fight all of us. Concentrate. You know how to do this. Jared, your ultimate goal is to protect Megan, and you, Megan, must find a way to beat us. Louie will have bodyguards. You need to slip past him and get to him while Jared keeps them away. I can't let her fight him alone. Jared clenched his fists. You may have to. We must look at all scenarios. Now, begin. He backed up and got into fighting stance. I admitted. I was scared. Fighting these guys was a little different from fighting the leprechauns, but I thought of the fear on Maddie's face when she talked about the imp. I thought of Jared flying backwards in the school hallway. I thought of everything Louie had taken from me the year before, and it was enough to make me get into position and move forward. I stayed behind Jared to give him space. I could tell he had worked very hard in trainings. The unsure swings he had taken in my room a few nights before were replaced by sure, strong movements. I saw a man coming at him from the side, and I immediately made him stumble so Jared saw that he was there. Jared turned and parried before I pushed the luck to him so he could defeat the man. We continued this until we were down to my trainer and his partner. I took my trainer, and Jared went with the other guy. I was quickly on the defensive and worried that I wouldn't beat him. Instead of pulling on his luck, I concentrated on mine, and I was able to slip past and get to his back. I knocked him down with a blow and then brought my knee up to his head. He fell to the ground. Jared was still fighting, so I stepped back. I watched Jared's movements and how they matched up with the trainer's. Whenever I saw that Jared was about to go the wrong way, I'd suggest that he'd go the other way, and he would change directions. He finally took down the trainer by getting him in the gut. The trainer bowed down before he stepped back, sword down. Well done. I'm impressed. You two fight very well together. Louie won't know what has hit him. The others stood and took their places on each side of my trainer. They bowed as one, and we bowed back. Jared, I'm sure you have been waiting for this moment. Here is your weapon. His trainer looked at him proudly. Two leprechauns brought in a sword with an ornate sheath. Jared took it reverently and pulled it out. It was beautiful. It had rubies in the hilt, and the blade was covered with fine gold. He stepped back and tried it out. This feels like it was made for me. It was. You should be honored. Now, protect Megan and her family. She must defeat Louie so peace can be restored. Thank you for everything, I said. I shook his hand and called for the fairies. Jared was still busy staring at his sword when April and August appeared to take us home. I had just enough time to grab his hand before they sent us back to my yard. Well, that was fun. Jared rubbed his forehead. Do you think they'll let me sleep now? You received your sword, so I don't think they'll be coming back for you. They'd better not, or they'd be in trouble. Do you want me to keep your sword with mine? I would take it with me, but I worry about someone else finding it. It's probably better to have it with you. Jared handed it to me. Besides, you won't go anywhere without me, right? I'll do my best. Watching you fight was pretty awesome. I'd like to see it again. I think that can be arranged. He looked at his watch. Oh man, it's after midnight. I'd better get home. He leaned down and kissed me softly. I walked him to the front yard, holding both swords. I waved as he left and took them upstairs to put them in the chest. I crawled into bed, exhausted. I smiled to myself as I pulled my blankets over me. Learning to use the sword was fun, but fighting alongside Jared was a whole new level of awesome. I drifted off, thinking about how hot he looked as he fought those humongous trainers.
Chapter 17. Morning came too soon. I was sure that the sun was supposed to stay down for at least another hour. Unfortunately, Maddie agreed with the sun and pounded on my door to wake me up. Megan, it's time to wake up. Mom said you need to hurry. She has a meeting, so she can't drive you today, Maddie called. I grumbled and hid under the covers. I drifted off just as Mom came to wake me again. I pulled the blankets down and yelled that I'd be out in a minute. I showered and dressed, then made sure I was wearing my necklace before leaving the room. I grabbed some toast and a bowl of cereal and ate quickly. After riding with Jared and Mom every morning, I was looking forward to driving myself. However, someone had something else in mind. The gas tank was empty and the tires were flat. No, not just flat. They'd been slashed. I looked around to figure out what was going on. Jared pulled up and climbed out of his truck. What happened? Well, I wanted to drive myself to school, but someone vandalized my car. Was it Louie? He bent down and examined the tires. Dang, they didn't leave anything to chance, did they? I shook my head. Louie can't come to me, but he probably sent someone else. I could almost guarantee it was Bryce, but there was no way to prove it. Good thing I stopped by then. I guess so. I grabbed my bag and realized I hadn't been very nice. Sorry, I'm happy you came by, but I wanted to drive today. Things keep coming up and I have to hitch rides home. Want to drive my truck? He held out his keys. I brightened. Seriously? Yes, you can drive it, but please be careful. He looked pained to say it. Hey, I'm always careful. He raised his eyebrows. Okay, so most of the time I'm careful. I climbed into the driver's side of the truck and put my hand out to ask for the keys. He hesitantly handed them to me and put on his seatbelt. The ride to school went smoothly as I made exaggerated stops and checked every intersection several times. Jared sighed in relief when we got there. Seriously, you need to trust me more. I handed him the keys and grinned at him. I guess so, he laughed. I hopped out of the truck and waited for him to climb out. He took me by the hand and we walked in together. I didn't mind the whispers nearly as much when he walked by me, except that I'd forgotten Jared and Matt were friends. Matt came up to us joking around for a bit with Jared before turning to talk to me. So, Megan, ready to buy that lottery ticket? No, I think I'll stay away. I wanted to hide behind Jared. You know you'd win, right? You have the odds in your favor. I smiled. That's why I won't do it. It's not fair to anyone else. I needed out. Talking about my luck was uncomfortable. Sorry, but I need to go talk to Mrs. Brooke. See you in Spanish, Jared. You could be rich, you know, Matt called. I just waved and kept walking. Mrs. Brooke was in her classroom reading, so I walked up to the front of the room. Hey, Mrs. Brooke. She looked up from her book. Oh, hey, Megan. How did the tryouts go yesterday? You heard about that? I asked, surprised. It was good. I won't know for probably another couple days if I made it on the team. I'm sure you did great. I've seen you play. So, can I help you with anything? I debated asking her about the imps again, but decided against it. She hadn't reacted well the day before. I'm good. I wanted to thank you again for letting me borrow the books. It's not a problem. How's your story coming? Pretty good. I was thankful for the bell just then. I found a seat as students trickled in. Beth sat in front of me. She turned. Why weren't you with Jared? He was worried about you. Worried? Why? She shrugged. I don't know. Something about you taking off as soon as you got here. Oh, that. Matt won't leave me alone about lottery tickets because of those lame probability exercises I kept messing up by guessing right every time. Ah, well, he does have a point. So, is Adam going to your volleyball game tonight? I slapped my forehead. Oh no, I forgot completely about it. We're leaving during last period and I didn't bring my stuff.
I'd been in too big of a hurry this morning. I guess I'd be calling Mom again. Have you figured out the necklace thing yet? She asked. No. Maybe I could stick it around my ankle so it's at least touching my skin. Even that could be bad because the chain might break. She leaned forward. By the way, did you see Bryce today? He's back? I hadn't seen him since Friday. Yeah, and he has stitches down one cheek. Beth shivered. He looked creepier than usual. That was me. Her eyes widened. What? How did that happen? Beth, seriously. School? Sword? Suspension? Does any of this ring a bell? He disappeared right after I cut him, so she wouldn't have seen him. Wow, you didn't tell me you actually hit him. Anyway, I would steer clear. He looked like he was going after someone, and I'm guessing I know who it is. Was Bryce at the game Friday night? She shook her head. Interesting. Mrs. Brooke had us all put our books on the floor so we could take a test. I sped through the questions, thankful that I'd taken the time to study the night before. The essay questions took a little more time, but I still felt confident about my answers. The power suddenly went out, and several people shouted in surprise. In the chaos, I felt a snap around my neck and my hand flew up to the necklace. It was gone. I slammed my hand down on my desk and leaned forward in my seat. It's gone. What's gone? Beth whispered. My necklace. My heart pounded hard in my chest. I couldn't be without my charm. Louie would find me. While the other students pulled out their phones to use as lights, I just tried not to hyperventilate. What do you mean, it's gone? I felt a snap. Mrs. Brooks' voice interrupted me. Class, I need your attention. Please stay calm. I'm going to the office to find out what's happening. Mrs. Brooke, can I go? I couldn't just sit here. I needed to do something. Is that you, Megan? Yes, I'll go. I'm close to the door. Thank you. The rest of you hang tight. We have a backup generator, so the power should be back on soon. I slipped out, furious. Waiting for permission to leave had made me jumpy. Bryce would pay for taking my necklace. As I walked past my locker, the power came back on, and there, tacked on the door, was a note written in red. Come find me if you want your precious necklace back. You may want to hurry, though. Jared has nicely agreed to accompany me, and as I didn't have a pen, I had to use the only thing I could think of. Bryce. I felt sick to my stomach. Was that Jared's blood? My fear turned to anger. No, fury. Bryce had gone way too far. I snatched the note off the wall, stormed into Mr. Jones's office, and slammed it on his desk. Now do I have a reason to defend this school? Tears of anger poured down my face. I told you to watch out for Bryce, and now he has Jared. Chapter 18. Mr. Jones picked up the note and read before he dropped it and wiped his hands. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who believed it was blood. Do you have any idea where he is? No, I have no clue. I paced the office. If I stopped, I would lose it, and I needed to stay in control. Do you have an address for Bryce? Anything? He went into his computer, then looked up at me, confused. Strangely, I have no record of Bryce. He pointed down at the note, but didn't touch it again. What is this necklace he mentioned? Why is it so important to you? It kept the dragons and other creatures away from me and from the school. I leaned forward and put my hands on his desk. This means that bad things will happen here, and there's nothing I can do about it. It was also the only chance of me finding Jared. Otherwise, I have no wishes. I have no way of contacting anyone. And I can tell by the look on your face, I just made your brain explode. I couldn't help the rambling. I needed someone to understand my urgency. Mr. Jones studied me before answering. Any other student, I would dismiss. But too many strange things have happened around you. Is there anyone else in the school who knows what's going on? Beth does. Oh, and I think Mrs. Brooke knows something, but she's too afraid to say anything. He leaned over to the intercom and asked for Mrs. Brooke to come to the office. I'm going to let you and Beth leave, partially because you need to go find Jared, and partially because I need to protect my school. That means not having you here. I'm sorry. I understand completely. I didn't plan on staying anyway. Mrs. Brooks showed up, and I handed her the note. She looked sick to her stomach. I need you to tell us what you know about imps, Mrs. Brooke. This is life or death for Jared. I choked on the last words as tears filled my eyes. She sighed. Fine, but I'll tell you outside. No need to make things worse. She looked at her watch. The kids are still taking their tests. Meet me on the sidewalk. Fine, but I'm taking Beth out of class and we're getting ready to leave. Mr. Jones asked us to. I stopped. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk to you like that. You're stressed. I understand. She looked over at Mr. Jones. I'll send Beth to the office. She turned and left. I turned to Mr. Jones. Thank you. I'll take this with me. I picked up the note. Good luck, Miss Crenshaw. I'll let Coach know you won't be there tonight. Thanks. I smiled, left the office, and found Beth. I handed her the note without saying anything. I couldn't. My heart would break. She gasped. No! She grabbed me in a hug as my eyes filled with tears. She steered me toward the locker so we could get our things, and then we went outside. She went toward her car, but I pulled back. Wait, we need to talk to Mrs. Brooke. She has some information for me. I've been trying to get her to tell me, but she was too scared. If this is what imps do, I can see why. That jerk. Beth, I suggest you don't finish that sentence. She whirled around to find Mrs. Brooks standing there, eyebrows raised. Beth blushed. Sorry. You two need to hurry. Jared is in grave danger. She folded her arms, looking uncomfortable. The bloody note kinda told me that. So what do? We have no idea where he is. He also has the necklace that was protecting me. It held a gold coin from a leprechaun. I shoved my hands in my pockets. Why does he want that necklace? Besides the protection, Mrs. Brooke added. I'm not sure. I don't think he's the one who wants it. I think he works for someone else. Louie wouldn't want me protected. He had to be the one who wanted it. Mrs. Brooke rubbed her forehead. Megan, what in the world have you gotten yourself into? Did you ever hear anything about my bad luck last year? I'm pretty sure everyone did. She smiled and gestured for me to continue. You're probably right. Anyway, that was because of this horrible leprechaun named Louie. He put a curse on me, and when I was able to break it, he became very angry. The only way I was able to protect myself from him was by wearing that necklace. If he and Bryce are connected, that means he has Henry's gold coin. Which means he could have control of Henry, Beth added. Exactly. I need to find out how to beat the imp and get Jared back. And unless he's here somewhere, I'm worried that he's in Ireland with Louie, and I have no way to get there. You mean we have no way to get there, Beth said. Yes, but without the coin, I can't make the wish. Unless, I guess I could summon him again. I wouldn't summon a leprechaun too often. You never know who will appear. Mrs. Brooke ran her fingers through her hair. I need to go back to class. Look, you need to get the imp as close to you as possible. He'll feed off your strengths. Use your luck as much as you can and he'll come. They're not strong fighters, but they're tricky. Just be careful. She turned and left. So you're supposed to use your luck? Beth asked. Isn't that what Mrs. Lincoln said? Yeah, but I don't want to fight him until we're prepared. Let's get home. I want to try to summon Henry, but I want access to my sword when I do it. Beth drove home and grabbed a few things before we went back to my house. I went inside and Mom looked up from her studies. Not again. What did you do this time? She stood and came over to us. You act like I'm always getting in trouble. I tried to laugh, but it turned into sobs instead. She pulled me into a hug. Jared's been taken, and we're pretty sure he's hurt, Beth answered. Mom gasped. How did this happen? Where did they take him? Beth explained everything, and I showed her the note. Mom's jaw clenched, and there was a fire in her eyes I had never seen before. Beth, read up on your healing. Megan, go try to get Henry. I'm going to call Jared's mom, And then we need to find your passport. It's around here somewhere. I guess you're going to Ireland sooner than you thought. She stormed into her office. Beth turned to me, her eyes wide. Wow, your mom is scary when she's angry. I've actually never seen her this angry. I ran upstairs and pulled out the swords, along with the note containing the summoning chant, and we ran back downstairs, where Mom was waiting. Beth's mom is on the way with Beth's passport. It took a bit to convince her to let you go. Too bad Adam isn't here. He's going to hate missing out on this. He wants to stop Louie just as much as I do. I gripped the note tightly, wanting to leave right then. Beth's mom showed up and gave her a huge hug and a long list of instructions before she left. Beth had traveled alone before to her grandparents' house, but going off to battle an evil leprechaun was not quite the same. Beth and I went out to the backyard while Mom watched from the back window. I pulled out the paper and recited the chant as I thought of Henry. He appeared, looking unhappy. I thought I told you to use my coin. I bit my lip. He wasn't going to like what I had to say. There's a problem with that. A guy named Bryce stole it along with taking Jared. Henry's face grew red. Someone has my gold? It gets worse. Bryce seems to be connected to Louie. If I thought he was mad before, it didn't come close to what he was now. The leprechaun will pay for his treachery. What do you need? He was visibly shaking. I hoped you could get me to Ireland, actually. I think that's where Bryce took Jared. I need to save him. You know what to do. I nodded and ran inside. Mom, he's going to send us there. I gave her a hug and she held tightly for a moment. You be careful. I was already having a hard time thinking about sending you off to Europe with the volleyball team. I didn't think I'd have to send you with a leprechaun. I laughed. Hey, it's the way to travel. She hugged me one more time, then I ran back to Beth, gathered up my stuff, and handed her Jared's sword. I took her hand and turned to Henry. Okay, we're ready. I wish to be in the same forest where Louie is, located in Ireland. Henry took my hand and snapped his fingers. We felt stretched for a moment before landing hard. I looked around and shivered. This was the same forest, all right. The magic was stronger here than it had been in my dream. I was overwhelmed with the smells of trees and rich soil. I looked over at Beth. We're here. Beth's eyes shone as she looked around the forest. I'm in Ireland in a forest full of leprechauns. Yes, leprechauns who want to kill us. I turned to Henry. Are you leaving? Louie's not keeping my gold. I stay with you till I get it back. Right. Okay, we need to figure out where we are in reference to Louie. I stared at Henry, hoping he'd have an idea. I was totally out of my element here. We're at least a day out. Henry walked further in the forest. I ran to catch up. What? Jared could be dying and you put us a day out? Henry stopped and looked up at me. Our magic has distinct signs. Any closer and Louie would have ambushed us. Okay, I understand that, but still, a day? I needed to find him right now. Who cares? We're in an enchanted forest. Beth skipped along. Henry smiled. It's a day if you walk. You want faster? Start running. He continued walking. So we just follow this all the way to the village? I eyed the path through the magical but spooky forest. Aye. He was several feet ahead by that time. I looked at Beth. I know you're enjoying yourself and all, but it's time to start enjoying yourself faster. Come on. I took off jogging and Beth caught up. Henry was soon left behind, yelling something I couldn't hear. Shouldn't we find out what he's saying? Beth asked, looking back. No time. I ran faster, right into a gigantic web. Beth right behind me. We were instantly stuck to the slimy, thick strands. No, no, no! I didn't have time for stupid spiders. Beth shrieked. She was scared to death of spiders and had been for as long as I could remember. Her squirming only made it worse, and she got tangled up in the web. Beth, calm down. I yanked on my hand, but it wouldn't budge. I could try to use my luck, but I had no idea what to concentrate on. I don't want to know what made this thing. Oh, great! Here comes Henry. Beth yanked harder and lost her balance. Get me out of here! He came up to the web, laughing. I told you to watch out for the spiders. Good luck getting out. He continued on. Wait! Aren't you going to help us? Henry! Beth was hysterical. The more we struggled, the tighter the web became. Beth was a few feet off the ground by that time. I closed my eyes and focused on the strands holding her up. If I could just make them lose their stickiness. I suddenly heard her drop to the ground, and I opened my eyes. You could have warned me at least. Beth glared at me. I didn't have time. Now be quiet so I can, I trailed off. Terror had me frozen in place. There was a black, hairy spider the size of a pony coming straight at me. Beth screamed and yanked at my arm, trying to get me away. It jerked me out of my stupor. Hey, that's not helping. Seriously, I need to concentrate. The spider crept toward me. I concentrated on the web around me and felt the strands loosen. By that time, the spider was a couple of feet away, snapping its pincers at me. I opened one hand the best I could and concentrated on the spider. It stopped suddenly, trapped in its own web. It fought to move forward, so I pushed harder. I laughed as the spider tripped, and I managed to get the rest of the web off me. The spider snapped angrily, and we took off running. I pulled off the remnants of the web as we went. Beth giggled. How'd you do that? Do what? I pulled small sticky threads out of my hair. The spider tripped. How did you do that? She stopped running and walked, holding her side. Oh, that. I took its luck and used it against it. I'm glad it worked. I was almost a spider dinner. I shivered. Well, it was awesome. I'll never think of spiders the same way again. I raised an eyebrow. So the tripping part makes you forget about the fact that it was ginormous. Shut up. Chapter 19. After running and walking for another half an hour, we came to a rise, and I figured we should probably slow down. We didn't need to run into anything else without being ready first. We went down on our hands and knees and crawled up and over the hill. There were large flowers lining the path. I was relieved there were no snakes, and the path seemed web-free. I stood up to keep going, but Beth grabbed me. Haven't you seen Alice in Wonderland? Those huge flowers were mean. And what about the ones from The Wizard of Oz? She glared down at them. I don't trust this path. I wonder if there's a way around. I rolled my eyes. Those were movies. Besides, Henry went this way. I think. We never caught up with him after the spider. Beth threw her hands in the air. Hello? We were caught by a gigantic spider, and we're heading off to destroy an evil leprechaun. We thought those were just movies, too. Good point. We'll be more careful. We pulled our swords out of their sheaths and held them at the ready. Well, I did. Beth held Jared's like it would bite her. Okay, that's not going to work. I showed her how to stand and hold the sword. There's a reason April chose me to heal and not to fight. Yes, but right now, you have a sword, so you might as well use it. Beth grumbled and did what I asked. We made it to the line of flowers and nothing jumped out at us, so we relaxed a little. Halfway down the path, a bunny came out and stared at us. We squealed over its cuteness, until it hissed and bit into my boot. I shook it off and we ran. Squirrels, foxes, and chipmunks followed behind. The rabid animals were more terrifying to me than the giant spider had been. The end of the flowers was just up ahead, so Beth and I broke into a sprint. As soon as we passed through, the animals stopped and stared at us. I dropped to the ground to catch my breath. Nasty little things they are, Henry cackled. He leaned against a tree, clearly enjoying our hysteria. That little rabbit tried to eat me, I yelled. Nah, it wouldn't have done much. It's the flowers. They're poison if you eat them, and that's where they live. Those poor things. And no one has ever tried to save them? I looked back toward the line of animals. Henry chuckled and gestured toward them. Would you want to try and catch them? No. Good point. Now, is there anything else you'd like to warn us about before we continue? Just remember that you're not in Idaho anymore. This is a magic forest. Things are not the same. Your wildest dreams or your worst nightmares could be around every corner. That's all you can say? I could have figured that out myself, although rabid bunnies were not something I'd ever think of. He winked. I suggest you hurry. It gets worse at night. I looked up at the sun. Which way is west? I'm not even sure what time it is here. It's past noon. The west is that way. He pointed away from the flowers. Thanks. Let's go, Beth. The urgency to reach Jared grew stronger. He was hurt, and no one was there to help him. Beth pushed off the tree she'd been leaning against. Sure, why not? We'll just run all day. I laughed. Beth loved running. This might have been pushing it for her, though. The path stayed clear for another couple of hours. We saw a few creatures off among the trees, but they never came near. As the sun was close to setting, I began to feel someone watching. It was like an itch between my shoulders. If I turned, I could see movement in the corner of my eye, but I never saw anything substantial. I stopped to rest. Man, I could use a drink of water about now. Beth nodded. I'm so thirsty. I had Mom pack extra clothes but forgot something to eat. Of course, I also didn't expect to be dropped in the middle of nowhere. I sat down and closed my eyes, imagining how nice it would be if I could find a babbling brook nearby. The thought of cold, clear water was almost too much for my parched throat. Do you hear that? Beth looked around. Hear what? I looked up and cocked my head to one side. The sound of the babbling brook hadn't been in my dreams. Let's go! We followed the sound and came upon a small stream meandering through the woods. It seemed to come from nowhere. Had I done this? No, there was no way. I probably just used my luck to find what was already there. Beth dropped to her knees and dipped her hands in before I pulled her back. Wait, we don't know if it's okay. My camping instincts were screaming at me not to touch the water. I don't care if it's poisoned right now. I need a drink. She gulped from her hands. Oh man, you need to try this. That was all I needed. I bent down and took a sip. It was heavenly. Clear and cold, just like I wanted. I drank until I felt I'd burst. I knew we'd probably regret it later, but at least we were hydrated. We took off running again, and it was about 5 minutes later that I caught Beth giggling. I looked around, trying to figure out what she was laughing about. What's so funny? The pink bunnies? The what? Over there, they're dancing. She had to stop running because she was laughing so hard. I looked around. Come on, we need to go. She was hallucinating, and I had to figure out why. The brook? I drank the same water. I took her arm and kept walking. Henry? Henry! He appeared next to me. Yes? I jumped. Man, you scared me. What is it you need? Something's going on with Beth. By this time she was bent over, laughing hysterically, and could barely move. Henry stepped up to her and checked her eyes. Beth stopped laughing and stared into his face. You look funny. You look like a leprechaun. Megan, look. It's a leprechaun. She doubled over in laughter again. Yeah, this is Henry. He's going to help. I hope. Did she eat or drink anything? Henry asked. Yes, we had water from a brook about 5 minutes ago, but I drank from it too, and I'm fine. You have your luck. It'll come, but won't be as bad as what she has. I'd call for your fairy. She'll be able to help. This is outside my magic. Sorry. Thanks. How close are we to where we need to go? Henry looked around. You still have a few more hours. I'll get you to my house tonight, but we will need to leave first thing. He took my arm and snapped his fingers. We appeared in what looked like a tree that had been hollowed out into a cozy home. My head brushed against the ceiling, so I sat on the floor, pulling Beth down with me. This is nice, I said. Everything was polished and well made. Thank you. I'll leave you two here. I'll go scout ahead to see what we're getting into. Thanks again. I watched him disappear and then turned my attention to Beth. She had finally stopped laughing and was now nearly asleep, leaning on my shoulder. April? I called out. I didn't know if she'd even followed me, but I had to try. She appeared in front of me. Wow, you two have really gotten into some messes. What am I going to do with you? You've been here this whole time and you didn't help? I grumbled. April, we could have been killed. I would have kept you from the really dangerous stuff, she huffed. We were almost eaten by a spider, then bitten by a rogue bunny, and now my best friend is acting psycho. I counted each of them on my fingers. April waved away my concern. Oh, she's fine. She's not used to water tainted with magic. That made me pause. Tainted with magic? But I'm fine. Really? What color is my hair? She asked smugly. It's purple, except that seemed to be wrong. She laughed and shook her head. It's orange today. You are affected as well. You have your own magic flowing through you, so it doesn't bother you nearly as much. Beth will be fine. I'll give her some sleeping dust tonight that will hopefully counteract the nightmares that will come next. You're not making me feel any better, but thank you for the dust. Can I have some too? I no longer have the locket to keep me safe from Louie. I was beyond exhausted from running and walking all day, but I didn't know if I could sleep. April hesitated. That depends. Do you want to sleep peacefully, or do you want to know Louie's plans? I thought for a moment. Sleep or be prepared for tomorrow. Could I have both? Not for me. If I give you this dust, you will sleep through the night and have no memory of your dreams when you wake up. Will Louie know I'm here? I didn't want him coming after me until I was ready. He probably already does. You're still connected. He'll feel the connection stronger now that you're here. Good point. It was the same as before in Montana then. Give the powder to Beth. At least that way one of us will sleep. April nodded and took a vial from her bag. She poured it over Beth's head. That should be it. She disappeared, and I slowly moved away from Beth so she could lie on the floor instead of squishing me. By that time, she was snoring loudly. I considered recording it, but figured she'd kill me if she ever found it. I wandered through the tree to find blankets. This home was so much nicer than Louie's. The dishes were actually done instead of molding in the sink, and the floors were spotless. I finally tracked down some blankets and took them back to the small living room, where I put one on Beth, and then found a pillow to put under her head. The couch was too small for me to use, so I found a spot away from Beth. Her snores were thunderous by then, and lay down. I was almost asleep when I heard Henry come in. I sat up, anxious for news. What did you find out? He jumped. I thought you were asleep. Things are not looking good. I found Louie surrounded by his minions, but there was no sign of Jared. I covered my face with my hands. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Great. So now what? You must find Jared before anything else. Who is this Bryce character that took him? He asked. I think Bryce is an imp. Oh, he left this note. I pulled the crumpled paper from my bag. He studied. Aye, that's an imp, all right. Do you have anything of Jared's that we can use to track him? I thought for a moment. I have his sword, but that probably doesn't count. Henry perked up. Where is it? I went over to Beth and pulled it away from her. She'd been snuggling with it like she would a teddy bear. Good thing it was sheathed. I took it back to Henry, and he pulled it out. This'll work fine. He went outside with it, and I followed behind. Call your fairy, please. Oh, okay. April? My heart pounded wildly. I really wanted this to work. April popped in. I suppose you want me to help you find Jared. Aye. Henry tipped his head in agreement. Wait. April, you could have helped with this from the beginning? What kind of guardian fairy are you? Never mind that she'd saved my life 2 days ago. She was never there when I needed her. Or in this case, when Jared needed her. April flew over and landed on Henry's shoulder. Not by myself. I need at least one other magical person, and another fairy wouldn't work. Plus, we're closer to him now, so it will be easier. Now, be quiet so we can work. I stood there and watched them concentrate. They both touched the sword and chanted before stepping back. You may want to move. We have no idea which way this will go. April shooed me away. What do you. It moved. I jumped back. Yes, that's what's supposed to happen. April clapped in delight. The sword spun and shot off in one direction, so I chased after it. It moved around the trees, but otherwise, it went in a straight direction. It came to rest next to an old hollowed tree. I circled it, doubtful it had gotten the right place, and stepped into a hole. I yelped as I slid down a rough pathway and thumped onto the ground a few seconds later. It was pitch black, and I cursed myself for leaving my phone back in Henry's tree. Chapter 20. I heard another thump behind me, and I bit back a scream. A light flickered, and a ball of light in April's hands helped me to see Henry and April. I breathed in deeply to calm myself down. You two scared me. I turned away and tried to see anything in the darkness. My, you're jumpy tonight, Henry laughed. I've had an imp after me for days. You'd be jumpy too. I crawled forward, and April made her ball of light bigger. We had ended up in a small cave under the tree. The place was a mess and smelled musty, with furniture scattered throughout, and the surfaces were covered with knickknacks. I found Jared lying sprawled out on a pile of filthy rags and scrambled toward him. April brought her light close so I could check him out. Jared was unconscious, and there was a huge gash on his head. I put my ear on his chest to check his breathing. It was there, but very shallow. I looked over at April. Can you help him? I wiped away the tears pouring down my face. April flitted over and examined him. He has lost a lot of blood. I'm not sure there's much I can do. We need to get him out of here. Do you see your necklace? I checked in Jared's pockets and all around him. No. Henry, do you have any ideas? Henry was inspecting drawers and tearing things apart. Unsatisfied with what he found there, he stomped over to another part of the room. Can you sense your gold? April asked, helping him search. Usually, but the imp was able to put a shield around it. Nasty little trickster. He threw things around, and when he couldn't find it among the furniture, he went to the wall and began knocking. Ah, what's this? He punched the wall, and dirt fell, revealing a hiding spot. He reached inside and pulled out my necklace. I do believe this is yours. Henry pulled the gold piece off and threw the necklace to me. I put it back on, saying a silent prayer of thanks. Can we leave now? The forest is getting restless. April tapped her foot in thin air. Yes. Henry, can you take us back to your home? I hoped he wouldn't make me use another wish. I needed it to get home after we stopped Louie. Oi. He touched me as I clung to Jared, and we were zapped back to the treehouse. Jared looked even worse once I could see him in better light. I checked his breathing again and found that it had stayed about the same. I laid him gently on the ground and went over to try to wake Beth. She wouldn't stir. I needed her, though. My control was slipping fast. I shook her harder, and April landed on my shoulder. Her sleep won't wear off until morning. What am I supposed to do then? He'll die if we don't help him. I let out a sob. April tapped her chin. We really shouldn't have moved him. The magic could have made it worse. There's nothing you can do? I couldn't just lose him. He was my knight in shining armor, like we'd always joked about. He wasn't allowed to leave me. I can try. I'll be back. I need to get some other fairies. She disappeared. I moved back over to Jared and pulled off his jacket, revealing more bruises on his arms. Anger boiled through me and poured down my face in the form of tears. Bryce would be in so much trouble when I got a hold of him. Henry brought me a bowl of warm water and a cloth. I'm sorry. We will do what we can for him. Thank you. You've already done so much. I washed the blood off Jared's forehead and cheeks. I noticed him wince when I got too close to the gash, and I felt a spark of hope. Maybe he was more conscious than I'd thought. I pulled off his shoes and socks to help him be more comfortable, and then cradled his head, waiting for April to come back. April appeared a few minutes later with several of her fairy friends, including August. They flitted around, healing the bruises on his arms, and the gash closed over a little. Once they'd gone over his body, April turned to me. There's not much else we can do. I hope this helps. Thanks for doing all you can. He seems to be breathing a little better. They bowed and disappeared. April and August took a spot on the cupboard above us and went to sleep. Henry brought me the pillow and blanket I'd be using. Jared's a good man. I'll do what I can to help. His voice was sad, and he wouldn't meet my eyes. Thanks, Henry. You've been wonderful. I'm glad you have your gold back. I sat, feeling numb as I watched Jared, hoping for any sign of movement. Henry put his hand on my shoulder. Me too. We'll bring Jared back, and he'll help us defeat Louie. I looked up at him in surprise. Us? You're helping me? You're going to fight? This is the second time Louie or his minions have stolen my gold. He will pay. He turned and left the room. I set my pillow next to Jared's shoulder and lay down. I wasn't about to leave him, even for a second. I put my hand on his arm, seeking reassurance that I'd really found him, and the exhaustion of the day finally overcame me. You really need to stop doing this, you know. I opened my eyes to find Beth sitting next to me. I yawned and sat up. Stop doing what? Hello? She pointed at Jared. Stop saving the day without me. I stretched. I tried, but you were sleeping. And snoring. I couldn't wake you up. Right. I don't snore. You also don't usually have magical drugs causing hallucinations about pink bunnies either. I rolled over to check on Jared. He felt hot, and his breathing was ragged. Pink bunnies? What the heck are you talking about? The water you drank yesterday caused you to hallucinate. Henry had to transport us here so you could sleep it off. I turned to look at Beth. Jared is worse this morning. I grabbed the rag out of the water and set it on his forehead. Beth moved the cloth over and inspected his gash. It looks infected. She grabbed her bag and pulled April's book out of it. She flipped through it. I'm not seeing anything to help him. Oh, wait. Here are a few roots. April, have you seen any of these around here? April looked at the list. I'll see what I can do. They don't look familiar, though. Thanks. Beth kept reading the book for other cures. I moved to the other side of Jared so I could look at his head more closely. I noticed something on his shirt, below his arm, and lifted it. How had I not noticed this? I grabbed his jacket off the floor and saw a small slice I had somehow missed the night before. Help me. I grabbed onto his arm and waist. Beth grabbed his legs, and we rolled him over. Beth gasped. I slowly pulled his shirt up and cringed when I reached the bloody area. The gash was jagged, and blood trickled from the wound. The site was red and swollen. I bit back a sob when I saw how much worse he was than what we'd thought. I cleaned what I could and then held the cloth to his back, hoping it would stop the bleeding. I kept telling myself April would be able to help. April popped in. Hey, I found a couple, but how did that happen? We healed everything on his body last night. She dropped her supplies and disappeared. She brought back the same fairies who were there the night before. Did any of you see this? I thought I healed that, one fairy said. She flitted over and inspected it. Yes, you can see my markings here and here. April looked grim. I fear there's other magic at play here. There may be nothing we can do. But you healed me from magic already. What's different? I could feel the heat around the wound. April gestured helplessly. There are different forms of magic. This is so much darker than the venom from the dragons. I'm sorry. You have to do something. You can't leave him like this. He's dying. Where's August? Maybe he can help. The hysteria that had been building up since Jared was taken came crashing over me, and I couldn't help yelling. April's face showed the raw emotion she felt. I'm sorry. I told you there was some things we can't touch. We have done what we can. August wouldn't be able to do any more than what we've done. Besides, he's scouting up ahead. We will mix these herbs for his head, and we can try it on his back. But I don't think it will help. But why is August scouting ahead? Shouldn't he be here with Jared? He's his guardian. My voice broke. We sent him ahead because all the male fairies are working to break through the barrier Louie has built around the clearing. He'll be back when he has news. Now, excuse me, I need to help. Together, the fairies ground the ingredients up and applied them to the wound on Jared's head. Beth took a cloth and added some of the mixture to it before pressing it to his back. His forehead closed up, but the wound on his back didn't show much improvement. I looked up at the fairies. Thank you for what you've done. Did you notice any other wounds?
No, everything else has been healed. We have done what we can.
The fairies left, and I turned back to Jared. Beth put her arm around me. I'm sorry, Megan. I don't know what to do with this. There's nothing about imps in here at all. It's okay. Can you give me some time with him? I wiped the tears away and tried to calm down. I needed to think. She stood. Of course. I'll go see what I can find outside. Where are we, anyway? We're at Henry's. He brought us here last night when you were rather loopy. Oh, okay. How far away are we from Louie? I don't know. I told her about what had happened the night before and how we found Jared while she was sleeping. I miss everything, she sighed. Maybe July can actually tell me something. Have you seen her? I shook my head. Not since we got here. Beth grumbled and left the tree. I could hear her yelling for July outside. I turned to Jared. His breathing was still unsteady, and his skin was flushed from the fever. The wound seemed to be getting worse. I laid his head on my lap, with his arm wrapped around me so he could be closer. I took the rag and trickled water over the wound. Jared, don't leave me. I need you. I bowed my head, tears dripping down onto Jared's hair. A glint caught my eye, and I looked down. My locket. I grabbed onto it, remembering the gold coin. Hope blossomed. Henry, are you here? Henry popped in and stood at Jared's feet. I'm here. His eyes were sad as he looked down at Jared. Can you do something for him? With my last wish? I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that. I don't know. We can't bring people back from the dead. But I don't know about this wound. He cleared his throat. It may be too late. Can we at least try? He sighed. Oi, we'll do what we can. Thank you. I looked down at Jared, trying to word the wish perfectly. I took a deep breath and met Henry's eyes. Henry, I wish for Jared to be returned to his full health, no longer suffering effects from this wound. I suggest pushing all the luck you can spare into him. I closed my eyes and pushed hard toward Jared, adding a prayer with it. I could feel luck draining from me as Henry's magic hit Jared. I was exhausted. I looked up to see a teary-eyed leprechaun. We've done what we can. You rest. You'll be needing it. He left the room. Fatigue made my bones ache, and I knew I needed sleep. I laid Jared's head down on my pillow and curled up next to him. Exhaustion and fear overwhelmed me, and I began to sob, thinking about everything I'd been through. The fear of losing Jared was far beyond what I thought I could handle. Beth came in the house and sat next to me, not saying anything, but put her hand on my shoulder for comfort. When I had finally calmed down, I wiped my tears and propped myself up on an elbow. What did you find? Nothing much. I still don't know where we are, but I found some herbs we can use later. How is he doing? She nodded toward Jared. I don't know. I used my last wish on him. Henry isn't sure if it will work. It doesn't look like it so far. My voice cracked. She moved to the other side of Jared and looked at the wound. Not a lot of change. His breathing still isn't good. You get some sleep. You look exhausted. I'll figure out something for us to eat, and then talk to Henry and the fairies about our next move. I would argue, but I can barely move. I pushed a lot of my luck into Jared. You did? Henry suggested it. I yawned. I hope you didn't use it all. I kind of like your lucky streak. She patted me on the shoulder, and I scooted closer to Jared before drifting off. Chapter 21. I woke to stirring next to me. My eyes flew open, and I turned slightly. Jared's eyes stared back at me, his wonderful blue eyes that I hadn't been sure I would see again. He was okay. I couldn't help the sob that escaped. Hey, what's wrong? He wiped my tears away. I touched his face, and it felt cool under my fingers.
His fever had broken. I kissed him over and over. Seriously, not that I'm not enjoying this, but what's going on? I'm so lost, and why? Where's my shirt? I laughed. Your shirt is caked with blood. You probably don't want to wear it. I shouldn't have been laughing at what I'd just said, but I couldn't help it. Losing my last wish had been totally worth it. Why? Bryce. His face clouded over. Jerk jumped me on my way to class. He laughed as he told me his plans of getting you for himself. I attacked him. That's all I remember. He tried to sit up and grunted. I helped him, worried. Are you still in pain? No, I just have no energy. He lay back down next to me. Yes, well, not long ago, none of us thought you were going to live. He took me in his arms. Thank you for saving me. I don't know what I'd do without you. I laid my head on his chest. Well, for one thing, you wouldn't be half dead in the middle of Ireland chasing after a leprechaun. His laugh rumbled against my ear. We're in Ireland? Man, I must have really been out of it. He lifted my chin, but I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. He kissed me lightly on the lips. I'm pretty content with where I am right now. I grinned and sat up. Okay, lie on your stomach. I need to see the injury on your back. Yes, doctor. He saluted and rolled over. Besides a rather nice-looking back, which I forced myself to ignore, I could see the dramatic difference in the wound. Instead of being red and angry, it was nearly healed. He would have a nice-sized scar, but otherwise, he would be fine. I traced my finger around it. Stop, that tickles. He rolled over and grabbed my wrist. What, this? I did it again with my other hand. He twisted around, wincing in pain, and pulled me down. Yes, that. It feels like this. He tickled me, and I laughed. Stop, stop. I know how it feels now. You can stop it. When he didn't stop, I attacked him, laughing hysterically. Are you two quite finished? Beth stood next to us, eyebrows raised. We stopped and lay back, worn out. I couldn't help the extra giggle that escaped, and that started the laughing again. Wow, you two are impossible. Can I see the wound, Jared? She knelt down by me. He turned to show her his injury. Is it really that bad? Beth smiled. Not anymore. It looks like you'll survive after all. She stood. I'm going to see what Henry has around here to eat. You two, behave. It felt good, being with Jared and laughing. We had been so close to losing that. I swiped a tear away so he wouldn't notice. I really had you worried, didn't I? He caressed my cheek. You had everyone worried. I wasn't sure my heart could have handled it if you hadn't survived. He kissed me again tenderly before pulling away. I know how you feel. I was just there a few days ago. Remember? Let's not do this to each other again. Agreed? Agreed. I smiled and sat up. Good thing we're going into battle. Yes, that could be a problem. Guess we'd better win then. He stood and had to duck. The ceiling was too short for him. Now, about my shirt. I know my muscles are awesome and all, but I'd rather not walk around like this. I wasn't about to argue about his muscles, but there was a chill to the air. We can try to wash it, but I'm not promising anything. It can't be that bad, can it? Jared asked. I grabbed his shirt off the floor and held it up. Yes, it can. Jared's face was almost green. That's a lot of blood. Yes, it is. We almost lost you. I picked up his jacket and showed him the hole. You were stabbed. I don't know what with, but it had dark magic. The fairies could heal the bruises and the gash in your forehead, but... I paused. It came down to me and Henry after everyone else left. Jared reached out and fingered the locket around my neck. You used your wishes. I nodded. I'm sorry. There's nothing I would rather use my last wish for. Come on. I put his shirt into the sink, and Beth poured the water she'd collected from outside over the top. Since there was no running water, we decided to let it soak for a bit and sat down at the table to eat. Henry came in the house and stopped in surprise. You survived? Jared flexed.
Yeah, it takes a lot to knock me down. Beth rolled her eyes. Your girl there saved your life. If not for her, you'd be gone. Jared put his arm around me. I know, and I'll never forget it. He stood and knelt before Henry. And you. Thank you for everything you've done. I don't know how to repay you, but I'll try. Henry blushed. It was nothing. Megan's luck did as much as my magic. You want to repay me? Meet Louie. Make him regret crossing any of us. I can and will do that for you, Jared promised. Now, get up off the floor. I have news for all of you. Henry found a place to sit and set out a map. This is where we are. That's where Louie is. He has many traps set out. There'll be nothing like you already experienced. Those were part of the forest. This is the real test. Will you be able to get us any closer? I dreaded going through more obstacles. It's too risky. I have gathered friends, and we'll do what we can to protect you. Don't stress if you don't see us. We need to stay hidden. Now you. He pointed to Beth. You have not been trained to fight, but you have been learning herbs. The fairies have helped put together a list of ingredients to use as a weapon. Be careful. They can be very dangerous. And that's a good thing, isn't it? Beth asked. Henry laughed. Aye, that it is. It's time for you to sleep. I'll wake you up in a few hours. For now, I'll keep watch. Louie knows you're in the area, and he's not happy. I could use some sleep. I yawned and got up to check on Jared's shirt. The water was light pink. I scrubbed hard to get the blood off while Jared went to get more water. Once the stain was as cleaned out as I could get it, I emptied the sink, and Jared dumped the new water over the shirt. There you go. Sorry, but you're going to have a stain. I held it up. It was a little lighter, but it still looked bad. I really hoped he'd just throw it away when we got home. Jared put his arms around me from the back. Thank you. I'll take the stain as a badge of honor. I'm not sure what to do with your jacket. I don't want to make it shrink. Mom might know how to fix it, but she was half a world away from me. Don't worry about it. I'll have it dry cleaned when I get home. I looked back at him and kissed him on the cheek. I'm sure your mom will be thrilled with all that blood on it. Probably not, but there's not much I can do about it. I can throw this shirt away, but I can't replace the jacket. We had to save up to get this one. I hung the shirt on the coat rack and looked around for Beth. She'd fallen asleep on the couch, so I pulled a blanket over her. I yawned and went back to my pillow and blanket. I looked up at Jared. Stay by me, please? Of course. He sat next to me on the floor. Last night got chilly. Let me see if there's something in my bag for you. I pulled out a couple of pairs of pants, some socks, and finally a t-shirt. I tossed it to him and shoved everything else back into the bag. Girls rule? Where'd you get this shirt? Jared held it out like it would bite. Don't ask. I curled up on the floor. He pulled it on. It was tight across the chest, but it would work. He lay next to me, turning over. Good night, Megan. Good night, Jared. I tried to force my mind away from how good he looked and soon drifted off to sleep. Henry woke us way too early. I found myself in Jared's arms and scooted over to my bag so I could put my shoes on. I pulled my hair up, then nudged Jared to wake up. He sat up and rubbed his eyes. How did you sleep? I asked. I slept well, except when you cried out. You must have had nightmares. He put his shoes and socks on as well. I don't remember anything from last night, actually. At least I didn't dream of Louie again. I would have remembered that. I touched the necklace to make sure it was still there. Ready to kick some leprechaun hiney? Jared asked. Yes. Let's get this over with. I folded the blanket and set the pillow on it before going into the kitchen. Beth was up, grinding the last of the herbs. Morning, sunshine. Morning. Almost ready to go? I yawned and plopped into the seat next to her. I'm close. I have to put this in small bags to make them easier to throw. She gestured toward the bags on the table. I can help with that. I took the herbs and put them in the bags. These things would do some serious damage, judging by how they stung my fingers. Jared went over last-minute instructions with Henry. He caught me looking and winked. I smiled back and set another finished bag aside. You two are awfully serious, Beth whispered. I shrugged. No more than we were before. Beth shook her head. The world disappears when the two of you are together. You've clicked since you started talking last year. This is different. More intense. I studied Jared for a minute before answering. I guess that's what happens when you almost lose someone. You realize you can't live without them, and you'll do anything to get them back. You're probably right. I'm only slightly jealous. Beth finished grinding the herbs and started helping to fill the bags. Only slightly? I knew I had something special with Jared that I wouldn't trade. Yes. The rest of me wants to gag at your cheesiness. She smiled and nudged me. I'm sorry. We'll be more careful around you. I was kidding. You're fine most of the time. Beth wiped her hands. Okay, that's the last of it. Let's get going. We're out of here. I stood and stretched. After putting all the herbs into Beth's backpack, I grabbed my sword and bag. We're ready, Henry. Thank you for letting us stay here. You're welcome. Now let's get you into place. Right. I was ready for some payback. Chapter 22. We decided the best way to beat Louie was to catch him unaware. I didn't want to give his little army a chance to gather against us. We would hit them head on and hopefully only have to fight small groups at a time. Ready? Jared asked. Let's do this. I love Ireland and all, but I'm ready to go back home where life is normal. I stretched. Beth and Jared looked at me. What exactly do you call normal? I thought this was all a normal day for you. Jared ducked away from me. He has a point. The first time you two actually talked, you threw food on him. Beth pointed out. Hey, I wanted to be memorable. Whose side are you on anyway? I tried to glare at her, but couldn't keep a straight face. Beth grinned. Let's go already. She took off jogging. Louie was only a few miles ahead, so we were expecting to hit traps any time. The feeling of being watched suddenly came back. I slowed and looked around. What do you see? Jared asked. Nothing. It's what I feel. You don't feel like you're being watched? I shivered. Yes, but I figured there were a lot of things out there watching us. You're probably right. But this is more obvious. I don't like it. I took off running again and saw movement up ahead. A handful of small black creatures came out of the woods. Imps! I hated those things. We slowed and Beth grabbed one of her weapons from the bag. She lobbed it at them, and they scattered. It hit one directly in the forehead, and the creature fell to the ground, writhing. Wow, Beth, those things really are nasty. Keep it going. I pulled out my sword, ready for them to attack. My pleasure. She lobbed a few more. Some hit their marks, but others went wide. Okay, so I may need to work on my aim. I'm actually pretty impressed. Maybe you should play baseball this year, Jared said. I'll think about it. Beth stepped back. Your turn, Jared. Awesome. He went forward with his sword at his side, and they attacked. He took down a few before they swarmed him. I raised my hand and concentrated on one imp. I pulled on its luck, causing it to stumble. I pushed the luck toward Jared, and he was able to take that one down, along with two others. I continued to take one imp at a time until he defeated the last imp. Beth stood there, mouth open. That was amazing. I grinned. Thanks. We trained together. Come on, I assume we're just getting started. We collected the bags of herbs that had missed the imps, and Beth put them back with her supplies. The imps that had been hit had boils all over them, and a couple were still thrashing and screaming. Gross. We took off running and were met by small gnomes carrying clubs. My first instinct was to squeal at their cuteness. I mean, they were real, live gnomes. They were only about a foot tall, and their rosy cheeks made them look happy. The weapons were almost as big as they were, so it was easy enough to make them twist and attack each other. When they found they couldn't control their clubs, they dropped them and ran at us, chattering in another language. I felt bad hurting the adorable little men until one grabbed onto my leg and took a bite. That was enough to make me pull out my sword. The rabid bunnies from the day before should have been enough to make me remember that cute wasn't always nice in this place. Jared and I both focused on a group and went after them. Beth kicked the little man away from her, and whenever that wasn't enough, she shoved the herbs down their shirts. We might not have been fancy, but we got the job done. Beth kicked the last one away from her, and we moved on. You guys tired yet? Nope. Walk in the park. Until now. Jared, you go first this time. 3 rather large trolls stood in front of us. They were missing teeth and looked dazed, but that didn't stop me from panicking just a little. The spiked clubs in their hands were massive. Louie went from sending cute little gnomes to trolls? He wasn't messing around. Will do. Stay back. Beth, a few of those bombs would be nice about now. Jared got into a fighting stance, and I studied their movements. They were clumsy, which worked well for me. I chose one and pulled on the arm carrying the club. I made it snap back, causing him to smack himself in the face. It stood there, cross-eyed, before shaking its head and letting out a massive roar. Okay, so that probably wasn't the best choice. Beth threw her bombs, which ticked them off because boils popped out all over their skin. They swung wildly and almost took Jared's head off. Stay back, Beth! Aim for their eyes! I yelled. Eyes, right. That's not a small target at all. She aimed carefully and threw. It hit its mark, and the troll screamed in agony. Jared took the opportunity and leaped forward, stabbing the troll in the chest. 1 down. Unfortunately, that made the other 2 even angrier, and they came forward swinging. Jared backed up, trying to stay between me and the troll. Beth aimed again. She missed the eye, but hit the ear of the next one. It dropped to the ground, screaming until Jared lopped its head off. I nearly gagged. I looked away, then noticed the last troll coming up behind Jared. Watch out! I screamed. I ran for a stump, jumped from that to a rock, and then onto the back of the troll. It stopped going after Jared so it could get me off its back. Jared stabbed him in the stomach just as the troll smashed me into a tree. I gasped for air as I dropped to the ground. The troll swung his club, knocking Jared down. I screamed in fury and sliced the back of the troll's knees. He fell to the ground, and I rushed past him to get to Jared. I rolled him over, praying he was okay. He coughed and sat up. Man, stay away from the clubs. They kinda hurt. Good idea. You okay? I helped him stand. My ribs are a little bruised, but I think I'm fine. You? He twisted to stretch his back and picked up his sword. I had the wind knocked out of me, but it's not the first time that's happened lately. What's wrong, Beth? She showed us her hands. I think I need some gloves. The herbs are giving me blisters. July appeared above her. I can fix that. She healed Beth's hands and gave her some gloves. Sorry, we should have given them to you last night. Thanks. You guys are hanging around? Here and there. We've been taking down the pixies that were meant to distract you. Nice job with the trolls. Be careful. The creatures you face are only going to get worse. July disappeared. Worse than the trolls? I shuddered. We'd nearly been killed by them. But Louie still had to be stopped. I just had to hope that July was wrong and that we could do this. Ready? I asked. Let's go. Jared continued forward. We fought through more trolls, imps, leprechauns, brownies, and one very angry ogre. Apparently the brownies were his next meal, and not one of the enemies we were supposed to get past. I wiped the ogre's blood off my sword using his pant leg, and we moved on. We came to a village of leprechauns, and I recognized the houses from my dream. We were there. I stopped Jared and Beth, and we hid behind a tree. This is it. There should be a clearing over that way. Louie will be down there with the rest of his minions. We'll go together as a group. Beth, how many bags do you have left? Not many. The brownies managed to get a hold of several and ate them. Seriously? Didn't the herbs hurt them? Beth shuddered. You don't want to know. Great. April? We were so close. I didn't want to mess this up. She appeared. Yeah? Do you have any type of weapon for Beth? Her herbs are almost gone. The brownies ate them.
Ugh, I bet that made a mess. Let me see what I can do.
April popped out. We watched the leprechauns come and go. They hurried to their destinations in silence, just like in my dream. April reappeared.
Okay, I found a couple of knives and 3 apples.
She looked very proud of herself. An apple? How is an apple a weapon? Jared asked.
It's not. You need to eat.
She threw them to each of us and handed Beth the knives.
Careful, they're very sharp.
We ate our apples in silence as we watched the forest around us. After a few bites, I noticed a sudden burst of energy. What's up with these apples? I asked.
Oh, I forgot to mention that they were altered to give you extra strength.
Nice. Thanks, April. How's it looking where Louie is? I was anxious to get going.
Dark, creepy, evil. Good luck.
She popped out. Wow, that really gave me the confidence I need to fight. Beth put her knives in her bag, and we stood.
Let's go take down Louie.
I gripped my sword. We crept from our hiding space and ran between the trees toward the clearing. I could see the shield that Louie had put over the clearing. The green of the trees surrounding it was tainted by the dead foliage on the inside. That didn't make me want to step inside, but if I wanted to stop Louie, I had no choice. We're here for you, Megan. You can do this. Jared squeezed my hand. Thanks. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my pounding heart, and stepped into the bubble. Time seemed to warp around me, and the noises of the forest muted. I turned around and saw Jared and Beth on the other side of a bubble, trying to push their way in. I growled in frustration and kicked at the bubble. Temper, Megan. I glared and turned around, fists clenched. I knew that voice all too well. Louie sat on a throne in the center of the clearing. His once mischievous face had taken on a more evil appearance. I actually missed who he had been. Wow, Louie, you've looked better. I had to keep joking so I could stay calm. He really had me creeped out. Louie cackled. I work hard to look like this. I smirked. You should be proud. I walked toward him and looked back. Beth and Jared must have gone to find another way in. I needed to buy them some time. They'd never forgive me if they missed this. He held out his arms and turned. Do you like my kingdom? Thanks to the anger you caused inside me when you escaped, I was able to dig deeper into our magic and create this. It's evil. Why would you want this? I was disappointed in him, which surprised me. I wanted to hate him so this would be easier, so I could get back at those who have wronged me. Starting with you. Have you enjoyed meeting my precious dragons? I snorted. Precious? You need a new definition of precious. In case you haven't heard, your dragons are gone. I took each one of them down, along with several of your leprechaun friends, and all those traps out there? Easy as pie. Louie stiffened. You have grown. I see. I was kind of forced to when you attacked my family. That's the wrong thing to do if you want me to come quietly. Oh, I didn't want you to come quietly. I wanted you destroyed. Because of you, I'm no longer part of the council. You ruined me. But now I've found my new calling. Some of his minions came toward me. I put my hand out and caused them to stumble, then kept the luck from them to build up for whatever Louie threw at me. Ha, you're no better than me. You take their luck and keep it for yourself? No, I don't keep it for myself. But I can do this with it. I aimed the luck toward the branch above his head and urged it to break. It did what I requested and fell, nearly landing on Louie. His eyes burned. I see you've had training. That can make this so much more fun. He lifted his hand, and I had to duck as an imp came flying toward me from behind. I used the momentum and continued its flight to hit Louie. He was knocked over and stood up, cackling. Well done! Let's see what you can do with this. He snapped his fingers and a satyr came at me. I pulled out my sword and faced it. The satyr pulled out a long knife and lunged toward me.
I forced it to stumble and stabbed it in the side as I moved around. I turned to Louie. Is that all? Oh, we're just getting started, dearie. Louie snapped again, and a mummy came after me. I sighed. Too easy. I made part of the cloth fall off and grabbed a rock. After tying the cloth to the rock, I threw it as far as I could, willing it to go farther and faster than usual. The mummy unraveled quickly, and I laughed in delight. I wanted to do that again. Brownies were next. Surely you can do better than this. I froze them in place and gathered them up before hanging them on a nearby tree. Louie, you're losing your touch. What if I take your luck? You already did that. I kept watch for a chance to move in. How about this? Maddie appeared next to him, tied and gagged. Her eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 23. Let her go! I stormed toward him. Maddie would have nightmares for years because of this. No, I don't think so. Take another step, and I'll grab your brother as well. He held his hand up, ready to snap. I stopped, looking for a way to get Maddie. What do you want? I already told you. I want you destroyed. Nothing else will satisfy me. He snapped again, and I waited for the next enemy. Adam hung from a branch by his neck, clawing at the rope. I screamed, pulled luck from Louie, and focused it on the rope above Adam until it broke. I caught him as he fell to the ground. I untied the rope and leaned forward to check his breathing. I was relieved when I heard him draw a breath. Are you okay? I whispered. Adam coughed, trying to clear his throat. Yes. Where are we? 1 minute I'm at work, and the next thing I know, I'm hanging from a tree. Louie's out of control. Maddie's over there. Jared and Beth are stuck behind a bubble. You really know how to get yourself in trouble, don't you? Yes, and I need your help to get Maddie out. Have I killed your poor brother? My condolences. Louie laughed maniacally. I stood and stalked toward him, fists clenched. You leave my family out of this. Your argument is with me. Yes, but taking everything from you is more fun than killing you outright. I sincerely hoped Adam was going for Maddie. I was about to do something really stupid. I climbed the steps to Louie's throne, pushing away anything he put in front of me. I pulled back and punched him in the face. Man, that felt good. Adam was at the steps grabbing Maddie and stopped in shock. Run! I punched Louie in the face again and kneed him in the stomach. This is for me, my family, Jared, and Beth. He laughed as he wiped the blood from his lip. You think this will stop me? You may have gotten the best of me for now, but what about your other friend? What do you mean? Jared and Beth were already here. I had no idea who else he could be talking about. I believe you already know my most faithful servant. He snapped, and the imp that had been following me appeared behind him. You don't recognize him. Well, maybe this will refresh your memory. He snapped again, and Bryce stood in front of me. Hello, Megan. He smiled and moved closer. You're looking as beautiful as ever. And you're as creepy as ever. My lip curled in disgust. Oh, don't be like that. He put his hands out to me. Bryce, you took my boyfriend, beat him, and dragged him around the world. I was doing it for us. He slowly walked toward me. How do you think that actually works? I hate you, so I want you? I took a few steps away from him. The moment I saw you, I knew I had to have you. You're beautiful, you're talented, you've untold amounts of luck. He reached out to touch my face. I slapped his hand away. What about Beth? How could you do this to her? She liked you. She'd probably beat me up for telling him that, but I'd deal with that later. He sneered. Oh, she's pretty enough. And her parents have plenty of money. I could have dated her, but it was you I always wanted. Ugh, always in it for the power and money. You're evil. You know that? He laughed. Of course I am. That is my nature. I would have had you too, but then Jared stepped in. He spat. Jared was there long before you. With or without Jared, you would never have me. You think so, but you've never given me a chance. He suddenly lunged forward and grabbed me, planting a hard kiss on my lips. His hands were like vice grips as I tried to get away. I kneed him, but he held on. He suddenly jerked and fell. Don't you touch my best friend, you jerk. Beth kicked him and cleaned her knife off on his shirt. I wiped my mouth, disgusted. Where'd you come from? Where's Jared? Fighting off anyone who tries to come for you. I came in through a weak spot. It might have been caused by you kicking the crap out of Louie. Where is he? I looked around. I have no clue. I was too busy being mauled by Bryce. Megan, speaking of Bryce, we might want to move. I looked down to see smoke rising from his body. We jumped back and watched him transform into an imp and then into a large, nasty-looking demon thing. I gulped. It looked like I ticked him off. You know, you're a lot better looking that way, I said. He laughed. You have no idea what you've done. He came toward me, holding a small knife. We could have had it all with my magic and your luck. Now I'm going to have to destroy you. Well, get in line. Louie is already trying to do the same thing. I guess you're going to have to fight your boss. He laughed again. You think he's my boss? Please. We were using his anger to go after you. He has nothing to do with it. I looked around again for Louie, feeling like my world had dropped out from under me. If he wasn't the bad guy, who was? Why else would he bring Maddie and Adam here? Unless I had more than one person after me. That was not a very comforting thought. I see I have you questioning everything. This is good. Come with me. You can forget the world around you. Quiet. You're lying. I just needed time to think. Lying? Why would I lie? See for yourself. He turned and gestured toward the center of the clearing. Louie had been tied to a stake by his own minions. They danced around as one small leprechaun brought a torch to light the wood circling the stake. No! Why would you do that? I took a step toward Louie. Beth walked over to me. You're not seriously feeling sorry for him, are you? I don't know. I'm tired. I don't know what I think anymore. I noticed something from the corner of my eye that made my blood run cold. Maddie ran toward the stake, holding her arms out. Adam was trying to catch up to her. I followed, fear coursing through me. Maddie, what are you doing? I grabbed her shoulder. They're going to hurt him, Megan. A tear ran down her cheek. Look at me. I knelt down on my knees. They're going to light this stake on fire. You need to get away. They can't hurt him. He's my friend. Her huge brown eyes looked up at me, pleading. I glanced over at Louie, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. Maddie, he's a bad leprechaun. He needs to get punished. She shook her head. He saved me from that thing when I was having bad dreams. She pointed over at the imp. I felt like I'd been slapped. But that's not possible. He wasn't supposed to come near our family. He didn't. He stayed there in my dream. I turned to Louie. You protected my sister? Why? My fight is with you and your brother. Maddie is different. Then why did you bring her here? Why did you threaten me using her? That makes no sense. All right, enough of the cheesy mess. Bryce spoke loudly from the top of the hill. Louie's good, I'm bad, Adam deserves to die for helping you, blah, blah, blah. Can we move on? I turned back to Maddie. I want you and Adam to leave. I'll do what I can. Please, I can't see you get hurt. Maddie studied my face and nodded. She looked up at Louie. It'll be okay. She took Adam's hand and let him lead her away. I considered Louie for a moment before I moved toward Bryce. You will show my family more respect. I don't think so. Maddie was fun to terrorize. She was telling the truth, you know. Louie was there, trying to keep me away from her. Annoying, really. That's why I must rid myself of him. That way, I will be the next in line to lead. He nodded toward the minions, and they threw the torch on the fire. No! No one deserves to be burned at the stake. I imagined rain and pushed it toward the stake. The water soaked both the wood and Louie. Oh, come on. He has caused you grief. Surely you want to be rid of him. I don't know what I want from him at this point, but I do know I want to be rid of a selfish, cruel imp right now. I pulled out my sword. Remember this? I believe I gave you the scar on your face. He sneered. You and your sword have nothing on me. I've learned to fight since I did that to you. I lunged forward, and he had to jump back to parry the blow. Well done, Megan. But I have a few tricks up my sleeve. He whipped around and punched me in the stomach. The wind was knocked out of me, and I fell to the ground, trying to catch my breath. I rolled over to find him standing over me. That's all you've got? I gasped out. I tried to stand, but he kicked me in the side. Stop it, you creep! Beth threw one of her knives at him and grunted when he knocked her to the ground with a swipe of his claw. Stay out of this. The anger from seeing him hurt Beth was enough to get me off the ground. I attacked again and had to jump back when he tried to grab for me. Leave my girlfriend alone, Jared yelled. The demon's head suddenly fell to the ground, his body following after. Jared stood behind him. Man, that guy was annoying. He stepped over Bryce. I ran to him and threw my arms around his neck. Man, thank you for showing up when you did. I didn't know how much longer I could fight him. My heart was still pounding. I promised you I would. And thanks for letting me save the day this time. He held me tightly. I had it under control. I just figured I'd let you have the fun. I see how it is. Guys, I hate to break up this reunion, but we should probably decide what to do with Louie. Beth stood by us, rubbing her face. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'll have a bruise, but it could have been worse. Beth grabbed her knife from off the ground and put it in her bag. I'm sorry he hurt you. It's part of the battle. Now let's get out of here. Right. I turned and walked down the hill. I couldn't believe I was doing this. Was I really saving him for my 5-year-old sister? Jared caught up to me. What does she mean? Maddie wants me to save Louie. From what Bryce said, Louie's not the one behind all this. Although he's plenty evil on his own. I glared at Louie. So if he's not the one who's out to get you, who is? I sighed. I don't know. I'm not sure what to think anymore. Maybe we should take him in front of the council. Louie's head jerked up, fear in his eyes. No? You don't like that idea? That makes me want to do it even more. I pointed to one of Louie's minions. You. Yeah, all of you. Get him down. And please put out the torch. We don't plan to burn anyone tonight. We watched as Louie's minions pulled him down off the stake and tied him up. I had to figure out how to get out of here, wherever here was. I walked over to where he sat and bent down to look into his eyes. Don't think you're getting out of this. You've caused me a lot of grief this year. I don't know why you helped my sister, but I'm not quite ready to trust you. I stood and went to find Maddie. She was kind. I turned back. What? She was kind to me. When everyone else was horrible, she offered me friendship. I shook my head when I saw the sincerity in his eyes. I'm glad she was friendly to you. Everyone needs a friend, and Maddie is a special girl. I turned and walked away. April? I'm here. How do we get out of here? You need to leave the forest in order to find the nearest village. That can be fairly difficult. I sighed. And I already used my wishes. Yeah, that doesn't help anything. I saw Adam ahead. I have my passport and Beth has hers, but we don't have one for Jared, Adam, or Maddie. Do you think you can take us and Louie to the council? I believe so, yes. I tracked down Chapter 24. The council sat around us, O'Malley in the front as before. The room was brightly lit this time, and Louie sat in the center, head bowed and hands tied. The anger and mockery was gone from his face. You succeeded. Well done. O'Malley looked at me in admiration. Thank you. I smiled, glad to have Louie finally caught. You may go. He flicked his hand in dismissal. Wait, what? What about Louie? I didn't want to leave until I knew what would happen to him. I'd promised Maddie. We'll take care of him. It does not concern you. It doesn't concern me? He came after me. He took my luck, and it doesn't concern me? I could feel Jared tense beside me. You were just a pawn in this game. You were strong. We saw our chance and we took it. O'Malley leaned back in his chair and put his feet up on the desk. I let go of Jared and stalked forward. No, you will not do this. I put my life on the line over and over again. You will not dismiss me so easily. He smirked. You think you're the only one Louie has wronged? Most likely not. But I'm the one who fought back, and you were there to help out. Why? O'Malley shrugged. You have immense amounts of luck, more than any human should rightfully have. When he stumbled across you, we knew we'd have a chance at a fortune. Louie saw the same thing and took it all for himself. So, you helped me in order to take away my luck later? I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. You're human. You're strong. You would have been fine without it. The bored look on his face only infuriated me more. Jared put his arm around me for comfort, but his eyes held a fury that made me shiver. You guys are monsters. She's worked hard to protect her family from everything you've thrown at her. Was it even Louie sending those dragons or other creatures? O'Malley looked uncomfortable. We did what we had to do. We simply used the anger from Louie to make her come to us for help. We needed to gain her trust so that when the time came, she'd give it freely. We need her luck. We didn't want it getting into the wrong hands. You're leprechauns, for crying out loud. You are luck, I snapped. My mind was reeling. This whole time, I'd thought O'Malley was helping me when in reality, he was just trying to get my luck. How did that even work? It's business. You take what you can get. If you had come to the council when the dragons appeared, we would have helped. You mean you would have sucked me dry? I was livid. There was no harm done. I broke. No harm done? I pointed to Jared's forehead. You call that no harm done? Megan. I ignored Jared's attempt to calm me and made him turn around. I pulled up his shirt to show them the scar on his back. No harm done? Jared almost died. You realize if that had happened, you would have paid dearly. I may have immense amounts of luck running through my veins, but that is not all I am. I work hard. I have family and friends who love me, and I would do anything for them. You have not heard the last from me. I walked over to Louie and cut the binds on his hands, using my sword. I bent down. You owe me, and you know it. Can you get us out of here? I whispered. He nodded slightly, watching the council. Where are you going? You can't take him. He is our prisoner and must be tried for his crimes, one of the council called out. I gestured slightly to Jared. He came toward me, smiling proudly. I looked straight at O'Malley. The crimes he's committed are no worse than what you do on a daily basis. I looked down at Louie. Go. He grabbed onto my hand and snapped. In the split second before we disappeared, I saw the council running for us. We were in my front yard. I collapsed in relief as the tension drained from my body. Jared held me close until I could compose myself. I turned to Louie, who seemed very uncomfortable. Jared, can you let my family know I'm here? I need to talk to Louie. You sure you're safe? I looked at Louie, and he nodded. I'll be fine. Jared jogged to the front door, and I studied Louie for a minute. You realize I still don't forgive you for what you've put me through. It would take a while to actually trust him, but if Maddie saw good in him, I was willing to try. I wouldn't expect you to. He lowered his head. Last time, I demanded it. This time, I plead with you. Stay away from my family. Hide. Don't let anyone find you. I don't think the council will be nearly as willing to let you go. We will stay away. Does that mean Maddie, too? I could see the hurt in his eyes. My heart softened just a little. You care for her. Aye, ever since I led Maddie and William into your room to destroy it. There's something about her. We stayed away until the council sent the dragons and the imp after you. I kept a close eye on the imp, knowing it was not to be trusted. When I noticed it was torturing her at night, I stayed there to protect her. Your necklace kept me from her at one point. What she didn't tell you was that when she gave it back to you, the imp attacked her again. I tried to take control of the imp, but it had already begun to possess me. I didn't have control of myself by that time. You said the council sent the dragons. At the clearing, you told me it was you. The first dragons were from the council in my name. I sent the last group after I was possessed by the imp. I thought it was my own idea until Jared killed it and the curse was broken. Louie! Maddie yelled and ran to give him a hug. The rest of the family followed behind. Mom was clearly confused to see her daughter hugging the same leprechaun who had been torturing us for so long. Louie patted Maddie on the back and touched her on the nose. She giggled. Get away from my daughter. Dad stepped forward. Yes, sir. I'm sorry for the problems I've caused. You will not see me again. Louie snapped his fingers and was gone. Maddie began to cry, and I gathered her in my arms. I'm sorry, Maddie. It was the only way I could save his life. Clearly something happened while you were gone. We're forgiving Louie? Mom asked. Not forgiving, just saving. He wasn't the main one sending the evil creatures after us. So this isn't over? I don't know, but I have a feeling it's just beginning.